The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? We turn to you, O Lord, claiming your promise to bring good news to the poor, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives and release from darkness for the prisoners. Send the goodness of your transforming word to those in Ukraine and throughout the world who, because of the oppression and hardships they face, cannot afford a meal or heat for their homes. May they know the wealth of your divine provision. Attend to those whose hearts are broken at the loss of loved ones by the hands of the enemy. May they feel your tender love upholding them in these days. Grant release to the prisoners of war who are being held captive for crimes they did not commit, but who fought against brutal ideologies they could not tolerate. May they soon be freed into the arms of their loved ones, embraced by their communities once again. And for those who sit imprisoned by the darkness of despotism, whose hearts are bound by selfish desires for power and control, shine your light into their souls, that they would be disarmed by your peace, redeemed by your love, that they would put down their weapons and forswear their malevolent ways. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the chamber her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. From what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to my late Congressman and Governor, Jim Florio, a dedicated public servant who cared deeply for those in New Jersey and the nation. He served our country in the Navy. He continued that service when he returned home in the New Jersey Assembly for 4 years, followed by 15 years in this House of Representatives. Then he returned to our state, become the 41st governor. He was an environmentalist long before it was popular. Here in Congress, he authored the Superfund Act, one of the most remarkable pieces of legislation in terms of cleaning up hazardous sites across the country. As governor, he signed the Clean Water Act, one of the strictest in the nation at the time. Combined, these achievements saved countless lives across this great country. He did not work through political division, but doing so what he knew was right. That's why he received the Kennedy Profiles and Courage Award. On behalf of myself, the state of New Jersey, and the nation, we are grateful for his service to our state. We lost one of the greatest champions, and he will be missed by all who had the honor of knowing him. My deepest sympathies to his family, his loved ones. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 weeks now, the long-suffering people of Iran have taken to the streets to confront the thugocracy that has oppressed them for more than 40 years. Today, America must stand with the people of Iran. House Resolution 118 has 257 co-sponsors representing both political parties expressing its support for the Iranian resistance. I urge the leadership to bring it to the floor immediately for a vote. It's time for the United States to step forward with material support for the freedom movement. They need direct satellite access to the internet that the regime has denied them on the ground. They need us to restore economic sanctions against the regime. This time, in this hour, let the United States stand with the people of Iran, and by so doing, to honor those proud words on our Liberty Bell, to proclaim liberty throughout all the land and unto all the inhabitants thereof. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I honor the life and lasting legacy of LGBTQ pioneer in my district, David St. Pierre. David was the longtime owner of the Menagerie, a welcoming LGBTQ nightclub and restaurant in downtown Riverside. Since taking ownership in 1999, David made it his purpose to cultivate an inclusive safe haven for the LGBT community of Riverside and the surrounding Inland Empire, while adding in a touch of fun, lively entertainment. And he did that for just over 20 years. And with his passion for throwing an extravagant party, his experience in generating crowd enthusiasm as the host of many events, and a keen eye for craft and style from his background in theater, David was always the life of a fabulous time. He made a name for himself within the LGBTQ community, and was highly regarded for standing up to hate crimes, injustice, and declaring that homophobia will have zero tolerance in our community. In the words of Harvey Milk, I know you can't live on hope alone, but without hope, life is not worth living. David, you gave our community hope to live freely, be accepted, and continue to fight for LGBTQ rights. You will be greatly missed, but never forgotten. On behalf of the constituents of California's 41st Congressional District, thank you for your commitment to the LGBTQ community and for our community as a whole. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Rush County on the grand occasion of its bicentennial. Rush County was founded in 1822 by one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, Dr. Benjamin Rush. Not only is the history rich in Rush County, but so is the hospitality in the heart of its residents. Rushville, the county seat, was recognized by my state in Indiana as a stellar community, one of only 12 communities to be honored as such. From its lively history to its heartwarming and welcoming citizens, we invite everyone here today in the House to celebrate with us this bicentennial year for Rush County. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in a monopoly moment as a country. Multi-billion-dollar corporations have grown into behemoths, eliminating any real competition in their industries and using their dominance to hurt small businesses and consumers. Meta's monopoly power has enabled it to harm women, children, and people of all ages without recourse. Amazon has used its dominance to copy competitors' products and run small businesses into the ground. This slide has happened under the watch of Democratic and Republican governments alike, and it's on us to stop it. That starts with giving the FTC the resources necessary to enforce our antitrust laws. It starts with the Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation is simple. It requires that a billion-dollar corporation looking to acquire or merge with a competitor pay a fee for the FTC to review the deal. That's it, a one-time fee to help ensure we don't slide further back to the times of the railroad and steel monopolies that abused workers, hurt consumers, and killed competition. Families are hurting enough right now. They deserve competition, not capitulation to corporate interests. I urge my colleagues to support this long overdue bipartisan package, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
I rise to recognize a member of my team for his hard work and dedication over the last 8 years. Sean O'Brien started working for Washington's 4th Congressional District at just about the same time that I did, and even stepped up to run my first re-election campaign. Luckily for both of us, he was successful, and he served as my legislative assistant, my legislative director, and eventually my deputy chief of staff. I was proud to step into the role of Congressional Western Caucus chairman with Sean at the helm. With his vision, knowledge, and steadfast support, as the executive director, we worked together to build an organization that I am proud to lead. Sean, as you join the Newhouse Alumni Association, never forget what you learned in the People's House. The long hours and late nights are worth it. Our work is important, but the real work happens outside the swamp. And never underestimate a supportive team, because you will always be an invaluable member of mine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Nevada seek recognition?
I seek recognition to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as leaders of the Republican Party in both the House and the Senate have introduced legislation to ban abortion nationwide. It doesn't matter if you live in a state where abortion is protected by the voters like Nevada. Abortion would be banned in every state. The most extreme restrictions would be held in place, and women's health care decisions would be taken away from you and handed over to Lindsey Graham and his Republican colleagues. The vast majority of Americans support Roe, but the Supreme Court has stripped away our freedoms and overturned 50 years of constitutional precedent. Since Roe, extremist politicians have introduced nearly 590 bills to ban, restrict, and control our choice. That's right, nearly 600 bills. They're obsessed with taking away our most personal health care decisions, and we can't let that happen. I will do everything in my power to stop the Washington Republicans who want to take away your freedom. We will not be intimidated, and I yield the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Democrats have once again failed their job to provide funding for the upcoming fiscal year. They will now kick the can down the road until after the election and pass a continuing resolution to keep the government open until December. Funding the government in this fragmented fashion is irresponsible, and it does not allow us to respond to the realities facing our country, from a southern border enduring over 7,000 illegal crossings every day, an energy crisis, and rampant inflation. Additionally, CRs do not allow our military to start any new contracts, which is a real problem right now considering the uncertainty around this world. Every year we know that these deadlines are coming, yet the Democrats have once again failed to deliver for hardworking Americans. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we Democrats are working for safer communities by investing in safety and justice. We believe that every American deserves to live in a safe community where they and their families can thrive. That's why we are fighting for strong common sense action to give our law enforcement the tools they need to prevent crime. Just this month, we passed the Invest to Protect Act, which funds the police with grants to help small local law enforcement agencies retain and recruit officers. The Mental Health Justice Act, which helps send unarmed mental health professionals to respond to mental health crises and save lives from what are potentially fatal encounters with armed police officers. The Break the Cycle of Violence Act, which invests in effective evidence-based community violence intervention and initiatives. And fourth and finally, the Victim Act, which bolsters the ability of police to solve homicides, sexual assaults, and other violent crimes. Mr. Speaker, we do not have to choose between safe communities and justice for all. We are delivering on that promise with these bills and more. With that, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the educators of Central Arkansas who have been named finalists for Arkansas Teacher of the Year for 2023. This year, Amber Leeton of Bryant High School and Capri Salim of North Little Rock Middle School were recognized for their extraordinary commitment to their students in enhancing the quality of education across Central Arkansas. These educators have demonstrated their dedication to the success and well-being of their students by teaching with innovation while promoting character education and civic engagement in the classroom. Our educators are vital to the preparation of our future generation. I thank these teachers for their exemplary example and profound impact in the lives of hundreds of students. Later this fall, after classroom visits, the selection committee will name the next Teacher of the Year. I wish Amber and Capri well and look forward to their long-lasting impressions that they make on their students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized without objection for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Childhood Cancer Awareness Month to honor all those suffering and all those who have lost loved ones and to pay tribute to a remarkable Rhode Islander. Kerrigan Nelson was diagnosed with a rare bone cancer, osteosarcoma, in 2019. Unfortunately, her story is not unique. Every 3 minutes, a family receives the devastating news that their child has been diagnosed with cancer. And yet Kerrigan nearly lost access to her life-saving care when she lost her mother's employer-sponsored health insurance 1 month before her chemotherapy was scheduled to end. However, thanks to the Affordable Care Act, Kerrigan's family was able to enroll in Rhode Island's health insurance exchange, allowing her to complete her treatment plan. As we raise awareness about childhood cancer this month and the importance of screenings, early detection, and care, we must recommit ourselves to ensuring that every single family has access to affordable, quality care and ensuring protections for individuals with pre-existing conditions so that survivors like Kerrigan will never be denied the coverage and care they need. I'm honored to know and represent such a brave young woman and will not stop fighting for Kerrigan and every young person battling cancer. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Dr. Daniel Harrington, the Vice Dean of Virginia Tech Carilion School of Medicine in Roanoke, Virginia, who's set to retire at the end of this month after more than 14 years of service. From humble beginnings, Dr. Harrington attended West Virginia University for both his undergraduate and medical degrees. He then took a residency at the University of Virginia, and it was there that he learned about Carilion's nascent psychiatry residency program, which would give him a chance to develop something that was all his own. Dr. Harrington took that opportunity in 1990, and he and his family moved to Roanoke. In 2006, former Carillion CEO Ed Murphy approached Dr. Harrington with the idea of partnering with Virginia Tech and starting a medical school. Dr. Harrington began traveling the country with then Virginia Tech President Charles Steger and operated a public-private academic partnership to make the dream a reality. Ever since, the school has been led on multiple fronts by the strong leadership of Dr. Harrington. I wish Dr. Harrington and his wife, Gil, best wishes for a well-deserved retirement. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there are over 21 million Americans who don't have a photo ID. That's 21 million Americans who can't obtain employment, lease or purchase a home, or open a bank account. If you're a veteran, you need an ID to access the VA benefits that you've earned. If you're a single mom, you need your ID to access WIC and SNAP benefits for your children. And in 35 states, you need a photo ID to vote. The current process for obtaining an ID is inconsistent across states, can be expensive, and often requires documentation that many Americans just don't have. That's why last week I introduced the IDs for an Inclusive Democracy Act. This will provide a free federal ID to any American citizen over the age of 14 who wants one. It'll ensure that every American has access to the services that they need, and no less importantly, it will ensure that America has access to every American's opinion at the ballot box. I urge all of my colleagues who support our founding promise of equality and our commitment to democracy to support this important legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Wish to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and remember a special little boy from my district in Florida, baby Zion. Like about half of people born with Down syndrome, baby Zion also had a heart defect, often easily corrected with surgery. Unfortunately, baby Zion surgeons were unable to repair his heart, and the only option left for his family, really the only way to save his life, was a transplant. His family went through all the right channels to request one. They followed the rules, and the answer that they got was no. Why? Because he had a disability. The system failed him. The system decided that his life was worth less than someone without a disability. No federal law exists to prohibit discrimination against people with disabilities who need an organ transplant. No federal law exists to help these families when they're most vulnerable. No federal law exists to save these lives. And so today I am asking my colleagues to support legislation by my colleague from Washington, Kathy McMorris Rogers, to fix this tragic situation. H.R. 1235, the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act, is common sense legislation that has absolutely no cost unless we ignore it. I personally met with Zion's family, and in their grace, their hope is simply that we do the right thing and save the life of many others like baby Zion. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Halloween approaches, it is vital that we inform parents of the dangers of fentanyl, which is now the #1 killer of young people in America. Fentanyl is an extremely lethal opioid that drug cartels are trafficking across our southern border. We must warn parents that cartels are trafficking and selling rainbow fentanyl, which are colorful pills designed to appeal to children. These pills are deadly, and parents should carefully check their child's Halloween candy. It is tragic that President Biden and his border czar, Vice President Harris, have allowed the border crisis to become so dangerous and pose such a serious threat to our children. Right now, the immediate danger is fentanyl, and parents must be vigilant. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection,
My remarks.
without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the immeasurable service and share my gratitude to one of the most valuable members of my staff, Brooke Miller. Brooke has been a member of my team for 6 years and has become an integral part of my daily life, both here in Washington and at home in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. I've called her at late hours and on the weekend, and she was always there for me when I needed help. During her time in our office, she has served as my scheduler and director of operations, and in truth, I don't know how we would have managed all this time without her. I've been very fortunate to have someone like Brooke on my team, and she will be dearly missed by me especially, and along with the rest of our staff. As she enters this new stage of her life and transitions off to Hill, I wish her the absolute best of luck. Her service to the 1st Congressional District of Georgia and her time spent as my lifesaver will never be forgotten. She has left a lasting impression on me and everyone that she has come in contact with, and we are so grateful for all of her work. Brooke, thank you so much for giving us your time and your unyielding effort and patience. We will surely miss you. Good luck in everything the future holds for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to share the somber news of the passing of a member of our United States Capitol Police, Officer William Thomas, who succumbed to his fight against cancer early last week. Members and staff know the level of service and sacrifice a U.S. Capitol Police officer commits to every day that they report to duty. We are aware of the threats they face and the inherent risk of their position. We are all indebted to the security they provide as we walk by them at every door and throughout the Capitol. But we often forget the private battles that they may be fighting. Officer Thomas served Congress as a member of the U.S. Capitol Police for 14 years, first assigned to the Senate Division in 2008, and then detailed to the communications team in June of 2021. As he continued to serve the Capitol community, his department, and his country, he received his diagnosis of cancer. Officer Thomas continued to put on his uniform and badge. The U.S. Capitol Police is built of individuals who inspire me by their unparalleled level of service and bravery. Officer William Thomas was one of those individuals. I wish to share my sincerest condolences to his family and his friends, as well as the officers and staff of the U.S. Capitol Police Department, of whom many worked by his side. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, August was another month under President Biden where inflation exceeded economist expectation. The Consumer Price Index was up 8.3% over the past year, and if you exclude food and energy, it rose 0.6 of a percentage point in just 1 month. On the same day the higher-than-expected inflation number came out, President Biden and congressional Democrats held an event at the White House to celebrate the passing of the Inflation Reduction Act, which we all know will do nothing to slow inflation. Tennesseans are bearing the brunt of the president's disastrous fiscal policies, all while the president celebrates passing a bill that raises taxes amidst a recession, spends more than $400 billion on woke Green New Deal programs, and hires 87,000 new IRS agents to target the middle class. Borrowing and spending more money won't ease the pain in our pocketbooks. The only solution is an end to one-party control in Washington. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Straw Brewery of St. Mary's, Pennsylvania. Straw Brewery is celebrating 150 years of homemade brews. Founded in 1872 by Peter Straub, a German immigrant, they've been brewing beverages independently for more than 5 generations. This achievement represents the passion and dedication of a single family who successfully managed, expanded, and often protected a way of life that the brewery represented. Their history is an extensive one spanning generations, starting from immigrant roots, surviving Prohibition, and now Straub is a staple in the community and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. For generations, Straw Brewery has continued to preserve and safeguard those qualities that make the brewery unique. Straub's longevity can be attributed to the craft, skills, and professionalism of the men and women who keep the brewery running. To celebrate 150 years, Straub is hosting various Oktoberfest events and brewed a special 150 anniversary Pilsner. Mr. Speaker, if you ever find yourself in St. Mary's, Pennsylvania, I encourage you to check out Straw Brewery and enjoy a cold one from their Eternal Tap, which has been flowing since 1872. Cheers to Straw Brewery, William Brock, and the entire Straub family on this monumental anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on proposed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S 4791.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4791, an act to amend Section 301 of Title 44, United States Code, to establish a term for the appointment of the Director of Government Publishing Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Loughran, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise in strong support of S 4791. This bill, which was introduced by Senator Roy Blunt, passed the Senate by unanimous consent. It would establish a term of 10 years for the Director of the Government Publishing Office. Unlike the heads of other legislative branch agencies like the Architect of the Capitol, the Comptroller General, and the Librarian of Congress, the Senate-confirmed Director of the Government Publishing Office has no defined term. Now, the Government Publishing Office, or GPO, as we often refer to it, is one of the true treasures of the legislative branch. Since it was founded in 1861, it has grown from a modest operation to one of the world's largest and most renowned information organizations. Every day, GPO provides the government and public both conventionally printed products like the Congressional Record and passports, and digital services like e-books, digital publishing, mobile access, and more. It also plays a key role in continuity of government in case of an emergency. Over the course of the past several years, we've seen firsthand the importance of effective leadership at GPO. The COVID-19 pandemic caused the largest disruption to agency operations since the Civil War. But thanks in no small part to the leadership of Director Hugh Halpern, GPO provided top-notch, uninterrupted service to Congress to ensure that we were able to provide relief to American families, communities, and small businesses. And the agency did so thoughtfully and responsibly with the discipline needed to stay safe as possible. In fact, one prominent business award organization named GPO, quote, the most valuable employer during the COVID-19 pandemic. This bill would bring the GPO in line with the rest of the legislative branch and establish the same 10-year term for its director that currently exists for the Architect of the Capitol and the Librarian of Congress. As with those agencies, the Director of the Government Publishing Office would be eligible for reappointment, and given his track record, certainly would have earned it. Formalizing the term of the director will ensure that the agency has effective leadership and allow for increased transparency and accountability. And for these reasons, I encourage my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Senate Bill 4791, a bill that will establish a 10-year term limit for the Director of the Government Publishing Office. I want to thank my friend in the Senate, Senator Roy Blunt, for introducing this bill earlier this month and for the Senate's quick action on it. Although a change to a term limit may seem inconsequential, I would like to encourage my colleagues that this is a bill that will greatly benefit the entire legislative branch. The GPO plays a vital role for our Congress. As the original government's printer, the agency has supported the House and the Senate for over 160 years, And although Americans engage with their government in a much different way than they did in 1861 when the GPO first opened its door, the agency has adapted. It has upheld its vision to achieve an America informed by updating processes, technology, products, and even its name to meet the needs of Americans today. Much of the strategic success over time can be pinned down to two driving forces: Congress keeping GPO accountable to the needs of the institution, and strong agency leadership. Today, we find ourselves at a time when GPO is under the strongest leadership it's seen in decades. Director Hugh Halpern is a man whose career was shaped in the House of Representatives, from working on numerous House committees, including the Rules Committee, to being Director of Floor Operations. Hugh knows our institution and has taken that knowledge to the GPO. In the time since his appointment, he has greatly increased the transparency of the GPO, of course with congressional oversight, has launched numerous modernization initiatives to ensure that GPO products truly serve Congress and the American people, and got GPO back to work faster than any other legislative branch agency as we overcame the pandemic. The strategic plan GPO has in place is setting a course of predictable and accountable progress, a plan that should be supported by stable leadership. Right now, GPO is unlike other legislative branch agencies in not having a set term for its director. Senate Bill 4791 corrects that and aligns the GPO director position with its counterparts by establishing a 10-year term limit. Not only does this strengthen the agency by increasing institutional stability, it reinforces that the director of the GPO serves Congress and the American people, not the executive branch. I'm thankful for Director Halpern's leadership and innovation at the GPO and encourage my colleagues to support this legislation to further the GPO's accountability to this institution. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. You know, Mr. Halpern did indeed work in the House of Representatives. He was on the Republican staff, and I think it's meaningful that the chair and ranking member of the House Administration Committee, Democrat and Republican, feel the same way, that he has done a terrific job as director of this office. The term limits is not about him. It's my understanding that he actually supports Senator Blunt's bill, but it's simply to have a time where you evaluate and then you can reappoint, just as with the Librarian of Congress and the Architect of the Capitol. Since I don't have additional speakers, I'm going to take advantage of a little bit of time to discuss an item that will be up for consideration of the floor later today. And that has to do with a proposed change to venue rules for federal antitrust cases. It's very arcane, which is why I think it's important to discuss the minutia of this. In 1968, Congress acted to allow a senior judge panel to consolidate cases where it would be efficient for the court. And here's the examples. State AGs have the capacity right now, and would in the future, to file antitrust cases. But if you had, as they did in 1968, a multiplicity of AGs filing a case in different states, you would end up with different witnesses having to go through the same thing over and over again, inconsistent rulings. And so that's why the Congress consolidated this. In that case, it was a large multi-district litigation having to do with electrical equipment. And it's worked pretty well. Why we would change it is something that has been a mystery to me. You know, the arguments in favor, I think, do not hold water. The Administrative Office of the Courts has pointed out that the U.S. cases are not subject to transfer under this section. And why is that? The Department of Justice coordinates itself, unlike the separate attorney generals. So I do think that the possibility of adverse outcomes is quite possible. Mr. Negus's bill to raise fees is something I support. I'm a co-sponsor of that bill. But if we reject the venue provisions, we'll just go back and bring Mr. Negus's bill up later. So that's what I would recommend. I just want to say something further. This venue rule is not just oriented towards one sector of the economy. Mr. Buck, the author, mentioned technology yesterday. Big tech was his words. But this isn't about technology. It's any business that is a defendant in an antitrust case. And as I mentioned, the initiation was electrical equipment company. But I think we should listen to what people say. And Mr. Buck, in his remarks, said yesterday, big tech is crushing conservative speech. And that appears to be his motivation. Well, he quotes his friend, Senator Cruz, and he says, the greatest threat to democracy in this country is big tech. That Senator Cruz agrees with that. Well, really? I mean, Senator Cruz, who voted not to amend the Electoral Count Act that was promoted by Roy Blunt, the author of this, who tried to overturn the election of 2020, who says that moderating inflammatory or dangerous content is a violation of free speech or maybe a violation of antitrust. I think that's the danger here. And I listened to Mr. Buck because he said this is about conservative speech. And so I think one potential outcome of this is litigation that will be brought in favorable forums to try and prevent content moderation. If you are InfoWars and you're inciting violence, I'm hoping whatever platform you're on takes you down. That's not conservative speech or liberal speech, that's dangerous speech. And I do hope that we will see this for what it is. Not every AG is a model of probity. The Attorney General in Texas right now is hiding from process servers and has, we know, some other legal problems. To suggest that every Attorney General is going to be guided by principles of law, as we would hope the Department of Justice and many of the AGs are, would be a serious mistake. So with that, I'm glad to have had a moment to get into this very arcane issue because there may not be time later today. And at this point, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I actually have some time left myself and was debating on what to talk about, and I don't really have anything to talk about with successful fantasy football teams this weekend, so I'm actually glad that my colleague brought up the Electoral College Act. What we saw in the Senate were some changes to their legislation that we had requested the House majority do when that bill passed the House last week. So I'm excited to see those changes in the Senate, and I'm excited that the chairperson mentioned during our rules debate last week that maybe we could have a conference committee. I mean, that's a chance for bipartisan agreement on a very important issue. So I look forward to seeing whether that opportunity presents itself. But as we stand here today, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to put the government publishing office director in line with every other executive branch appointed legislative branch employee, like the architect of the Capitol, like the Librarian of Congress. And what's happening to the GPO has garnered bipartisan support today, and we need to continue to see that progress. I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the General Lady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also urge adoption of Senator Blunt's bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4791? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Loughran, seeks recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1396, I call up the bill S3969 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3969, an act to amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to explicitly authorize distribution of grant funds to the Voting Accessibility Protection and Advocacy System of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and the system serving the American Indian Consortium and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1396, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Loughran, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Loughran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S3969 in the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of S3969, the PAVA Program Inclusion Act. The bill before us today is bipartisan, bicameral, and a piece of legislation that makes an important technical correction in the Help America Vote Act's Protection and Advocacy for Vote Access, or PAVA. The program explicitly includes the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and the system serving the American Indian Consortium as eligible recipients of PAVA funding. When Congress passed the Help America Vote Act in 2002, it made significant changes to the country's voting process, addressing needed improvements to voting systems and voter access identified in the wake of the 2000 election. Since its enactment, Congress has provided billions of dollars under HAVA to help states improve voters' access to the ballot, including hundreds of millions of dollars in election security funds over fiscal year 18, 20, and 22, and $400 million under the CARES Act to help voters access the ballot during the COVID-19 pandemic. Among the numerous changes made, HAVA recognized the unique obstacles persons with disabilities face at the polls, authorizing funding for the Protection and Advocacy for Voting Access program, otherwise known as PAVA. The PAVA program funds activities aimed at increasing access to polls and the ballot for voters with disabilities, ensuring that they have access to all aspects of the voting process, and awarding funding to eligible protection and advocacy systems across the country. Since HAVA's enactment, the millions of dollars in funding allocated under the PAVA program allows protection and advocacy systems across the country to conduct activities such as disability training for poll workers, to maintaining voting hotlines, and examining polling places for accessibility and even more. There are 57 protection and advocacy systems across the 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, American Samoa, and the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, as well as the American Indian Consortium. The P&A, affiliated with the American Indian Consortium, serves Native Americans with disabilities in the Four Corners region of New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and Utah. P&As are federally mandated, and they protect the rights of persons with disability through legally based advocacy. Unfortunately, HAVA's definition excluded the protection and advocacy systems serving the Northern Mariana Islands and the American Indian Consortium serving the Four Corners region. I don't think we intended that, and this bill fixes that. Reintroduced this Congress by our colleague, Representative Ruben Gallego of Arizona, and our former House colleague, Senator Ray Lujan of New Mexico, S3969 puts the PAs serving the Northern Mariana Islands and the American Indian Consortium on equal footing with all 55 other P&As. It does so without changing the program's overall authorization level or any other elements of the program. Fixing this oversight will ensure all voters with disabilities, regardless of where they live, can fully participate in the electoral process. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter signed by all 57 protection and advocacy systems expressing support for the bill, as well as a letter of support from the National Disability Rights Network, a letter from the designated protection and advocacy systems in California and Illinois, all supporting this bill's package. Language making this correction has passed the House twice this Congress and other legislation, and it should be enacted into law. The Senate passed this bill by unanimous consent in March, and passing it in the House today would ensure that it would go to the President's desk to become law. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objections, the gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I'd like to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a different day here on the House floor for a debate over a bill with House administration jurisdiction. I once again agree with the majority that this is a good piece of legislation. Albeit, I was a little concerned when my colleague just mentioned that officials in California, Illinois support this bill. I had to take a step back and realize, well, maybe I'll talk to my team about who those officials are before I offer my wholehearted support. But in all seriousness, Mr. Speaker, as part of the Help America Vote Act created in 2002, Congress authorized funding for the protection and advocacy for voting access program to help ensure every eligible American, regardless of their abilities, can participate in the election process and cast their ballot privately and independently. Funds for the PAVA program are currently allocated to only 55 of 57 legally established protection and advocacy systems across the country. The bill today makes an important correction to ensure that both the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and the American Indian Consortium are included as eligible recipients for the first time. This bill, as mentioned by my colleague, sponsored by my good friend Senator Roy Blunt, passed the Senate by unanimous consent. And Republicans on the Committee on House Administration are supportive of these changes and have no issues with the bill. But to be honest, I am somewhat disappointed that my colleagues in the majority on House Administration have chosen not to pass this bill under suspension. For months, our staffs have been working together to pair the PAVA Program Inclusion Act with H.R. 8517, the Confirmation of Congressional Observer Access Act, a non-controversial bill brought forward by Election Subcommittee Ranking Member Brian Stile. Both bills make bipartisan non-controversial amendments to HAVA. Mr. Stiles' bill doesn't change federal law or practice, but simply provides a citation of convenience for existing law that gives the House authority to deploy official observers to watch the conduct of congressional elections in states and territories. Both Democrats and Republicans have long deployed House staff as election observers to monitor congressional elections. Sometimes our observers have had access difficulties, including in a widely publicized event in Maricopa County, Arizona 2 years ago. So we listened when many state and local election officials asked Congress to speak more clearly about this constitutional exercise so they can more readily provide access for our observers. which is why our committee staffs had agreed in principle to move both bills together. That was until just a few weeks ago when the Democrat staff said they had issues. But when my staff reached out, they couldn't say what those issues were and met my staff with silence. We gave Democrats another opportunity to bring these bills up together during Rules Committee earlier this week when Mr. Stile offered an amendment to include his election observer bill, but it was rejected along party lines. So now we're here on the House floor talking about a bill that should have passed under suspension alongside Congressman Stiles' common sense bill to ensure integrity and faith in our elections. While I support the bill before us today, I urge my Democrat colleagues in the majority to quickly bring forward the confirmation of Congressional Observer Access Act for a vote as well. I was encouraged by comments earlier this week at Rules Committee by my good friend, the chair of the Election Subcommittee, Congressman G.K. Butterfield, about Mr. Stiles' good piece of legislation, and continue to hope we can work together on a bipartisan basis to make it law. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the proponent of this legislation, from the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego.
So ordered. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to urge my colleagues vote yes on mine and Senator Lujan's bill, the PAVA Program Inclusion Act. This bill is based on a simple principle that every American should have equal access to the vote, no matter where they're from. S 3969 makes a long overdue fix to the Protection and Advocacy for Voting Access program to improve voting access for Native and rural voters with disabilities in Arizona, the Four Corners regions, and the Northern Mariana Islands. The PAVA program was first passed 20 years ago to break down barriers that Americans with disabilities face while exercising the most sacred right of all Americans, the right to vote. This program improves ADA compliance at polling locations, voting procedures for blind or deaf Americans, and training for poll workers to help Americans with disabilities cast their votes. Unfortunately, due to an oversight in the original Help America Vote Act, voters with disabilities in the Northern Mariana Islands and in the rural, largely tribal Four Corners regions of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado, they were not included in this critical program. That means for years, Americans with disabilities living in these regions have not received the investments they need to ensure that they can access the ballot. That's especially hard in Northeast Arizona, which is largely Indian country, where voters already often travel hours to get to the polling location, sometimes to find that it is not accessible to them. That must change. This bill is a necessary step to bring resources to Native and other rural voters with disabilities who are trying to do their civic duty. I strongly urge all my colleagues, Republican and Democrats, to vote yes and reaffirm the importance of voting access to all of everyone in our democracy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this institution for 10 years now, and there are certain individuals that get recognized for a minute, and then they speak a lot longer than a minute. I'd like to yield one of those minutes that Mr. Hoyer gets to my good friend, Mr. Stile, if that's available.
The gentleman will be recognized for 1 minute.
Well, then, Mr. Speaker, I would instead yield to my good friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from the great state of Illinois. Mr. Speaker, I support the Protection and Advocacy for Voting Access Inclusion Act, which makes a simple technical fix. It would now include, as noted, the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands and the American Indian Consortium as eligible recipients of funding that would help improve voting access for people with disabilities. Originally, this bill was to be paired with the confirmation of Congressional Observers Access Act on the suspension calendar. And I must note that I'm pretty disappointed we're not also moving forward with the Congressional Observers Access Act. I introduced this bill with the support of Ranking Member Davis in July, and I believe that it is a missed opportunity to increase Americans' public trust in our elections. The Observers Access Act would simply have clarified that designated congressional election observers, that individuals who've been designated in writing by Congress, would have the access they need to observe the administration of federal elections. This is not a partisan bill. In fact, Congress already has this authorization under the Constitution. The straightforward bill would have provided clarity, which our state and local election officials requested in order to more readily provide observer access. I'm disappointed my colleagues on the other side of the aisle walked away from doing these bills on suspension, and I encourage them to work with Ranking Member Davis and myself to get this passed as soon as possible. We must work together to take common sense steps that promote election integrity. I yield back to my colleague from Illinois.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Maryland, our majority leader, for a minute.
The majority leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Chair, perhaps we can yield to the ranking member because he would like to yield me 1 minute, I'm sure. I rise in support of this legislation. I was the sponsor of HAVA. Republicans were in charge, and I worked very closely with my friend Bob Ney on HAVA. It was a legislation that was called by the Washington Post the greatest reform legislation in 25 years since the Civil Rights Bill. That may have been some hyperbole, but it was a good bill. This bill corrects essentially a fault that we made in terms of its inclusiveness. The bill before us concerns two critical objectives that have been central to my work here in the House. The first is ensuring that those with disabilities have equal access to the same opportunities as their fellow Americans. On the 26th of July, we celebrated the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act signed by President George H.W. Bush. A very bipartisan piece of legislation that's made a historical difference. The second is ensuring that all eligible voters in America have access to the ballot box and can make their voices heard in our democracy. That is, after all, what our democracy is about. The PAVA program, Inclusion Act, helps accomplish both of those goals, and that's why I'm proud to bring it to the floor today. Specifically, this bill would improve access to the ballot for Americans with disabilities who live in the Northern Mariana Islands. Clearly, we wanted those included, and on Native American tribal lands in the Four Corners region of the Southwest, which also we expected we had done. This bill expands key programs first laid out in the Help America Vote Act, also known as HAVA, that provided funding to regional protection and advocacy systems to assist people with disabilities in the voting process. Although HAVA intended to provide funding for this important purpose to all P&A systems across the country, a technical oversight, as has been mentioned, led to the exclusion of these two regions. Today's legislation would correct that error and help us realize HAVA's original vision. I was proud to serve as the principal House sponsor, as I said, of HAVA back in 2002, along with Bob Ney, who was the Republican chair of the House Administration Committee and a very good friend of mine. We prepare to celebrate its 20th anniversary later this month. I'm glad to see that the groundbreaking law continues to evolve and be strengthened by the Congress. HAVA was based on the principle that the integrity of our democracy depends on the accessibility and accuracy of our electoral system. It brought together a bipartisan coalition to enact that legislation in order to establish a number of common sense policies that make voting easier and more secure. From reliable voting equipment to expanded provisional ballot access, HAVA and the Bipartisan Election Assistance Commission, which I strongly support, and I'm glad to see that we're investing in to make our federal participation more broad and more effective. Today's bill reminds us, however, that HAVA must continue to adapt to new needs and challenges. I very much appreciate the efforts of Chair Zoe Lofgren the gentlelady from California, who has worked so hard on voting rights issues as head of the House Administration Committee. And I thank the ranking member, Mr. Davis, as well. I want to thank Senator Lujan, our former House colleague, for authoring this bill and advancing it through the Senate. We must do everything in our power to ensure that people with disabilities, especially those from historically marginalized groups, such as Native Americans and Pacific Islanders, can participate equally and fully in our democracy. That's why I ask all of my colleagues to vote yes. And I yield back my 1 minute.
The gentlelady reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Can I a quick point of personal privilege? I mean, is there any way to get a time?
Recognized.
Is there any way to get a time of that magic minute this time so I can sign that for my good friend from Maryland? A printout in the congressional record?
The gentleman may consult the majority leader to ask him to look at his watch.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to do so, Mr. Speaker. And look, I've somewhat become used to being the antagonist to some of the majority's legislation when it comes to election administration, which I think has been so short-sighted on its impact to the American people. But this is one of those opportunities where we see good legislation come from the Senate, and this is an opportunity for us to show the American people that Republicans and Democrats can get along and pass important bills that are going to positively impact those who are disabled and ensure that every single person who may be dealing with a disability in this country and in our territories has the right to vote, the eligibility to vote, and the opportunity to vote. That's what this bill does. And really, I got to thank again my colleague Roy Blunt, Senator Blunt, who used to be in leadership in this institution, as many of us know and remember so well. I want to thank him for bringing Republicans and Democrats on the House Administration Committee and Leader Hoyer and I together on this very important issue. You know, he has been, I wish he would have come in earlier on some other issues. We might have had a little more bipartisan agreement. But I'll have to talk to him about that and ask him why he didn't do that. But thank you to my friend Leader Hoyer. Thank you to Chairperson Lofgren, and thank you to the staff for pushing this important bill forward. I am disappointed and optimistic that we did not get the election observer fixes that both parties want and need, and election administrators throughout this country have asked us to address. I'm disappointed that that was not part of a suspension agreement where this bill should have been, but I'm cautiously optimistic with the great opportunity for bipartisanship that we're seeing here today, that maybe it can continue after today. I won't hold my breath, but I will continue to remain optimistic and hopefully see that moving forward very quickly. Again, thanks to the chairperson. Thank you to Congressman Stile for his remarks. Thank you to Leader Hoyer and also, again, our good friend, Mr. Blunt. And I will take this opportunity to go ahead and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. We have agreement on this bill from the Senate, and that is a good thing. I should note that we have had discussions primarily at a staff level on the election observer measure mentioned by the ranking member and Mr. Stile. We continue to evaluate the proposal, but we found a few concerns, and I think I want to mention them now. It's not arbitrary. The proposed legislation does provide broad access, statutory access to observers, but it doesn't provide the ability of election officials to protect private, personally identifiable information of voters, and we think that needs to be addressed. The same section prohibits election officials from interfering, quote, with the elections administration process. The text doesn't give election officials the ability to remove observers if they are disruptive. And regrettably, we have seen across the country instances where advocates became aggressive, even in some cases, well, I'll leave it at that, aggressive towards elections officials, and there has to be a capacity to deal with that. We haven't had a hearing or markup on this. It's possible we will, but I didn't want to leave this just dangling out there because yes? I yield.
Thank you very much. I yielded back. This is the first time we've heard these concerns on the House floor today. So we have not had any discussion between our staffs. I would have loved to have worked through some of these.
Well,
this was an
reclaiming
amendment
my
to
time, my staff indicates that there have been discussions. Obviously, that was at a staff level, but I've outlined what the concerns are, and I would, at this point, like to close so that we can let the House get to its other business. And because this Election Observer Act, to go in suspension, both sides of the aisle need to agree. And I think that's a very important provision of our procedures that will continue whichever party is in the majority, and that was how this ended up. Because that bill really is not necessarily connected with this PAVA bill, I'll talk about another bill that is not connected with the PAVA bill, and that's the venue bill I mentioned earlier this morning. I forgot to mention, and I put it into the record last night, that the Progressive Policy Institute, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, opposes that venue provision. And I do think the fact that Senator Cruz and Senator Cotton and Senator Hawley and Mr. Buck and Mr. Gates are for it doesn't persuade me that it's a safe measure to move forward to, even though I very much support the Neguse bill. And if this does not pass today, I'm sure the Neguse bill will come back because we do need resources to enforce our antitrust laws. I am totally on board with that. With that, I hope that we will pass this bill from the Senate that will protect disabled voters in the Northern Mariana Islands and the American Indian Consortium, that they will have the same access to funding as all the others, and I urge support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for this exciting debate has expired. Pursuant to the House Resolution 1306, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those in opposition say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to amend the Help America Vote Act of 2002 to explicitly authorize distribution of grant funds to the voting accessibility protection and advocacy system of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and the system serving the American Indian Consortium and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill is passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 7780, the Mental Health Matters Act.
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 1396 and Rule 48, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the Senate on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7780. The chair appoints the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7780, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar number 373, H.R. 7780. A bill to support the behavioral needs of students and youth, invest in the school-based behavioral health workforce, and ensure access to mental health and substance use disorder benefits.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The gentleman from California, Mr. Desomnier. And the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the mental health crisis among American students, educators, and families. In 2021, 44% of students experienced persistent feelings of hopelessness. Almost 20% seriously considered suicide, and 9% of American kids attempted suicide. Regrettably, 80% of youth in need of mental health do not have the services that they need in their communities to heal. As a result, educators have been forced to play an outsized role in supporting and responding to students' mental health needs, leading to increased depression and trauma among educators, their students, and the families in the community. However, our schools do not have the specialized staff necessary to respond to the increased prevalence and complexity of students' mental health needs. According to a 2019 study, no state met the student to social worker ratio of 1 social worker for every 250 students, as recommended by the National Association of Social Workers. Not one state. On top of that, the national ratio of school psychologists per students during the 2020 to 2022 school years was 1 psychologist per every 1,162 students, more than double the ratio recommended by the National Association of School Psychologists. Clearly, this isn't acceptable. The rise in mental health challenges is not isolated in students and educators. Nearly half of the United States' workforce now suffers from mental health issues since COVID-19 and the pandemic started. Yet many workers are denied the mental health and substance use disorder benefits they are legally entitled to receive under their employer-sponsored health plan. In a recent report to Congress, the Department of Labor, Health, and Human Services and the Treasury found widespread violations of the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act by group health plans. These plans, unfortunately, some of them are failing to maintain parity between behavioral health benefits and physical health benefits as required by statute. The report recommended that Congress enhance the Secretary of Labor's capacity to enforce the parity law, including providing authority to impose civil monetary penalties for violations. Notably, the same recommendations were made by former President Trump's Commission on Combating the Opioid Crisis, which was led by then New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. In response to these violations and the national mental health crisis, I introduced the Mental Health Matters Act, which includes proposals championed by several committee members. This legislation helps Head Start agencies implement evidence-based interventions to improve the behavioral health of children and staff in Head Start programs. It improves trauma-informed services in schools by developing innovative initiatives to link schools and local educational agencies with local trauma-informed support and mental health systems. It requires colleges and universities to accept existing documentation of disability and provide reasonable accommodations so disabled students can achieve success in higher education. Also provides the Department of Labor with enhanced authority to ensure that private employer-sponsored group health plans and insurers comply with the mental health parity and related laws. The bill ensures workers who are wrongfully denied health or retirement benefits under their job-based plans have meaningful access to the courts. And finally, this legislation directs the Department of Education to award grants to build a pipeline of school-based mental health service providers and increase the number of mental health professionals serving in elementary and secondary schools in high-need areas. Mr. Speaker, simply put, the Mental Health Matters Act delivers the resources students, educators, and families need to improve their well-being. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I thank my good friend from California for yielding time. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 7780, the Mental Health Matters Act, is a package of bills our country would be better off without. For example, Title VI of the bill, the Strengthening Behavioral Health Benefits Act, contains dangerous policy which would threaten access to critical workplace benefits. How would this legislation drive employers to drop benefits? H.R. 7780 allows the Department of Labor, DOL, to level civil monetary penalties against plans and employers for ambiguous mental health parity violations. Employers who offer mental health benefits under the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, do so voluntarily. They should not be penalized for violating standards that are unclear and vague. Republicans and Democrats alike support mental health parity, which is why Congress has passed multiple laws to ensure employers are able to meet mental health parity requirements. Yet, despite receiving explicit direction from Congress outlining what DOL must provide to plans, the department has yet to issue guidance. Employers and plans have been asking the department for years to comply with the law and provide examples which illustrate compliance and noncompliance, recommendations to advance compliance, and clarifying information on how plans may demonstrate compliance. However, instead of helping plans comply, DOL has blamed them for not being able to read the minds of Washington bureaucrats. Providing DOL with the authority to level civil monetary penalties against plans and increase their risk of litigation will only force plans to drop mental health coverage. This legislation would also increase DOL's budget for mental health parity enforcement by an additional $275 million over 10 years. A sure sign DOL wants to double down on its aggression towards employers. This money would be better spent on compliance assistance instead of targeting employers based on ambiguous standards. Additionally, Title VII, the Employee and Retiree Access to Justice Act, gets rid of arbitration clauses, class action waivers, and discretionary clauses in employee benefit plans. This opens the door to increased litigation against plan sponsors, which could drastically increase the cost of administering these plans. Democrats are treating ERISA arbitration like a treacherous backroom deal. But in reality, arbitration settles disputes more quickly and more often in favor of claimants than litigation. The only people who benefit from months and months in litigation are trial lawyers. This bill also contains provisions regarding the youth mental health crisis. There's bipartisan agreement that addressing the mental health of youth matters. However, we can't ignore the fact that Democrats exacerbated the youth mental health situation by prolonging school shutdowns. At the behest of teachers' unions, Democrat politicians from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to school district administrators kept classrooms shuttered despite knowing that schools were not major vectors of spread and that children were suffering from this forced isolation. The results have been catastrophic. In 2021, more than 1/3 of high school students reported they experienced poor mental health during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to one study from February to March 2021, the number of ER visits by young girls for suspected suicide attempts was up by more than 50% compared to 2019. School closures failed students, which is why we should be spending our time addressing the massive learning loss students suffered because of these shutdowns. This is a problem that cannot be neglected, especially if we want to see these young people have as bright a future as possible. Lastly, H.R. 7780 includes the Respond, Innovate, Succeed, and Empower, or RISE Act, the intent of which Republicans support. While I agree that students with disabilities shouldn't have to jump through hoops to obtain accommodations at school, this legislation will have unintended consequences as currently drafted. For example, this legislation forces colleges and universities to accept outdated documentation from students who are claiming disability status, but who do not in fact have a disability. This legislation should have been debated with stakeholders before being rushed to the House floor. But as usual, Democrats took a shortcut. I would encourage my colleagues to work across the aisle and utilize the deliberative process to form more common sense and targeted legislation if they actually want to address our country's mental health situation. H.R. 7780 is a bill that tries to do too much, and none of it well. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentle lady reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to say that it's always delightful, truthfully, to see my friend and our differences of opinion, and I see Mr. Allen will speak as well, my wonderful colleague and ranking member of the subcommittee. And just as a former small business owner, the term voluntary is, in my view, accurate in the sense that it is an employer's choice to provide health insurance, but the parity is required by statute once to having done that. So it's a question of terminology, perhaps. And as I've said, even just shortly ago, I'm ready to work with my friend to work on enforcement mechanisms that are efficient, because I think we all agree there's a problem here in this country about mental health in kids, and how we enforce the best possible enforcement for employers, because the vast majority of employers do the right thing, but how to make sure that people who don't do the right thing, and thereby get an advantage if we don't enforce the laws against law-abiding employers. That I really think that we can work something out. This is the best mechanism I see right at the moment, however imperfect, but I look forward to continuing the conversation. And with that, I would ask Mr. Chair to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Oregon, the chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Human Services of the Education and Labor Committee.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I rise today in support of the Mental Health Matters Act. I thank Representative DeSaulnier for your leadership and for yielding, and I thank Chairman Scott as well for making this important issue a priority in the committee. In the fall of 2020, pediatric experts declared a national state of emergency in children's mental health. Our nation's students continue to face significant and serious challenges with social, emotional, and mental health. We must meet them where they are by providing evidence-based treatment and support so they can learn and thrive. This timely legislation provides needed resources and will greatly improve the behavioral health of children and school staff by building a pipeline of school-based mental health service providers. And I just want to mention the Balmer Institute, which is going to be opening soon in Oregon for that very purpose. Because stress can affect the developing brain, this bill invests in Head Start to address the mental and behavioral health of young children and to support staff wellness. Importantly, the bill will also support students with disabilities beyond their high school education by including my bipartisan bill, the Respond, Innovate, Succeed, and Empower, or RISE Act. Students with disabilities face many barriers to earning a degree or credential after high school. Without proper accommodations, students with disabilities complete college at a lower rate than their peers without disabilities. Less than 5% of students with disabilities disclose their specific learning disability to their college because of stigma. Currently, students are required to obtain expensive and expansive new evaluations before they can access special education services in college. This onerous process poses additional unnecessary barriers to success for students with disabilities. The RISE Act is bipartisan legislation that aims to provide students with disabilities with affirmation, comfort, and peace of mind during their transition from high school to college by allowing college students to use existing documentation of a disability, whether it's an IEP, 504 plan, or another type of commonly recognized documentation when seeking accommodations on campus. My bipartisan bicameral RISE Act will make it easier for students with disabilities to access the support services they need by easing the burdensome, expensive, and redundant requirements students frequently face when entering college. This action alone could save families hundreds, even thousands of dollars. I thank my co-leads, Representatives Bouchon, Schreier, and McMorris-Rogers, for supporting the RISE Act, Chairman Scott for including the RISE Act in this important mental health package we are discussing today, and to Speaker Pelosi and Leader Hoyer for bringing the Mental Health Matters Act to the floor. By considering this legislation, we are showing a commitment to serving our nation's most vulnerable students and making our schools and colleges safer and more welcoming places to learn. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the important Mental Health Matters Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady is back. Gentlemen, reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member, thank you for the opportunity to talk about this important legislation. Millions of Americans experience mental health issues and struggle to find adequate care. We all agree on that in this chamber. This is especially true among our nation's youth, due in large part to the prolonged school closures championed by the Democrats. Republicans have continually stressed the mental health toll students have shouldered because of these school closures. The closures were led by Democrats in Democrat-run states who are allies of the teachers' unions. That is why I've also introduced H.R. 787, the Expanding Student Access to Mental Health Services Act, which would authorize state and local educational agencies to use student support and academic enrichment grants to improve mental health services available to students by allowing funds to be used for identifying and disseminating best practices for mental health first aid, emergency planning, coordination of services, and telehealth services. I would have loved to introduce this bill as an amendment to H.R. 7780, but unfortunately the Democrats did not allow any amendments to this legislation on the floor today. Rather than working in a bipartisan manner to reform our current mental health care systems, Democrats are pushing a bill that will punish employers for offering mental health benefits to their employees and incite brash litigation against benefit plan sponsors. Let me repeat, Democrats are pushing a bill that will punish employers for offering mental health benefits to their employees and incite brash litigation against benefit plan sponsors. To add insult to injury, H.R. 7780 recklessly spends $275 million taxpayer dollars under the guise of mental health parity enforcement, but the Department of Labor hasn't even clarified what mental health parity means. So we're going to pass it and then figure out what it means. We've heard that before. How can it be enforced if no one understands what is, and how can we authorize this funding without vetting how it will be spent? Additionally, H.R. 7780 prohibits arbitration clauses, class action waivers, and discretionary clauses from employee benefit plans under the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, known as ERISA. In short, this bill will only benefit trial lawyers and will lead to a reduction in mental health benefits, as employers will have to divert money to pay attorney's fees. This is precisely why I tried to submit an amendment to the bill on the floor today, almost the same amendment I offered during the markup in the Education and Labor Committee, which the Democrats failed to pass. My proposed amendment would have made the Department of Labor's ability to bring civil action against ERISA plans offering mental health benefits conditional on the department issuing additional guidance on these vague mental health parity requirements or parity requirements. I would also strike the $275 million in funding that has been allocated to the Department of Labor, but again, Democrats blocked our ability to offer amendments. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Democrats exempt unions from some of the most damaging provisions of the bill. It is imperative that we address the mental health crisis that is plaguing our society, but we should do that by ensuring access to reliable, high-quality, and affordable mental health services. Could I have 30 more seconds?
Yield the gentleman 30 more seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Nice.
Mr. Chair, I emphasize, it is imperative that we address the mental health crisis that is plaguing our society. We all agree here in the House on that, but we should do that by ensuring access to reliable, high-quality, and affordable mental health services, not by punishing employers with undue litigation for offering these benefits to our workers. I remain committed to finding solutions to combat the mental health problem in this country, especially our youth. It is my hope that in the future that House, as my chairman said, that House Democrats will work in a bipartisan manner to address this crisis rather than bringing damaging legislation such as H.R. 7780 to the floor, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the very distinguished gentleman from Connecticut and member of the Education and Labor Committee, Mr. Courtney.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for years, leaders in mental health and addiction have been sounding the alarm that despite the best intentions, our nation's mental health parity laws are not meeting the needs and expectations of patients. Existing mental health parity laws were supposed to ensure that patients access mental health benefits with the same ease as medical benefits under their insurance. Unfortunately, we know that patients and their families are continuing to struggle with barriers to needed treatment that should be prohibited under existing law. The 2022 Mental Health Parity Report to Congress from the U.S. Department of Labor, HHS, and Treasury found that health plans and insurers are failing to comply with our federal parity laws at an alarming rate, meaning that plans are illegally denying claims for treatment associated with mental or behavioral health conditions at a time when substance use disorder, depression, anxiety, and other mental health conditions are rising rapidly, especially for children. The legislation we're considering today would implement recommendations to fix this. The Mental Health Matters Act includes my legislation, the Strengthening Behavioral Health Benefits Act, which would bolster the ability of the Department of Labor to effectively enforce the mental health parity laws and provide resources to the Department of Labor to help bring plans into compliance. The goal here is compliance, not retribution. In their 2022 report, DOL made a series of recommendations for ways Congress can amend ERISA to empower the department and patients to hold insurance companies accountable to the law. In this legislation today, we are codifying those recommendations. This will help patients recover funds spent on treatment that their insurance companies should have paid for and empower DOL to require insurance companies to revisit claims that they wrongfully denied. It will also allow penalties to be levied against plans that are found in violation of law, which do not exist today. And as the old ancient legal maxim says, without a remedy, there is no right. And that's what this bill is doing, it is enhancing people's rights for mental health parity. It's worth emphasizing that the 2022 Parity Report to Congress isn't the first time the executive branch, 30 seconds.
I'd like to yield 30 more seconds.
This is not the first time the executive branch has asked for additional authority from Congress. President Trump's Commission on Opioids issued a report in 2017 which asked for exactly the same reforms. DOL must be given the real authority to regulate the health insurance industry. The health insurers are not following federal law requiring parity in the reimbursement of mental health and addiction. They must be held responsible. That is a quote from Chris Christie, the chairman of President Trump's opioid task force. We are executing on a bipartisan recommendations that came from the prior administration and from the Biden administration to create a real mental health parity system in our nation. I urge passage of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, our colleagues keep saying the goal is compliance. Well, if the goal is compliance, then it's up to the department to define the standard. Employers do not know what the standard is, therefore they do not know what is expected of them to comply. With that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member Fox. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 7780. The China virus lockdowns of our schools resulted in an undisputed increase in mental health issues for our students, for our children. And this bill is yet another leftist response to the lockdown problems that Democrats created. Thanks to Democrat lockdowns, in collusion with their beloved teachers' unions, students across this country are suffering academically and mentally. You know, students, remember, the ones who we were supposed to put first in decisions regarding our schools. That's what we used to do. But 9-year-old students have suffered a 7-point drop in math scores and a 5-point drop in reading scores since 2020, losing 20 years of academic progress, meaning children today are posting the same test scores in reading and math as they did 20 years ago. And the CDC reports that students who experienced long-term isolation from schools because Democrats would not reopen or let the kids come back to school, they have experienced acutely higher feelings of hopelessness and higher rates of attempted suicide as a result. According to one report, emergency room visits for young girls for attempted suicides were 51% higher in the spring of 2021 than in the same period in 2019. History will judge us harshly for how we've treated children during the China virus pandemic. Regarding how this government crushed the economy, this government crushed small businesses, this government crushed individual liberties, and sacrificed our children on the altar of the leftist political agenda and the special interest groups. But yet Democrats still don't want to acknowledge that the pandemic is over. The president said it, and then of course his staff is walking that back. Maybe it's because they want to hold on to the power that they've accumulated in the name of the emergency. Or maybe they want to hold on to the proxy voting in this chamber. Or maybe they want to hold on the expansion of government and the expansion of the welfare state. But with poll numbers plunging and suburban moms and minorities and others fleeing the Democrat Party, not to mention literally fleeing blue states that are even more destroyed by their policies, they are suddenly realizing Democrats are saying, Houston, we've got a problem. But their solutions are all wrong and promise more of what created the suffering across America. They don't want to understand or don't care to understand that it was government that exacerbated the problems from the China virus lockdowns that caused the mental health issues for our students. And expanding this government will only increase the problem. H.R. 7780 prohibits arbitration and conflict resolution clauses in employee benefit plans, creating an opening for trial lawyers, perhaps the only group that the Democrats love more than teachers' unions, trial lawyers, allowing them to sue and trip up business owners in troublesome and expensive litigation. Instead of empowering business owners after the harmful lockdown mandates from the Democrats, they instead want to create more ways to hurt the American economy, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from California for his enormous leadership and that of the sponsors of this legislation. It is always baffling to me, as I've served in the floor, I've spoken on the floor of the House and served in this Congress, how colleagues can look a crisis in the face and run head on as a locomotive, smashing the solution, speaking ill about those who need and are suffering, and that's what we're hearing today. I am very glad to rise and support the Mental Health Matters Act, H.R. 7780, and I hope some of my friends on the other side of the aisle will recognize that we are the problem solvers. We're not the bomb throwers. We're not supposed to be looking at every solution, and because it comes from somebody of a different party, we want to fight them for it. I know what happened during the pandemic. I was out in the community doing testing and vaccination. I talked to parents about the online learning, those who didn't have access to broadband, and I knew what it did to the children. Why? Because children view schools and their daily activities as their work. Adults go to work, children go to school. It builds their confidence, their sense of esteem, their friendships, lifelong friendships. And that was all undone because of the pandemic. And you know what else we did? We saved lives. If we had continued in-school learning, we would have lost thousands of children and their families. We must repair what was broken, not because we broke it, but because there was a pandemic. And so this legislation provides grants to build a pipeline of school-based mental health service providers, more nurses in the school. It directs the Department of Education to award grants to state agencies to develop more school-based mental health providers. Requires institutions of higher learning to let incoming students with existing documentation have access to disability resources, and creates a grant program I'm most excited about, increasing student access to evidence-based trauma. They experience trauma. And add to that trauma the families in Uvalde that I visited on Monday who are still crying with the pain of the loss of their children. It is clearly a bill that we should accept, and it is a bill that I support enthusiastically, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the Mental Health Matters Act of 7780. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment to H.R. 7780 would establish that parents have the right to be informed of any mental health related issues with their children. In other words, schools may not hide critical information from parents. And before my colleagues say this isn't necessary or this isn't needed, just open social media and you'll find examples of teachers and school personnel bragging about how they covertly discuss transgender issues with their students, regardless of their accordance with school or state laws. I think it's disappointing that it has come to this, that on the House floor, we have to make an affirmative case for parents' rights. Yet here we are. School officials and personnel are not the parents. School officials and personnel have no right to ignore a parent's decision on what they think is best for their child. This amendment protects both parents and students. It would ensure that parents are never excluded from their children's health conversations and that teachers and administrators can't make these decisions unilaterally. If you want to protect children, believe in families, and support hardworking parents, then you must agree with us and support our motion to recommit. Every mother and father in this chamber should want to know what is happening with their children. Every one of us has the right to know what a person is telling our child. If we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Education and Labor to consider my amendment, H.R. 7780, to protect parents' rights. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
That request will be covered under general leave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to pass this amendment so we could provide the assurance to parents that they have the right to protect their children. And with that, sir, I yield back.
Now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recognize the distinguished member from Connecticut and member of the Educational Labor Committee, Ms. Hayes, for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as a teacher, I rise in strong support of the Mental Health Matters Act. This crucial legislation will help rebuild schools and address the mental health crisis plaguing our country by providing schools with resources to help students and educators heal and recover after this pandemic. I'm excited that this package includes my legislation, the Supporting Trauma-Informed Education Practices Act. My legislation specifically will help develop and improve prevention, screening, referral, treatment, and support services to students. It will implement school-wide positive behavioral interventions and provide professional development to school personnel. This legislation will also engage with families and communities to increase awareness of child and youth trauma. The broader impact of the pandemic on students and their families is often overlooked. We talk about the number of children who were lost as a result being low, but I remind everyone that those children lost parents and grandparents and neighbors and community members to the COVID-19 pandemic. That loss has taken a tremendous toll on their ability to learn and thrive in school. The impact of trauma is greater than just one incident. No person, especially a child, should ever have to carry that weight alone. As students continue to heal from the most traumatizing interruption to their academic journeys, they need strong, reliable, and accessible support services. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to ensure students recover completely, and with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to correct the record regarding a comment Chairman Scott made at the Rules Committee Tuesday that employers must offer mental health benefits. Most health plans governed by ERISA are not required to offer mental health benefits. Let me repeat myself. Most mental health benefits offered by employers with ERISA plans are offered voluntarily. Offering comprehensive health coverage is a valuable tool used to recruit and retain employees. When employers choose to offer mental health benefits, those benefits must be at parity with other benefits. But what parity means is a matter of debate, which is the root of the problem here. The Mental Health Parity Act of 1996 required mental health parity for plans that choose to provide mental health benefits. When these employer-sponsored plans cover mental health benefits, they must abide by mental health parity laws. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 directed the Department of Labor to provide additional assistance to plans to comply with parity requirements. DOL has ignored Congress's mandate to provide additional assistance to plans and is instead expecting plans to read the minds of Washington bureaucrats or face litigation and fines. The problem with this top-down approach is that employers do not have to subject themselves to DOL's whims. Employers are choosing to cover mental health benefits. They can just as easily choose not to offer mental health benefits if Washington is intent on making it too challenging or costly. DOL should follow the law and issue additional guidance, specifically standards, to employers and plans. But helping employers would undermine the Democrats' long-term goal of weakening employer-sponsored insurance and implementing government-run health care. With that, Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to recognize the distinguished member from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you for yielding. Recently, hospital staff and healthcare providers in my district shared with me that their emergency rooms are filled with children and teens struggling with their mental health. We know rates of youth anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation have skyrocketed across the country. And while this was a problem before COVID, the pandemic has made it so much worse. This is a national emergency, and specifically in our schools. Last year, 75% of public schools reported increased concerns around students showing trauma symptoms, yet only half of those schools felt they had the resources to be able to address students' mental health needs. Our children need help, and our parents need a place to turn. The Mental Health Matters Act includes legislation to address the critical and unmet needs for school-based mental health providers. My legislation establishes a 5-year grant program to recruit and retain counselors in public schools, ensuring that whether you're in Head Start or high school, kids have the mental health care support they need to be healthy and thrive. A yes vote today for this act is a vote for a healthy future for all. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair, could I ask how much time we have left?
Gentleman from California has 14 minutes remaining.
Okay. To my distinguished colleague, we have no more speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
Woman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll be happy to close.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Passing H.R. 7780 would do a disservice to students, workers, and job creators. This legislation has been weighed, it has been measured, and it has been found wanting. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Woman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I love my good friend's closing. That was artful and poetic. But I respectfully disagree, but I look forward to continuing the conversation, particularly around enforcement and the definition of parity. To me, as a former employer, I thought parity was clear, but if we need more clarity for some employers, I'm happy to have that discussion. Mr. Speaker, as lawmakers, we have a duty to support Americans' health and well-being. The Mental Health Matters Act will help us deliver on that goal by ensuring students, educators, and families receive the support they need to lead healthier and happier lives and provide America with future generations of healthy and happy providers. I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia, Chairman Scott, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Assistant Speaker Clark, the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for their leadership on this legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-67 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in House Report 117-507. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to the amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 117-507. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as designee of the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
1, printed in House Report number 117-507, offered by Mr. Trone of Maryland.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1396, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Trone, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the mental health of our students at institutions of higher education. Studies show that 73% of college students suffer a mental health crisis during their time in college. I came to Congress to improve the future outlook of our country. Well, Mr. Speaker, our children, they are that future. How will our children succeed if they do not have the proper support to flourish? The underlying bill will benefit the mental health of our youth and college-age students, and my amendment seeks to provide additional guidance to colleges that are trying to help. My amendment requires the Department of Education to provide recommendations on how to improve the mental health and substance use disorder resources on college campuses and guidance on how to adhere to the current federal laws around access to mental health disability services. We owe our children the best possible opportunity to succeed, and that means paying attention to their mental health in the same way we pay attention to their grades, keeping them mentally fit. Thanks to Representative Porter for her continued advocacy for students' mental health and Representative Bonamici to co-sponsor the amendment. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to oppose the amendment offered by Representative Porter and Representative Trone. Much of this amendment is well-intentioned. The amendment authorizes the Department of Education to conduct a study to understand better the prevalence of mental health disabilities and substance abuse disorders on campus. The amendment also authorizes the Department of Education, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, to issue guidance to institutions on how they can continue to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and other legal obligations when serving students with mental health disabilities and substance use disorders. However, this amendment has some issues. This amendment includes broader language that could allow the Department of Education to deviate from issuing guidance on complying with these existing laws and open the door for the Department of Education to speculate on a variety of other institution policies. For example, language in this amendment could permit the Department of Education to prohibit colleges and universities from enforcing their codes of conduct when students engage in drug use that violates campus policies, which would make campuses less safe and less able to support students with mental health disabilities or substance use disorders. Unfortunately, this amendment did not go through the normal committee process, where it would be my hope that much of this language could have been discussed and revised. I believe we all want to ensure students struggling with mental health disabilities are provided the appropriate legal accommodations by their institutions. However, this amendment fails to do that, so I will oppose and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I sit on 3 college boards, and all the college presidents' commentary is the same. We have a major issue on mental health in our colleges, and they would love to have guidance from experts at the Department of Education. Will this be perfect? No. Is anything perfect? No. We all know perfection is the enemy of the good. So I suggest we move forward and pass this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we're hearing a lot lately about how bills are imperfect, but we should go ahead and pass them. Mr. Chairman, we have an opportunity to improve legislation before we pass it, but there seems to be no appetite on the part of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to act in a bipartisan fashion to improve legislation. Why in the world do we want to vote for things that are imperfect but could be improved when there is a will to do that on our side of the aisle? It makes no sense. This amendment needs work done to it before we could possibly support it, and I suggest that we set it aside, set the bill aside, and work on those things that need to be improved, demand that the Department of Labor do its job, clean this up, and then we can pass good legislation, maybe not perfect, but certainly better than what we are facing here today. I agree, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but for heaven's sakes, let's pass good legislation, not legislation that isn't as good as it could be. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, no on the underlying bill, and yield back the balance of my time.
They consume the clothes.
Yeah, the gentleman yielded back his time. The
I yielded on
gentleman
the
from
basis
North
that-
Carolina
I
yielded
yielded
back.
on the basis that Mr. Trona
Right.
yielded. Thank you.
Both members have yielded back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in House Report 117-507. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as a designee of the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervyn, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 117-507, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1396, the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. For nearly 3 years, frontline and essential workers have experienced traumatic stress while navigating different and difficult barriers and new challenges in the workplace. Studies have shown that nearly 2/3 of adults, 63%, believe their lives have been irreversibly changed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and many reported worsening mental health, traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, sleep disorders, and other negative health outcomes. For those who experience loss or workplace violence and harassment, traumatic stress can make a demanding workload, longer shifts, repeated staff shortages, and administrative challenges difficult to manage. That's why Representative Mervyn introduced H.R. 8887, the Prioritizing Workplace Mental Health and Resilience Act. Throughout my career in public office, I have worked to ensure that resources are available for those impacted by PTSD, anxiety, depression, and other mental health conditions. The pandemic was particularly challenging for many members of organized labor in the manufacturing and construction industry who continue to show up to work every day during that challenging time, and this provision would aim to give them the support they deserve. As Mr. Mervyn's designee, I'm offering the text of his Prioritizing Workplace Mental Health and Resilience Act as an amendment, H.R. 7780, today. This amendment will ensure affected workers who made it possible for our nation to recover from various challenges posed by COVID-19 in the public health emergency, they are afforded the adequate support services during their times of need. The amendment will establish a research program to identify and apply comprehensive approaches to support frontline and essential workers exposed to and affected by workplace stressors that contribute to adverse mental health outcomes. If adopted, this amendment will require NIOSH, the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, to coordinate with other research programs within the Institute to develop comprehensive, evidence-based approaches to support mental health and behavioral health. Inform NIOSH on best practices, recommendations for organizational level workplace and interventions, support the Institute's mission to prevent worker injury or illness and reduce the risk of such mental health outcomes among frontline, essential, and other affected workers. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Republicans are committed to addressing the nation's mental health crisis, including in the workplace. Unfortunately, this amendment, while spending $30 million, puts the cart before the horse and does nothing to address the serious flaws in H.R. 7780. If Democrats were serious about improving mental health resources and implementing best practices in the workplace, they would strike the provisions in the underlying bill that will make it more difficult for employers to offer mental health benefits. Still, the amendment as written is not ready for prime time. First, I have concerns about the program's bloated $30 million price tag over 3 years. It's all too common for Congress to throw money at a problem without any oversight or accountability to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent in the most effective way possible. The amendment also establishes inappropriate criteria for the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, to examine. This includes how changes in workplace protocols or traumatic grief from COVID-19 in the workplace contributes to adverse worker mental health. These criteria are overly prescriptive. Congress should let NIOSH do its job in determining what kinds of workplace factors contribute to poor mental health. Further, the amendment directs NIOSH to report to Congress within a year on whether the best practices have been developed and adopted by relevant stakeholders. However, the Department of Labor's vague and unclear guidance on mental health parity makes it challenging for employers to offer mental health benefits. And H.R. 7780 would only increase the risk for employers offering mental health benefits. I'm disappointed by the lack of effort to develop a workable bipartisan solution to study the mental health of our nation's workers before this flawed legislation was rushed to the floor by Democrats. This is a partisan amendment to a partisan bill and a missed opportunity to improve health care for workers. I urge a no vote on the amendment and the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. In closing, I will just say it's vital that we address the adverse mental health outcomes that stem from work environments and provide resources to workers living with PTSD, anxiety, depression, and other mental health conditions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated on the last amendment, this bill needs a lot of work. Republicans are more than willing to work with our colleagues across the aisle to make the bill better, to make this amendment better. Again, Democrats' favorite ploy to solve a problem is to throw money at it, but not have clear standards, not hold agencies accountable, and not have a clear plan. Republicans have plans for how to get things done better in this country, and we'd be so much better off if we could work in a bipartisan manner to bring bills to the floor, have them go through regular order, and spend time debating them together. We want legislation that helps our situations in the country, not throw money at it, not just say, well, let's try this imperfect approach and see what will happen. Throw something against the wall and see if it'll stick. That is a rotten way to run this country, Mr. Chairman. We can do better. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, the committee rises.
That's it? Do I have to have the microphone on? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 7780, and pursuant to House Resolution 1396, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 7780, and pursuant to House Resolution 1396, reports the bill as amended pursuant to that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 1396, the question on adoption of the further amendments will be put on gross. The question is on adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to support the behavioral needs of students and youth, invest in the school-based behavioral health workforce, and ensure access to mental health and substance use disorder benefits.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. McLean of Michigan moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7780 to the Committee on Education and Labor.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. No, I'm sorry. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The gentlewoman has requested the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Exactly. You good? You think we're good? Looks like they're in position, we're in position.
I call up H.R. 3843, the Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 375, H.R. 3843, a bill to promote antitrust enforcement and protect competition through adjusting pre-merger filing fees and increasing antitrust enforcement resources.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1396, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-66 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 3843.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3843 is bicameral, bipartisan legislation that consists of 3 distinct titles, each of which would make modest but important improvements to modernize our antitrust system and to help protect competition. Title I of the bill updates the filing fees that merging parties pay to the federal antitrust enforcers that review their transactions. These fees have not been updated in 2 decades, which has left these agencies in desperate need of more resources to complete their increasingly heavy workload. This bill raises the fees that parties pay for large transactions and lowers the fee that parties pay for small and medium-sized transactions, which ensures that larger deals pay their fair share. Critically, this legislation raises revenue to support necessary antitrust enforcement while also saving taxpayers $1.4 billion over the next 5 years. Title II of the bill requires merging parties to notify the antitrust agencies if they are subsidized by countries or entities that are strategic or economic threats to the United States. This notification requirement gives the agencies immediate access to the information they need to assess the full competitive consequences of subsidized transactions and enables them to better protect U.S. economic interests when they review proposed mergers. Title III of this legislation ensures that states do not have to waste precious time and taxpayer dollars when they litigate antitrust suits in federal courts. It does this by exempting state enforcement of the federal antitrust laws from the often time-consuming and costly multi-district litigation process. Federal antitrust enforcement agencies are already exempt from this process, and the bill simply puts state antitrust enforcement on equal footing with the federal government. Each element of this legislation enjoys bicameral, bipartisan support. Titles I and II have already passed the House as part of the America Competes Act, and Title III passed the Senate by unanimous consent. Together, they would help ensure that our antitrust agencies have the resources they need to protect competition, would provide important disclosures about foreign economic adversaries, and would strengthen state enforcement of our antitrust laws. I want to thank Mr. Neguse for sponsoring this important package of bipartisan legislation. I also want to thank Mr. Cicilline and Mr. Buck, the chair and ranking members of the Antitrust Subcommittee, for their leadership on these bills and on competition issues generally. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no. While parts of this bill have some support, the package before us today does nothing but empower the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission. Why would we support more funding for unaccountable officials in the Biden administration, particularly these two agencies, Department of Justice, in light of what we've seen from them over the past several months? Time and time again, they have weaponized that agency to go after the American people. Now, some are asserting that, oh no, this wouldn't give more money to the bureaucracy, but this is the kind of Washington budget gimmick that the swamp uses to grow government all the time. In the majority's own committee report on the bill, they acknowledge, quote, the updated fee structure would provide the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission with additional resources to review mergers and enforce the antitrust laws. More money for Merrick Garland and the DOJ to harass the American people. Even proponents of the bill are talking about how this would get resources to the agencies while saying it doesn't include an appropriation. This logic is laughable. We know where this money's gone. In fact, the chairman of the committee said in his opening remarks, he said DOJ and FTC are in, quote, desperate need of more resources. We know where this money's gone. $280 million, $140 million to each agency every single year. The Congress has already appropriated money to hire 87,000 new IRS agents, and now we're going to give hundreds of millions of dollars to the DOJ and the FTC. Such a deal for the taxpayer. Where does it stop? If you want to do something about big tech, this bill is not the vehicle. A bill that empowers these two agencies to, I think, collude with big tech to come after conservatives is not the way to go. I hope that we can vote this down. Mr. Speaker, I urge, as I said before, I urge a no vote and reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill, and I do so reluctantly because Title I, raising the fees for enforcement, I'm for that. As a matter of fact, I'm a co-sponsor of that bill. And Title II, the foreign measure, I'm for that. But Title III is going to create a problem. This has been advanced as if it's non-controversial. That is not the case. It's complicated. Let me try and be very simple. In 1968, Congress enacted a provision where if there was a multiplicity of antitrust lawsuits filed by state AGs who have concurrent jurisdiction, a senior panel could consolidate the cases so you wouldn't have inconsistent discovery, inconsistent decisions outside of the various regions. Now, you don't need that with the Department of Justice because they do the consolidation internally when they bring the case. But that's why it worked for AG, and it's worked very well for a long time. Now, contrary to what some have said, this is not a tech change. This is a venue change for all businesses, which is why I think the Chamber of Commerce said they would score the vote. But I think we need to listen to the main proponent, Mr. Buck, of this, because last night during the rule debate, he said, big tech is crushing competition and crushing conservative speech. And that's what his venue bill is about, to prevent moderation of speech. Now, content moderation is important. We have seen in the January 6th committee a lot of material that has spread lies, that has incited violence, and that content should be moderated. It should not be subject to a bogus effort by state AGs to prevent content moderation through the antitrust provision. And to claim that that would not happen, I mean, AGs can bring cases right now without this provision. In fact, California just did against Amazon. Fine, go at it if you've got a case. But if you don't think that the Attorney General of Texas, who's currently hiding from a process server and facing other legal complications, wouldn't try to use this to undermine content moderation, I think you're sadly mistaken. And that would be, I'm sure, for my Democratic colleagues, not their intent, but that would be a very sad result that would not be good for our country. Now, if we turn this bill down, I'm sure what will happen is that the Rules Committee will put the first two provisions that have broad support in our party back up, and I will happily vote for them to give the resources for enforcement and the like. But I urge a no vote on this measure with great sadness that we've been put in this spot, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just respond to the gentlelady from California. I appreciate the fact that she's a no on this bill, but I think her logic is all wrong. This bill would actually give $140 million to the DOJ so they can continue to do what they're already doing, work with big tech to censor certain information from getting to we the people. And why do I say that? Because we know it happened. Just a month ago, Mark Zuckerberg said the FBI come and told him not to allow the story about Hunter Biden's laptop to be on their platform. They gave him the old wink, wink, oh, we think this is Russian disinformation, which we know it wasn't. And now we're going to give that agency $140 million more to go collude with big tech to keep we the people from getting valuable information before the most important election that we have, the election of the commander-in-chief of our country? That's why this thing is so scary and why we should be against it. I yield 4 minutes to my friend and colleague from the great state of Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
I thank the ranking member, and we are deeply concerned about this for the reasons that are stated, and there are a lot of people that are confused about it, because what they've done here is they've taken 3 pieces of legislation, 3 titles, and merged them into one. Now, we don't have a problem, I don't have a problem with 2 of the 3. I mean, in response to Ms. Lofgren, you know, I think that antitrust enforcement provision is okay, because currently it's not explained, but the U.S. Judicial Panel on Multi-District Litigation can transfer our state AG's antitrust cases that arise under federal laws to other jurisdictions, and so that title would prevent that from happening. We're okay with that. I voted for that in committee. One of the other titles here is the disclosure of subsidies by foreign adversaries. Now, we didn't get any regular order on that. We didn't get to actually debate that, mark it up in committee, but you know, the substance of it, that one's okay, because it would require parties to notify when they receive subsidies from countries that are threats to the U.S. when filing a merger. You know, we all agree on that. But the problem is, the thing we're so concerned about is what Ranking Member Jordan has just talked about, the Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act. Now, for folks that are trying to follow this back home, this would change filing fees paid by companies seeking regulatory approval for mergers. It would reduce the fees for deals valued under $1 billion, and it would raise them for the larger mergers over $1 billion. Now, here's the problem. All of this sounds fine so far, but here's the problem. There are no restrictions on the use of the additional funding that's generated by these fees, and the FTC and the DOJ will have even more power to institute their bad policies. This is not a de minimis amount. We're talking about $1.5 billion over 5 years. That's a lot of money, right? And just so you know, Since President Biden took office, the FTC has pursued radical goals beyond its jurisdiction. One commissioner said she supports prioritizing FTC investigations relating to systematic racism, rulemaking for racist practices. These are very amorphous terms. They've been abused and used for all sorts of nefarious purposes. A Republican Commissioner Wilson described Democrat goals as rooted in, quote, a unified worldview that draws heavily on Marxism. That's at the FTC. And some of the actions of the chair, Lena Khan, are just outrageous at what she's done. And the DOJ, of course, has indeed been weaponized. We've been talking about that in committee. We've been laying out the evidence, and we'll be presenting that to the American people in the new Congress that begins in January. But, you know, if what the chairman of Judiciary said, Mr. Nadler, is true, he said, quote, they're in desperate need of more resources, you know, maybe they could have not spent money and resources by sicking the FBI and all the U.S. attorney's offices on parents who are going to school board meetings to object to curriculum that their kids are being exposed to, and mandates and school closures and all the rest. This is outrageous. These institutions have been weaponized, and the people are losing their faith in them. We cannot, in good conscience, stand on this floor and send them $1.5 billion to engage in more of this madness. And so we have no choice but to oppose the legislation for that reason. And I think it's a good one, and I think most of our colleagues are going to agree. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I must confess I'm a little puzzled at some of the remarks of Mr. Johnson. He says the FTC will six the FBI on parents or whatever. The FTC has no jurisdiction over the FBI and has nothing to do with them. The FTC has part of, never mind. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chairman for yielding. H.R. 3843 is a modest yet critical first step to modernizing the antitrust laws. It generates revenue, it makes foreign adversarial interest in transactions more apparent, and it allows more streamlined antitrust enforcement by state attorneys general. On the first issue, I think there is general agreement that the fees that are involved in mergers haven't been raised in decades. This simply allows smaller mergers to pay less, larger mergers to pay more, and so there's no question about it, and this issue came up in the Rules Committee. This bill does not fund a single additional dollar to any agency. This is a revenue generator. There's no appropriation. The appropriations process will require that this be treated like any other revenue that the federal government generates, and that the Appropriations Committee in regular order will decide how to spend the money. And people should also not be concerned. Under the Appropriations Act of 2022, the DOJ Antitrust Division's use of appropriated funds is limited to, and I quote, expenses necessary for the enforcement of antitrust and kindred laws, end quote. There's already a limitation, but it doesn't provide any additional funding. It simply generates revenues and shifts burdens to the largest transactions so that the taxpayers don't have to be responsible for their review. In recent decades, the rising tide of economic concentration has given rise to monopolies that exercise outside influence over our democracy and our political institutions. And at the same time, the budgets for our antitrust enforcement agencies have not kept pace with the demands placed on them. As Brian Deese, the director of the National Economic Council, explained, and I quote, it is unacceptable for these agencies' resources to lag so far behind the growth of the economy they're charged with protecting, and that's why the Biden-Harris administration issued a statement of administrative policy in support of this bill. We can have the fight about whether additional resources are necessary during the appropriations process. This bill simply raises the fees, gives smaller businesses a break, and doesn't appropriate a single dollar. Title III of the bill strengthens antitrust enforcement by preventing state antitrust actions from being dragged into private litigation in another venue. This legislation enjoys wide support among the states. Last year, the National Association of Attorneys General and every single attorney general in the United States, every state attorney general, wrote a letter urging Congress to pass the bill's amendment to the multi-district litigation statute, quote, as soon as possible, so that our citizens benefit from more efficient, effective, and timely adjudication of antitrust actions, end quote. So I, too, urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation and applaud them for their sponsorship. I want to thank Mr. Buck, who's been a tremendous leader on this package of bills. And, you know, there should be no question. Senator Lee, Senator Cotton, Senator Grassley have said that this package represents, and I quote, a strong bipartisan consensus These bills improve antitrust enforcement without appropriating any more funds. You don't have to believe me. Those are your Republican colleagues who make the same point. In addition to that, this multi-jurisdiction litigation robs state attorneys general who bring a federal antitrust action in federal court from the ability to litigate in that court, which often, by dragging them to another state, is a great benefit to the big corporations, to the monopolists, but it's harmful to their own constituents, their consumers, their business, which is why they support this legislation. And I would ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to add a number of items into the record to reflect the broad support enjoyed by H.R. 3843. First, a strong statement of administrative policy which makes clear that this legislation is necessary to support the President's mission to enforce the antitrust laws to combat the excessive concentration of industry, the abuses of market power, and the harmful effects of monopoly and monopsony. Second, a letter of support from the State Antitrust Enforcement Venue Act of 2021, signed by every Attorney General in the United States, including California's Rob Bonta, who makes clear that, quote, states should be on equal footing with federal enforcers in deciding where, when, and how to prosecute cases, end quote, and not subject to a system where their enforcement actions, and I quote, may be subject to transfer to a multi-district litigation at the behest of defendants, where the cases are typically postponed and may be joined with numerous other lawsuits brought by private plaintiffs, end quote. Third, a letter from a broad coalition of 36 labor, consumer, and public interest groups, including Public Citizen, Public Knowledge, the Open Markets Institute, the AFL-CIO, Teamsters, the SEIU, who state that this bipartisan bicameral legislation represents a critical first step for Congress to reverse the course of lax antitrust enforcement that has proved to be destructive to small business, workers, communities, and innovation. And fourth, a statement from Chris Jones with the National Grocers Association, who says that, and I quote, this bipartisan proposal does not change the antitrust laws. It takes the simple step of helping enforcers have a better shot of deterring abusive marketplace conduct that American consumers cannot afford right now. And then finally, a statement from Diana Moss, president of the American Antitrust Institute, who states that, quote, additional resources are needed to enable the U.S. Department of Justice, Antitrust Division, and the Federal Trade Commission to review and investigate billion-dollar deals, end quote. So for all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense package that will help to enhance competition, give us the ability to improve our economy, and benefit consumers and workers and innovators and small businesses. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this bill imposes $1.4 billion of new fees on large companies seeking mergers, and it makes it easier to block those mergers. Now, mergers only occur when they promote efficiency and productivity. They only occur when they enhance a company's ability to provide better goods and services at lower prices. Interfering in this process harms the prosperity of every American. And let's start with the simple fact that taxes and fees on businesses aren't paid by businesses. They're paid by consumers through higher prices, employees through lower wages, and investors through lower earnings. How does increasing consumer prices protect consumers? And where will these fees go? Well, they're going to go to increasingly corrupt bureaucracies like the FTC. That agency is now led by a radical leftist who has declared her intention to use the powers of government to replace consumer decisions with her own, all to advance her brand of ideological zealotry. The worst damage this does is to make the marketplace less efficient, which makes prices higher, consumer choices less satisfying, and ultimately diminishes our prosperity as a society. You know, markets are inherently democratic because they fundamentally are regulated by consumer choices. Consumers vote every day with every dollar they spend what the market will provide and at what prices. Consumer choices reward companies that best meet their needs and punish the companies that don't. Now, the left seeks to substitute its judgment for yours. It seeks to tell you what choices you may make to advance their political goals. For example, personally, I don't care for Jeff Bezos' political views, but he has built a successful, gigantic company by satisfying his consumers. Americans have voted with their dollars every day that the services that Amazon provides are better than the many other alternatives they have to choose from. The moment they decide otherwise, Amazon will shrink and competitors will emerge and grow to fill those gaps. Substituting government's judgment for yours, as this bill does, ultimately undermines your right to decide for yourself who is best at providing for your own needs. Mr. Speaker, we need to reject not only this bill, but the poisonous, authoritarian, and destructive ideology behind it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to see that Mr. McClintock's argument is against all antitrust laws. Consumers make choices. What do you need antitrust laws for, is essentially what he's saying. And companies buy other companies not just to enhance their, for good reasons, they buy other companies to reduce the competition and thereby enable them to charge higher monopolistic prices. That's why we have antitrust laws. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman and sponsors of the bill, and let me say the reason is obvious. That's why I rise in support of 3843, the Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act of 2022. Does anybody know the word consumers? Do I need to spell it on the floor of the House? Ultimately, mergers have in many instances, detrimental impact on consumers, either by way of cost, loss of services. Read the history books. Does anybody know that in years past, there were opportunities for many, many flights across America? The aviation industry has been changed by mergers. That is a prime example. And so this particular legislation updates the filing fees that merging parties may pay to the federal antitrust enforcers. It requires merging parties to disclose any subsidies from countries or entities that are strategic or economic threats to the United States. The United States are consumers. Mr. and Mrs. Jones walking and working every day to make ends meet. And as Democrats have done in the Inflation Reduction Act and the reduction in health care costs and insulin costs, we're bringing down fees. But there's something about justice that's involved in this as well. We strongly support this, and the National Association of Attorney Generals and every single state attorney general wrote a letter urging Congress to pass the bill's amendments to the multi-district litigation statute as soon as possible so that our citizens benefit from more efficient, effective, and timely adjudication of antitrust actions. Merging fees are that to provide the extra resources that are needed. And the administration feels that to vigorously enforce the antitrust laws, the DOJ and the Federal Trade Commission need the resources to do their job. And again, who do we represent but the people of the United States? Who are they? Consumers. What happens when mergers come? Lack of services, lack of opportunity, lack of a more fiscally responsible commercial scheme, if you will, so that they can get resources, goods, and services without having enormous expense. I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 3843 because this helps the consumers and it brings justice to this system. This is a bill that's long overdue. I thank those who sponsored it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I would just ask my colleagues, how many more times do we need to see it? The abuse of power by the Department of Justice. I'm sure, just like I do, you travel your district, you talk to people that agree with you, some don't agree with you. You know what not one person has said to me, agree or disagree. Not one person has said to me, you know what we need, Perry? We need more money for the Department of Justice. Not one. I don't know why that is, but maybe it's because of the abuse of power. Now, I appreciate my colleagues that want to do something with big tech. I sure want to do something too, and you know what? In about 3 months, the folks that are destroying this country are not going to be in charge around here, and then we can do something meaningful. We don't have to take the bad to get a couple good things. We can just do the good things and leave the bad things out in 3 more months. And we do a lot of things in good faith around here, Mr. Speaker. We do a lot of things in good faith. We're tired of having those things abused. And people say, well, what are you talking about, Perry? Well, I'll give you an example. President Biden used the HEROES Act, the HEROES Act. The HEROES Act made after 9/11 to support people that were called to duty to go and get their education, but they were called to duty. He used that to forgive the loans of all these people that incurred this student debt. It's an abuse. First of all, it's not forgiveness, it's Marxism, right? Because you're not forgiven, you're paying. You're paying for it. It's not forgiveness. How many more times do we need to see it? In good faith, in good faith. In 3 months, Mr. Speaker, under new management here, and we can get a great bill instead of some mediocre thing where we got to accept something terrible, $280 million a year, $1.5 billion more for the abuse of power, right? 24 agents raid a guy's home, a pastor, 7 o'clock in the morning in Bucks County. Oh, yeah, DOJ needs more money for that, right? You know what they could have done? They could have saved a lot of money. Pick up the phone, call the magistrate. The magistrate could have called the pastor and said, you know what, the federal government's going to charge you. Show up down here at the office. We need to charge you. And I bet you would have showed up. This guy's not a criminal. More money for that? No way, Mr. President. I urge a no vote. I yield.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, a member of the Committee of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership. This bill really should be uncontroversial. But unfortunately, our nation's largest tech companies don't want any changes to the status quo. They are content with little to no antitrust enforcement. They are content with their own Gilded Age. I regret, deeply regret, that some of my colleagues have agreed to do their bidding. And it is consumers and small business owners who are paying the price in an economy that increasingly only works for large corporations and for the ultra-wealthy. Our antitrust enforcement system is beyond outdated. The last time Congress updated the merger filing fees was in 2001, long before companies like Amazon, Facebook, and Apple began their anti-competitive and monopolistic frenzy of acquisitions. This bill updates those filing fees and ensures that our antitrust agencies have the resources they need to effectively combat the growing concentration and monopolization of our economy in the hands of the largest corporations. So I urge my colleagues to stand up to big tech and our largest corporations and to vote for this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would yield 2 minutes to the member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
Gentleman is recognized.
Gentleman for yielding, and I want to use my time to quote other conservative voices, Mr. Speaker. The Heritage Foundation just issued a report. This package equips the American people's representatives with targeted, common-sense tools to constrain big tech companies' abuse of power. These bills represent an important step towards restoring self-governance, shoring up our national security, and enforcing current antitrust laws to promote competitiveness without expanding or unduly empowering the federal bureaucracy. Senator Lee, Grassley, and Cotton issued a statement on September 26. These bills improve antitrust enforcement without appropriating any more funds to President Biden's out-of-control FTC. We call on all of our colleagues in the House of Representatives to strongly support this package. The American Mind on September 28th issued a story. While GOP views on antitrust have evolved, one thing has remained constant. Antitrust enforcement is law enforcement. You can't provide legal amnesty to big tech companies that flout antitrust laws. Defunding the antitrust police will have the same result as defunding the municipal police, enabling bad actors to harm the public. And finally, the American Conservative on September 29th, I guess today, issued this story. While Buck is pushing restrained, politically viable legislation that would strengthen the average American's position in the cultural battle against Silicon Valley, some of his colleagues seem to be sticking to an overcooked theory derived from a notion of corporate personhood. Mr. Speaker, I offer for unanimous consent the following articles. Heritage tech policy experts applaud House antitrust package. Republican senators urge House Republicans to support antitrust reform package. The American conservative tech hawks meet resistance to a modest proposal. Don't defund the antitrust police from the American Mind. Newsmax article from today, and a big tech hawk spearheads antitrust package in Congress from Fox News.
Time has expired.
And I yield back.
So does the gentleman from Ohio reserve?
We do.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans are tired of monopolies that saddle them with less choices and higher prices. The Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice must have the resources that they need to aggressively combat anti-competitive mergers. This common sense bipartisan legislation that we are considering today is absolutely needed right now in order to protect consumers. It makes giant giant improvements it makes giant companies pay their fair share, improve transparency, and to streamline litigation. This should not be, and it isn't, a partisan piece of legislation. At a hearing that I was chairing as the chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, we had testimony last year from a Bush-appointed member of the Federal Trade Commission, Bill Kovacic, who called for a tripling in the FTC budget. He, he recognized that this agency should play a leading role in enforcing our laws that protect consumers without and working and innovating. So I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, but I also want to put into the record a very compelling statement made by both Chairman Klobuchar and in the Senate, and my Senator
The gentlewoman's
Durbin
time
in
has
favor
expired.
of the legislation.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an extra 30 seconds.
And I would also like to put into the record to submit Mr. Kovacic's testimony for the record, and with that I yield back.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York reserves. Yep. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before yielding to my friend from California, I just wanted to comment or respond to comments made by my friend from Colorado. He used the term overcooked theory. Let me tell you what's not theory. The Department of Justice's raid on a former president's home, not theory. The Department of Justice taking the phone of a sitting member of this body, not theory. 14 whistleblowers coming to our office talking about the political nature of the Justice Department, not theory. Those are facts. That is scary stuff. And now this bill, if passed, will give that agency $140 million each year for the next 5 years. That's what we want to do? That is not, that is scary. That is why we should, for that reason alone, we should be against this legislation. I yield to my good friend from California, Mr. Issa, member of the Judiciary Committee, 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. And, you know, Mr. Jordan, 5 minutes is not enough to go through each and every item that's wrong with this bill. So I'm going to try to summarize, and some of it may be redundant. The authors of this bill are the authors of at least 3 bills. They're the authors of very different bills, and ultimately we should be having a vote on 3 or more bills, as we did in committee. And you might ask, well, why aren't we? Usually I don't want to talk about procedure, but there's a reason. They're trying to cram this thing and get a few more votes by putting a bill that's not objectionable with bills that are very objectionable. A bill that doesn't grab more power, with one that empowers two agencies that are under review that for good cause. One of them has been trying to seize this very power. As we speak, the Federal Trade Commission has done virtually nothing to protect consumers in the areas it has jurisdiction on. They constantly say we don't have enough money for the job we already have. But they want to be able to control both before, during, and after mergers and acquisitions. They actually want to be able to and are trying to undo mergers that already have occurred. So yes, there's an agency that's power hungry. My friends on the other, predominantly on the other side of the aisle, want to give them money. Maybe not money in this bill because we're not appropriators, but it's still $140 million, and it will keep coming, and it will grow that agency. Now, I'm going to ask the American people something here today, Mr. Speaker. Have you received a call about your extended warranty? Have you received a robocall from somebody you don't know and it gets through on your personal phone or your cell phone? Of course you have, Mr. Speaker. So has every American. The Federal Trade Commission has an absolute obligation to seek that out and to prosecute that, and they're funded to do it, and they haven't done it. But no, they want to get into mergers. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and some on my side of the aisle hate a couple of big tech companies for their leftist leanings or whatever. In my side and in the other side, I guess because they're profitable, they hate them so much that they look past two truths. One of them is big tech, medium tech, small tech. They have made us the envy of the world, and we have delivered to the rest of the world a better set of economies when they adopt those very technologies. And you ask, well, why do those technologies get adopted? Well, one of the reasons is a startup can be funded because they know they may have an exit that isn't even a normal one. It's going to be an exit by having one of these big companies buy them. Many companies' actual plan is to build something that's going to be bought by some large tech. And yet we are considering changing the basis for mergers and acquisitions so that might no longer be possible. Innovation could dry up. I was an innovator. I know what it's like as a small startup company to try to get those funds. And you know what? Those funds come if they believe not that you might make a living and be around, but that your company might become valuable, that your idea might explode into the marketplace. So you know what? The American people see through this. Big tech, medium tech, and small tech. And by the way, most of the big tech companies, none of them were around 50 years ago, and most of them weren't around 25 years ago. The fact is, this is new tech that they're attacking. These are new technologies, and they're playing into the very hands of the people they claim to defend. If you want to stifle innovation, vote for this. And by the way, going back to that first one, Mr. Speaker, why are we voting on 3 bills? The reason is they're trying to trick members of Congress into voting. Please, vote no. Vote no because this is a bad set of multiple bills, and I intend on making sure that it never gets through the Senate. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Mr. Issa. We should never have passed the Sherman Act to deal with those newfangled railroads. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the arguments against this big tech bill by my Republican colleagues. My Republican friends ask, why would we give President Biden a win within 41 days before an election? Let me be clear. This is not a Democrat bill, and this is not a Republican bill. Mr. Speaker, holding big tech accountable is an American bill. It's American legislation. We are United States congressmen. We are serving in the United States Congress, and we serve United States citizens. It is never the wrong time to do the right thing. My friends say this big tech bill doesn't prevent discrimination and censorship. Competition is the solution for viewpoint censorship. MSNBC may not support my views, but Newsmax and Fox will listen to me. The New York Times and the Washington Post may disagree with me, but the Wall Street Journal and the Washington Times will hear me out. Google controls 94% of online searches, and when it changes its algorithm to discriminate against one side, there is no alternative. The same goes for Facebook, Amazon, and Apple. The real threat is that when a monopoly controls information in a democracy, it controls the results of elections. That's the threat that big tech poses to America. And I'm afraid that America may not be able to withstand that threat. Finally, my friends ask, why give money to the Biden FTC and DOJ? America is about to give Republicans control of the oversight and appropriations process. And Americans expect us to use those levers of power responsibly and effectively. It's not too much to ask for Congress to walk and chew gum at the same time. We can create competition for big tech and level the playing field, and at the same time make sure our government treats everyone in this country fairly. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
No, it's our side. It's our side.
Oh, gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Benz.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by asking unanimous consent to enter into the congressional record an article labeled Lena Khan's Unfair and Deceptive Approach to Antitrust.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I support Title II of this bill, and actually I would vote for it if it was set up as a separate bill as it once was. I would support I would not support Title III, but the real issue is Title I and the money, the $1.4 billion that it would provide actually to the Department of Justice and the FTC. The assertions that it would not are not supported by the record. Let me explain, however, what's not happened that should have in order to make this $1.5 billion supportable. And what hasn't happened is we have not had Chairwoman Lena Khan appear before us in our Judiciary Committee. It seems odd that we wouldn't find out how this money is going to be spent before we allocate it to the purposes reflected in the record. Let me just read from a recent speech at Fordham University where Chair Lena Khan outlined an aggressive new approach to the agency's competition policy. Under her leadership, she explained the FTC will interpret unfair methods of competition broadly, block mergers that could reflect an incipient trend toward monopoly, reject efficiency defenses, and contends that conglomerates harm consumers irrespective of economic evidence. In Khan's view, her agenda is fundamentally conservative because it shows respect for the rule of law as reflected in congressional intent. To quote the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Khan's speech harkens back to George Orwell's Ministry of Truth, where words apparently lose all meaning. Khan's agenda rejects the rule of law in favor of a progressive policy agenda that grants the government total discretion to challenge any merger for any reason whatsoever, ignoring basic economics, history, and decades of precedent from the Supreme Court. More troubling is the fact that Khan's agenda would allow the agency to challenge any private conduct that conflicts with her progressive notions of fairness. Section 5 of the FTC Act directs the agency to combat unfair methods of competition. Historically, the agency has tied this authority to what's in the consumer's economic interest, which hews closely to other main antitrust statutes, namely the Sherman and Clayton Act. As a result, the FTC provided Section 5 with context, guardrails, and predictability, which are all integral to the rule of law. Why didn't we have Chairwoman Khan appear before us and explain why she wants to vary so dramatically from what's been the law for the past 30 years? Under the FTC's new leadership in However Anything Goes, the new strategic plan for the FTC condemns unwarranted health, safety, and privacy risk and seeks equity for historically unserved communities. These issues, while important, lie far outside the FTC's statutory authority or competence. Under Chair Khan's reading of Section 5, the FTC can do whatever it pleases without guardrails, for example, the FTC could condone as fair a merger that would result in job losses, even when that merger would lower costs and lead to lower prices for consumers. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill whose time is not right. We don't know how the money is going to be spent, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we do know how the money is going to be spent. It's going to be spent on antitrust enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Stanton.
Recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding me the time. Today I rise in support of H.R. 3843, the Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act of 2022. This bipartisan legislation will strengthen antitrust enforcement and better protect U.S. consumers, workers, and businesses. I support the full slate of bills in this package, and I am pleased that it includes legislation that I introduced with the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. Our bill, the Foreign Merger Subsidy Disclosure Act, will create a more transparent picture for our antitrust enforcers by requiring merging companies to disclose foreign government subsidies. We know that China continues to use state-owned entities to acquire our emerging technologies and intellectual property in an attempt to surpass and suppress United States companies. Our bill provides an important guardrail so that China and other government-backed competitors can't discreetly buy up U.S. companies, unduly influence our free market economy, steal intellectual property, and stifle competition. Our bill will ensure that these investments are not undermined. This is good common sense policy, a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, I intend to vote yes on this package. Urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just point out that I find it interesting. First, we had Mr. Cicilline, the chair of the subcommittee, say that DOJ and FTC don't get the money. It has to be appropriated next year. But then the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Nadler, said, we know how the money is going to be spent. It's going to be spent on antitrust enforcement. So it can't be both. We know what's going to happen. This money is going to wind up in DOJ and FTC, and we know their track record and how they've been treating the American citizen. But I just find it interesting that the Democrats can't even get their argument straight, which just reinforces why this bill should not pass, because in the end, it is more money for the Department of Justice. The same Department of Justice has done their egregious actions over the last several months. And with that, I would yield to the former judge, great member of the Judiciary Committee, a friend of mine from the great state of Texas, Mr. Gohmert. 3 minutes? 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
So we're hearing that we have got to give DOJ and FTC all this authority to supervise and make sure that the big tech is properly investigated. But our committee has oversight over Department of Justice, and we have not done oversight as a committee to stop what's been going on. And I can understand Heritage Foundation, some of these others, they haven't seen the whistleblower complaints that Jim Jordan and I've been seeing. I've gotten double digits now myself that were not counted in the 14 that the committee got. It sounds like Sodom and Gomorrah up there. We've got complaints this week about the sexual harassment, about sexual improprieties on the top floor, the 7th floor where the headquarters is of the FBI, and all the favors and all the intimidation that goes along with sexual improprieties. And then you want the DOJ, the people that told the big tech that story about Hunter's laptop, that's Russian disinformation, which they're good at saying because they pass that on about Russian collusion. And any time that President Trump or people in his administration said anything, here came the DOJ whispering in people's ears, that's Russian disinformation. Look, these are the last people that we need to trust with reining in the big tech, because we've seen the techniques. And I got to give them credit, although there is a apparently a tremendous amount of corruption at the FBI and the DOJ that has not been reined in. I got to give them credit. When it comes to intimidation and manipulation, they are right there, and I don't say this lightly, they're right there with the Gestapo. I've had FBI agents talk to me about, remember when we used to call the attorney of people that we knew were not violent, even though they committed very serious felonies? We'd tell them when to report, they reported. We didn't use the Gestapo tactics of going in the dark, beating down doors, dragging them out in their underwear to parade in front of cameras that they leaked inappropriately leaked information to. This is a different DOJ. They don't need more money. They need less until they are made to their help to eliminate their corruption and they start cleaning up their own act, which Christopher Wray and unfortunately Merrick Garland have not done. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when I listen to Mr. Gomert and Mr. Jordan, I am really amazed that every single Republican senator voted for this legislation. Mr. Speaker, how much time does each side have remaining?
Gentleman from New York has 10 minutes. Gentleman from Ohio has 6.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Recognized.
I thank the chairman again for yielding. I just want to make clear once again that this bill does not appropriate money to the FTC, and I think the chairman of the Judiciary Committee and I will continue to advocate for more funding, but this is not an appropriations bill. The ultimate decision about whether money will be appropriated to the FTC or the Department of Justice will be made, like every other appropriation, by the members of the Congress of the United States after a robust debate, and the Congress will decide. This generates revenue. It makes certain that big mergers are paid for by gigantic near monopolies or big corporations, not by our constituents, and it lowers the price for merger reviews on smaller transactions. So that's all it does. Secondly, it's important to remember, this is, as Mr. Buck said, this isn't a Republican or a Democratic bill. I want to read to you from a statement from Senator Klobuchar and Senator Durbin. The Merger Filing Modernization Act is the product of years of bipartisan work in both the House and the Senate to improve the enforcement of our antitrust laws and protect competition and consumers. This package of bills will update merger filing fees and help ensure that the federal antitrust agencies can be properly funded, that information on foreign subsidies is made available to federal enforcers, and that state antitrust enforcement can proceed more efficiently and without needless delays. And I also have a statement from Senator Lee, Senator Cotton, Senator Grassley, Republicans in the Senate, who say, and I quote, "This package represents a strong bipartisan consensus approach to strengthening enforcement of the federal antitrust laws against both big tech and other bad actors." So this is widely supported by Republicans and Democrats in both chambers, and I think it's an example where we can work together collectively to respond to a serious problem, the consolidation of economic power. You know, antitrust is important because we know competition is the single greatest driver of innovation. Without competition, you don't have innovation. And innovation produces more choices, better quality, lower prices. It benefits consumers and small businesses and workers. And so this is an important way. I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I didn't see the change. Madam Speaker, I yield an additional 30 seconds to the gentleman.
And thank you,
Gentleman from Rhode Island
Mr.
is
Chairman.
recognized.
And so I would say again, this is about supporting competition with some very common sense proposals that have strong bipartisan support in both chambers. We can finally let big tech know that the time in which they can do whatever they want and continue to behave as monopolists is coming to an end. Overwhelmingly, the American people support reining in big tech. Over 70% in poll after poll after poll. But one of the things I want to just mention is with concentrated economic power, often comes concentrated political power. That's one of the dangers of monopoly. They have too much political power. Let's prove them wrong, pass this bill, and with that I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Concentrated political power, that's what the DOJ is doing right now. They're weaponizing the Department of Justice against the American people. The most concentrated political power, awesome power you can have is the federal government. And I would argue the agency within the federal government that's the most dangerous is the Department of Justice. And we're going to give them $140 million more over the next 5 years. It's amazing. Again, Mr. Cicilline can say what he wants, Madam Chair, but that's not consistent with what the chairman said. The chairman said this is going to give more resources to antitrust enforcement. Here's what the Democrats' own committee report said. Quote, the updated fee structure would provide the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission with additional resources. So either Mr. Cicilline is completely wrong, or the majority report's wrong, or the chairman's wrong. Somebody's wrong. We know what's going to happen. This is the same old game we hear all the time. Oh, it's not really appropriated, but we're charging more money. It's going to result in more money coming to the concentrated political power at the Justice Department, but it's really not going to go there because it's got to go through. Give me a break. We know where it's going. They've even said it in their own darn committee report. We reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I find it amazing that the gentleman from Ohio would argue that we shouldn't give appropriations to the Department of Justice. Congress votes appropriations for every department. And if you think the Department of Justice is not being run properly, well, there's a presidential election coming up. That's the purpose of elections. And at the present time, the American people, 2 years ago, elected Joe Biden president and Kamala Harris vice president, and the president appointed the Secretary of Justice and the chairman of the FTC, both of whom I think are doing an excellent job, but it's a matter of debate which can be decided in the next presidential election. And to argue that we should starve agencies of the United States government so that they cannot do the job for which Congress passed statutes mandating them to do the job is absurd. And all that the increase in fees does is update, because the last increase of fees was I don't know how many years ago, and there's been inflation, and we need the enforcement against the large big tech companies because, as Mr. Jordan already acknowledged, they represent a threat. I think he thinks they represent a different threat from the one I think they represent, but everybody agrees they represent the threat, and their power must be properly supervised by proper enforcement of the antitrust laws. I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would just point out, I didn't say that Congress shouldn't appropriate dollars to federal agencies. What I said is we shouldn't give more money to the DOJ in light of what we've seen them do, in light of what 14 whistleblowers have told us over the last several months, what they're up to. That's a completely different point. I'm all for looking at ways to cut certain agencies and reduce government and the power that they have, but I didn't say that. I just said we shouldn't be giving them more money, for goodness sake, in light of what they've been doing. I think that's a pretty reasonable position. Frankly, a position I think the vast majority of the country would have when they look at the actions they have seen from their Department of Justice and the tax money that supports that agency. Again, we reserve, Madam Chair.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, member of the committee, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the chairman, Chairman Nadler, for his leadership and for yielding the time. And I also want to thank my good friend and colleague, Mr. Cicilline from Rhode Island, who chairs the Antitrust Subcommittee in the House. I've had the privilege of serving with him the last couple of years, including as vice chair of his subcommittee during the course of the bipartisan antitrust investigation that we undertook in the 117th Congress. I'm here today, Madam Speaker, to rise in support of my bill, the Merger Filing Fee Modernization Act. The current filing fee structure, established in 2001, does not match ongoing merger activity by American businesses. That's why this bill is not a particularly complicated or complex bill. We know these mergers require thorough review by our antitrust enforcement agencies, and this has allowed for larger businesses to avoid paying their fair share and only hurting small and mid-sized, medium-sized businesses. This bipartisan legislation adjusts that antiquated merger filing fee structure and fixes the filing fees to the Consumer Price Index. And the bill includes a number of other provisions that I know have been discussed at great length today. Let me just say it's a common sense policy that ensures federal antitrust enforcers have the income to support ultimately this important work that they are doing. But I have to say, I have been a bit shocked by the tenor of the debate on the House floor today. Just to reiterate something that I think the chairman articulated previously, this is a bipartisan bill. Every senator voted for it. I imagine that the ranking member's objections come as some shock to Senator Cruz or Senator Lee or Senator Hawley. These are not Democratic senators, they're Republican senators, and they support this bill. I'm befuddled as to understanding why the ranking member doesn't. In any event, it's a good bill. It merits the support of members on both sides of the aisle, and I'm hoping that the ranking member may see the light when the vote comes up. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just add, I've talked a lot about my concerns with the DOJ in light of what we've seen from that agency, and I think that is the main reason why this bill is so wrong and should not be supported. But the FTC is also engaged in all kinds of things that I just think are interesting. One commissioner said she supports prioritizing FTC investigations related to, quote, systemic racism and rulemaking for racist practices. A senior FTC advisor who called Kay James, the former head of the Heritage Foundation, she called her a bigot and criticized viewpoint diversity. She's the one who developed FTC policy on AI and discrimination. And Republican Commissioner Wilson described Democrat goals as, quote, rooted in unified worldview that draws heavily on Marxism. I mean, this is an agency controlled by people who have a radical belief system, radical opinions, radical political views. And again, not only is the Department of Justice getting $140 million more a year, so is this FTC, run by the people with those kind of positions. So again, I think we don't want to be giving more money to agencies with this kind of track record, particularly I think now when the American people are about to speak on who they want to control their Congress. That's why I think we should vote no on this legislation. Hopefully it goes down and do the oversight that needs to be done of these two agencies so we can point out the facts and the truth and get that to the American people. With that, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, we yield the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bicameral and bipartisan legislation is supported by a broad coalition of labor, consumer, and public interest groups. As the Biden-Harris administration noted in its statement of administration policy on this bill, H.R. 3843 would advance its critical mission to combat the extensive concentration of industry, the abuses of market power, and the harmful effects of monopoly and monopsony. Every single United States senator, every Democrat, every Republican agrees with that. It's only in this House that there are some people who, for unfathomable reasons, disagree. But, Madam Speaker, this bill is squarely in the tradition of the Sherman Act, the Clayton Act, the Seller-Kefauver Act, and should be passed. I urge all members to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1396, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to promote antitrust enforcement and protect competition through adjusting pre-merger filing fees and increasing antitrust enforcement resources.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. And with that, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We ask for a roll call. Right,
the yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Just 1 second. We had Mr. Brady, but I see it's Mr. Terry. Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, I'm sorry. Yeah.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8982, the Bulk Infant Formula to Retail Shelves Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8982, a bill to amend the harmonized tariff schedule of the United States to suspend temporarily rates of duty on imports of certain infant formula-based powder used in the manufacturing of infant formula in the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene, and the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address the ongoing baby formula crisis and urge my colleagues to support the Bulk Infant Formula to Retail Shelves Act. I raised 2 kids, and I know the first months of parenthood are tiring and stressful, even in the best of circumstances. But families across the country remain in a challenging position as they try to find formula that they need to feed their babies. Nationally, 61% of formula shelves are still empty. In my home state of Washington, it's been hit harder, with 67% of formula shelves empty. While that's an improvement from the May nationwide high of 86%, we in Congress have an obligation to do more. Part of the improvement we've seen over the last few months can be attributed to legislation that I led with Chairman Blumenauer, Ranking Member Adrian Smith, and my Ways and Means colleagues back in July that lifted tariffs on imported baby formula. This chamber and the Senate passed the legislation with overwhelming bipartisan support. There are still more actions, though, that Congress can take to support families, and that's what this legislation that we will vote on today will do. Consider what this legislation would mean to parents. Jessie is a mom in my district and has been struggling to find formula for her 7-month-old daughter, Amara. She is not one to ask for help often, but when she was running low on her last can, Jessie joined a local social media group where other parents would post where they saw formula on the shelves, and she downloaded an app that would notify her when more cans were available and made backup plans for donated breast milk if it came to that. Jessie was able to find formula in the end, but realizes that she is one of the lucky parents that had the means and the network to support her daughter. Not all parents have these resources. The Bulk Infant Formula to Retail Shelves Act would boost domestic baby formula production and get more product on our shelves. It would do so by lifting tariffs through the end of the year on safe imported base powder. This is a key component filled with essential proteins, fats, and carbohydrates that are mixed with other nutrients and ingredients to make the formula that parents buy on store shelves or online. Lifting these tariffs and getting more formula on physical shelves would be especially helpful for families participating in the WIC program, Women, Infant, and Children. The WIC program, parents must use those resources in brick and mortar retail stores, and that can't be used for online purchases currently. About half of the baby formula purchased in the United States is purchased through WIC. This legislation has strong bipartisan support from the leadership of the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee, Chair Blumenauer, Ranking Member Adrian Smith, and my subcommittee colleagues, Representatives John Larson, Dan Kildee, and Drew Ferguson. In the Senate, we're supported by Senators Mike Lee, Bob Menendez, Todd Young, and Mike Braun. Families need our help, and they need it now. I urge my colleagues to support this bill with the same speed and bipartisan force as they did 2 months ago. We've worked hand in hand with our Senate partners to ensure that this measure will pass immediately. We can't delay while parents are struggling to feed their children. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of the Bulk Infant Formula to Retail Shelves Act. I appreciate my colleague Susan DelBene for working together to help lead this bipartisan effort to further address our nation's ongoing infant formula shortage. It's very disappointing that the administration knew of this looming shortage for months, actually, before they developed a strategy. And so here we are, 9 months into the crisis, and as yet, as of August, 30% of our nation's baby formula was out of stock nationally for 6 weeks in a row. This is simply unacceptable. I'm glad that we can work together to correct this. We must use every tool available to increase domestic manufacturing, including responsibly importing FDA-approved base powder used to manufacture formula when needed. The Bulk Infant Formula to Retail Shelves Act builds on the bipartisan work done in the Formula Act and supports domestic manufacturing by allowing formula-based powder to be imported duty-free through the end of the year. I will continue to work with my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee to use trade tools to strengthen critical supply chains like infant formula. Thank you. I reserve.
The gentleman from Nebraska reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut who has been a leader on this issue, is the original co-sponsor of this legislation, Congressman John Larson.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues, Earl Blumenauer, Adrian Smith, Dan Kildee, Drew Ferguson for their work on this bill, but I especially want to thank Congresswoman DelBene for her tireless leadership in advocating for this issue and bringing members together in a bipartisan manner. For our listeners out there, that isn't as rare a thing as you might think. But when you have exceptional leadership, and when you have the grandmother-to-be of an infant on the way, you have a sense of urgency that this Congress and this nation desperately needs. I can't thank her enough for her leadership on this, as well as my colleagues across the aisle, because we all know that the increasing access and lowering costs for importing base powder is especially important, as Susan described, for WIC families, because we know that means lower costs for working families. This is a prime example of what can happen when we all work together for the common good. Nothing could be more important than making sure that Susan DelBene's future grandchild has appropriate baby formula. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Nebraska reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the Trade Subcommittee, the gentleman from Oregon who has been a leader on this issue on the Formula Act that we passed in July and has been an incredible leader on this issue, Congressman Blumenauer.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you. Now, are you declaring a conflict of interest on this legislation? Tongue in cheek, excuse me. We're all excited awaiting the good news in terms of your family, and I think it's appropriate that we have this legislation on the floor today to help families all across the country. The complexity that we found out in terms of the infant formula supply leaves us all scratching our heads in terms of all these elements. I appreciate Congresswoman DelBene early zeroing in on this, mobilizing support, helping refine legislation, and enabling us to act very quickly. This is an area that I hope that we'll be able to have further conversation, because I think there are issues in terms of healthcare, supply chain, industrial policy. It isn't, I think, quite so easy to snap our fingers and make sure that we're protecting this, because it's a complicated matter, and I know that at times there are differences in terms of how much we should be interfering with the private sector and what they do. And I think this might be an area that we can work together to figure out ways that we can hit the appropriate balance. Meet the need, not be too intrusive, but make sure we're not behind the curve. The administration and Congress has made significant progress in this crisis, invoking the Defense Production Act, increasing the flexibility of WIC, as was referenced, easing restrictions on import to fill supply chain shortages, and enacting our Formula Act to temporarily suspend tariffs on infant formula. We're expanding that work today to include formula-based powder imports. Like finished formula, infant formula-based powder imports face a substantial tariff when imported at a time when families need all the help they need. I don't want to take undue time, but I just want to commend our team working together, sending the appropriate signal, and hope it provides a foundation for other areas where we might be able to look for ways to thread that needle, to be able to have partnerships with the private sector and with government, to be able to make sure that we deal with these fragile supply chains. One of the things the pandemic has demonstrated is how fragile our supply chains are. And the notion with so many industries dealing with just in time puts them in a situation where the supply chain is so brittle that it produces results that horrify us all, like dumping milk on the ground because we couldn't get it to producers. So I hope it leads to a broader conversation about things we can do to ease the stress, the pressures on supply chain, and that this is an area we can continue to work together and make a difference. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would reiterate what has already been discussed here. I appreciate this opportunity that we can work together to remove barriers to getting nutrition to especially young children. And so as father of pretty young kids, I can appreciate the fact that it was pretty scary for families not being able to find formula when they previously could. And so I think that when we talk about supply chains, as was discussed as well, we've got a lot of work to do ahead of us, and that we can hopefully bring about more affordable results for the American people. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the ranking member for all of his support on this legislation, something that will impact families across the country right away, not only help to make baby formula more available, but also to reduce the cost of that formula, and in particular helping the families who are using WIC across the country. I appreciate the strong bipartisan support in the House and the Senate, and it's important for us to move quickly. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8982? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit on H.R. 7780, passage of H.R. 7780 if ordered. Passage of H.R. 3843, motions to suspend the rules and pass Senate 4900, Senate 1198, H.R. 8466, Senate 3470, Senate 2551, Senate 958, H.R. 6965, H.R. 7321, Senate 3662, H.R. 8888, Senate 2974, H.R. 8446, and H.R. 8463, and an en bloc motion to suspend the rules. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. And the chair would clarify Senate 2794. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7780, offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McLean, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 7780, offered by Mrs. McLean of Michigan.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida. I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Sherman, Mr. Vargas, Ms. Spear, Ms. Jacobs, and Mr. Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Speaking person, as member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, Mr. Paul goes of the great state of Arizona. I inform the House that they will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that these members will all vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
Yeah, Colorado. I got that one. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, and Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, I inform the House and the distinguished speaker from the great state of California that these three members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Al Green from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Oh, for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Wasserman Schultz will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
After you, sir.
Thank you. Then I'll get out of your way.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker from Petersburg, is the member designated by Mr. McEachin, Mr. Rush, Mr. Evans, Ms. Chu, and Ms. Newman. I inform the House that these 5 members will vote no on the motion to commit.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Congresswoman Kathleen Rice, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lynch, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that that Ms. Murphy will vote no on the motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Rice and Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace from South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that this member will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will also vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 220. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
Madam Speaker.
No, but this was. So it's. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman
On that,
from North
I
Carolina
request the
seek
yeas and the
recognition?
nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on H.R. 7780. And Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Spear, Vargas, Sherman, Jacobs, and Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on passage.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Steele will vote no on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, President, member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, Mr. Paul Gomes of the great state of Arizona, inform the House they will vote no on 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Newman, Ms. Chu, Mr. Rush, Mr. McEachin, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote no on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on the passage of H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, and Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on H.R. 7780. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart and Mr. Greg Stubbe, both of Florida, I inform the House that both will vote no on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Donald Payne, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Bacon will vote no on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congresswoman Kathleen Rice, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, and Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler, Mr. Rice, and Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee of Texas, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on H.R. 7780. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Al Green from the state of Texas, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, and Mr. Frillis McCormick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, thank you so kindly for recognizing me. As a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Cawthorn would vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on H.R. 7780.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 205. The bill is passed. To reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 3843, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 375, H.R. 3843, a bill to promote antitrust enforcement and protect competition through adjusting pre-merger filing fees and increasing antitrust enforcement resources.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Sherman Spear of California and Hosford of Nevada, I will vote aye on the resolution.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, from the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vargas of California, he will vote no on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, and Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Rice, Mr. Kinzinger, and Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaking person, as the gentleman designated by Mr. John Carter of the state of Texas, Mr. Paul Grove of the state of Arizona, inform the House that they will both vote no on 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
As member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House she will vote no on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Al Green of Texas, I inform the House that this member will vote yea on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote no on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Kathleen Rice, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that, this member will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, and Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will all vote nay on H.R. 3843. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Rush, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 3843. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maxine Waters will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart and Stubbe, both of Florida, I inform the House that both Mr. Stubbe and Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote no on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3843, and I will join them in that vote.
Does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, Ms. Porter, and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote yes on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote nay on H.R. 3843.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on H.R. 3843.
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Speaker person, member designated by Mr. Paul Gozer of Arizona, vote the House that he will vote yea on 3843.
The yeas are 242 and the nays are 184. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules past S 4900, on which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 4900, an act to reauthorize the SBIR and STTR programs and pilot programs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Sherman, Vargas, Hosford, and Ms. Spear, I will vote aye on S4900.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida and Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker person, as the member designated by Mr. John Carter of Texas and Mr. Paul Gozer of Arizona, I inform the House they will both vote yea on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S4900.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. McKeechin, Ms. Evans, and Mr. Rush, I inform the House these 5 members will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi and Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo and Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S 4900. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on S 4900. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on S 4900.
From New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S 4900. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Rice and Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressmember Kathleen Rice, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Furless McCormick, and Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Al Green of Texas, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4900.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on S 4900.
The yeas are 411, the nays are 9. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on S 4900.
Oh, the yeas are 415, the nays are 9. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid at the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules pass H.R. 8466 as amended, on which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8466, a bill to require the head of each agency to establish a plan relating to the safety of federal employees and contractors physically present at certain work sites during a nationwide public health emergency declared for an infectious disease and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto, Ms. Garcia, Ms. Ming, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida and Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that both Mr. Diaz-Balart and Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
What? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Mr. Era Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Rice and Mr. Era Butler will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Sherman, Vargas, Spear, and Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House she will vote yes on H.R. 8486.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina informed the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Phyllis McCormick, Ms. Porter, and Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congresswoman Kathleen Rice, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaking President, member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, Mr. Paul Guzar of the great state of Arizona, inform the House that Mr. John Carter will vote yes, Mr. Paul Guzar will vote no on 8466.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, from the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentle lady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi and Mr. Brooks of Alabama, inform the House that these members will vote nay on H.R. 8466. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 8466. Thank you.
So for what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Al Green of Texas, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on the H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to the House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Rush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8466.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
Does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 8466.
On this vote, the yeas are 351, the nays are 73, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid at the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3470, on which the yeas and nays are recorded. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3470, an act to provide for the implementation of certain trafficking and contracting provisions and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? From Texas.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Spear, Vargas, and Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S.
Does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mrs. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House she will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, and Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on S 3470.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, President, as a member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, Mr. Paul Gosar of the great state of Arizona, inform the House they will both vote yes on 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that all these members will vote yea on S 3470. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Aurora Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Rice and Mr. Aurora Butler will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Al Green of Texas, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S 3470. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chairwoman Waters will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida and Greg Stubbe, also of Florida, I inform the House that both Mr. Diaz-Balart and Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Newman, Ms. Chu, Mr. Rush, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on S 3470.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote yes on S 3470.
Where is she from? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S 3470.
On this vote, the yeas are 423, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Order. Order in the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to talk about one of the great competitions here in our sports in bipartisan competitions in the House.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to talk about the outcome of this year's Congressional Ryder Cup, which is a match between the Republican Ryder Cup team and the Democrat Ryder Cup teams. I've had the privilege to captain the Republican Ryder Cup team for the past 4 competitions. The Ryder Cup, what we do is we raise money for charities that benefit the game of golf. Obviously, First Tee and both the National Links Trust, and we've raised over $2 million in this effort. Plus, thank you. This year, I'm pleased to announce that the Republican team was victorious, and we celebrate that. Our team here, I want to thank my team, but I want to take this moment to talk about the captain of the Democratic team. He's the best player in the United States Congress, number 1. All my best players want to take this guy on because if you beat John Yarmouth, you've done something, okay? But he's one of the finest players in the game. Of course, John came to Congress in 2007, and when he hit here, he became captain of the Democrat Ryder Cup team. And John, I think y'all won 4 in a row immediately. But John, obviously, you're retiring this year. I want to thank you for your sportsmanship, your leadership on this competition, and your dedication to the game that we all love. And let's give John a round. But John, it's been a true honor to compete with you as captain. It was a great competition this year. And it is great to see members of Congress actually come together and compete and talk to each other and enjoy the day. And it was a great day for both teams. And John, I yield to you, sir.
Gentlemen, and I do mean a gentleman, it has been an honor over these last 16 years to participate in this event. My record as a captain after the first 4 years was not very good, and actually John Tanner was the captain for some of those years. But the gentleman from Georgia is absolutely right. It is an incredible retreat from what we do around here, to get out on the golf course, to play in friendly competition in a game known for its courtesies, and to have met so many fine Republican and made so many fine Republican friends over the years, and in the course of doing that, for raising an awful lot of money for good causes. So once again, I thank the gentleman for his kind words. I hope that I can come back as Captain Emeritus, or maybe even let the former members play, and I'll be back for that as well.
We think we're going to change the rules and let former members actually come back and play. So I think that would be appropriate. But anyway, let's give John a big round of applause. Anything else?
And of course, congratulations to the victors.
Yes.
It's getting old. I had that trophy for a little while. I haven't seen it in quite some time. So maybe sometime
well,
in the
it's
future.
election time. You need to recruit golfers. That's what I do. I say, who are the golfers here on the campaign trail? But anyway, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I yield back. Congratulations.
Pursuant to Clause Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 2551, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2551, an act to require the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to establish or otherwise provide an artificial intelligence training program for the acquisition workforce and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on S 2551. Ballard of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yay on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Rice and Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Sherman, Vargas, Spear, Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S 2551. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, and Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Al Green of Texas, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Billaracas of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 2551. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama. I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on S2551. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on Senate S2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, and Ms. Shafirlis McCormick, I inform the House that these three members vote yes on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, President, as a member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of the great state of Arizona, Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, I inform the House on S2551. Gosar will vote no, and Mr. John Carter will vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Donald Payne, inform the House that these members vote yes on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S2551.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. Rush, Mr. McEachin, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House these five members will vote yes on S2551.
Purpose. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S2551.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to be recognized by you, and I am the member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina. I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on S2551.
On this vote, the yeas are 393, the nays are 29. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 1617, an act to modify the requirements for the Administrator of Small Business Administration relating to declaring a disaster in a rural area and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 958, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 958, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to expand the allowable use criteria for new access points grants for community health centers.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on S 958.
For a purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on S 958.
For a purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Sherman, Vargas, Ms. Spear, and Mr. Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 958.
For a purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on S 958.
For a purpose, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz from Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 958.
For a purpose, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Rice, Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S 958.
Gentlelady from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Garcia, Ms. Ming, Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 958.
For a purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S 958.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 958.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote yes on S 958.
What purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on Senate Bill 958.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S 958. Thank you.
What purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on S 958.
What purpose, gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition.
As member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote aye on S 958.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on S 958.
For purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Speak, person, as member designated Ms. John Carter of the great state of Texas, Mr. Paul goes of the great state of Arizona, inform the House that they will both vote yes on 958.
For purpose, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. McEachin, Mr. Rush, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House these members will vote yes on S 958.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 958. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on S 958. Thank you.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan seek that recognition.
As a member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 958.
What purpose gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S958.
Purpose gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on S958.
What purpose gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs from New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S958.
What purpose gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Phyllis McCormick, Ms. Porter, Mr. Constance-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on S958.
What purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida and Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that both gentlemen will vote yes on S958.
Lady from North Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S958.
What purpose gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on S958.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Al Green of Texas, I inform the House that the member will vote yes on S958.
From what purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on S958.
What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, and Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S958.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House she will vote aye on S958.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S958.
What purpose gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate 958.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S958.
This vote. On this vote, the yeas are 414, the nays are 7. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6965 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6965, a bill to promote travel and tourism in the United States and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, from the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
On what purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Garcia, Ms. Ming, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
On what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House she will vote aye on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Sherman Vargas Spear Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter DeFazio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Missouri, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote aye on H.R. 6965.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Sherfos McCormick, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from South Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on H.R. 69. Will vote no on H.R. 6965. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart will vote yes on 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. Rush, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Evans, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
Gentleman from Florida, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote no on H.R. 6965. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
Purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House, Mr. Rice, Mr. Herrera will vote yea on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote yes on S 6965.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote no on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 6965.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What purpose gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks and Mr. Palazzo will both vote nay on H.R. 6965. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 6965. Thank you.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
Purpose gentlelady from New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on H.R. 6965.
What purpose gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas and Mr. Paul Goldsboro of the great state of Arizona, inform the House they will both vote no on 6965.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on H.R. 6965.
What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Ms. Sula of Alabama, and Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6965.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn from North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on H.R. 6965.
For what purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 6965.
On this vote, the yeas are 325, the nays are 93. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Kahele, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7321 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7321, a bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to require certain air carriers to provide reports with respect to maintenance, preventative maintenance, or altercations, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote will vote nay on H.R. 7321.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
From Michigan, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House Mr. Rice, Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz from Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Michelle Steele, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House she will vote aye on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
As a member designated by members Sherman, Vargas, Spear, Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 7321. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart, also of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition.
Speaker, President Middleman as the member designated by John Carter of the great state of Texas and the member designated by Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House here that they're both going to vote no on 7321.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote yes on H.R. 7321, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from South Carolina, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Joe Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, Mr. Phyllis McCormick, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these three members vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Donald Payne, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
Purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis and Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on H.R. 7321. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House Mr. Brooks will vote nay on H.R. 7321. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose, gentlelady from Missouri, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote aye on H.R. 7321.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant House Resolution A, and inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. Rush, Mr. McEachin, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yay on H.R. 7321.
What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Jai Paul of Washington State, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
What purpose gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on H.R. 7321. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Pfluger will vote nay on H.R. 7321.
Did he change his vote? Yeah. What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, from the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7321.
The yeas are 374, the nays are 52. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3662 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3662, an act to temporarily increase the cost share authority for Aqueous film-forming foam input-based testing equipment and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. May, South Carolina, from the House of Ms. Mace, will vote yes on S. 3662.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the House Amendment to S. 3662.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis and Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on S3662. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on S3662. Thank you.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by members Sherman, Vargas, Spear, Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the House Amendment to S. 3662.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on S. 3662.
What purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on House Amendment S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House she will vote yes on S3662.
Purpose, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on House Amendment to S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on 3662.
What purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on the House Amendment to S. 3662.
What purpose, gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S. 3662.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on the House Amendment to S. 3662.
What purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs from New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S. 3662.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the House Amendment to S. 3662.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S3662.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the House Amendment to S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate 3662.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speakers, member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote. And Ruben Gallego, these members will vote yes on S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House Mr. Rice and Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on the House Amendment to S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, Ms. Paul goes on the great state of Arizona, inform the House they will both vote no on 3662.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on House Amendment to S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S3662.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Shafros McCormick, Ms. Porter, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members vote yes on the House Amendment to S3662.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S3662.
Purpose gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on S 3662.
Will purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on S 3662.
Will purpose gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. Rush, Mr. McKeechan, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the House amendment to S 3662.
Will purpose gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart will vote yes on S 3662. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, just one more. As a member designated by Mr. Greg Stubbe, also of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on S 3662.
Will purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty of Ohio, Robin Kelly of Illinois, Pramila Jayapal of Washington State, Terry Sewell of Alabama, and Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Amendment to S 3662.
Will purpose gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S 3662.
Vote. The yeas are 381, the nays are 42, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8888 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8888, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to establish in the Department of Veterans Affairs an Office of Food Security and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 8888. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
For what purpose, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 8888.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House she will vote aye on H.R. 8888.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Sherman, Vargas, Ms. Spear, and Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 8888. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that those members will vote nay on H.R. 8888. Thank you.
What purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
I didn't hear. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Miss Conway, California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House Mr. Rice, Ms. Herrera Butler vote yea on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Speaking person, the member designated by Mr. John Carter of the great state of Texas, inform the House he will vote yes on 8888. And I inform that Mr. Paul Gozer of the great state of Arizona will vote no on 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, and Mr. Phyllis McCormick, I inform the House that these three members vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentlelady from Missouri, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House Mr. Bacon will vote aye on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, the gentle lady from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentle lady from New York, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on H.R. 8888. Thank you.
What purpose, the gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from South Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, and Ruben Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 8888.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
For Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 8888.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Aided by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, form the House. Mr. Cawthorn vote yea on H.R. 8888.
We got them all. I think we got the... calm today. It's interesting. Everybody's kind of, yeah, it's really calm. It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. You can feel it. What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Mr. Newman, Mr. Rush, Mr. McKeach, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8888.
On this vote, the yeas are 376, the nays are 49, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, again, Mr. Takano, to suspend the rules and pass S 2794, on which the yeas and nays are recorded. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2794, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to increase automatic maximum coverage under the Service Members Group Life Insurance Program and the Veterans Group Life Insurance Program, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yea on S-2794. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on S-2794.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, inform the House Mr. Rice and Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on S-2794.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Sherman, Vargas, Spear, Hosford, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-2794.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House she will vote aye on S-2974.
What purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, and Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on H.R. 2794.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on S-2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on S-2794.
What purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Frost McCormick, Ms. Porter, and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. Evans, Mr. Rush, and Mr. McKeachin, I inform the House that these five members will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Paul Goes of Arizona, Ms. John Carter of Texas, I inform that they will both vote yes on 2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Bill Rackus of Florida, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on S2794. Thank you.
Purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on 2794.
What purpose, gentleman from South Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on S2794.
Just curious. What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter DeFazio, Mr. Donald Payne, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentlelady from Missouri, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House Mr. Bacon will vote aye on S2794.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
Designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on S2794.
What purpose, gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, and Ruben Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S2794.
From Florida, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on S2794.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Subia of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Subia will change his vote to a yes on S2794.
Vote. The yeas are 425. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8446 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8446, a bill to modify and extend the Global Food Security Act of 2016.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Garcia, Ms. Ming, Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote nay on H.R. 8446.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Member designated by Spear, Vargas, Sherman, and Hosford, I inform the members that they will vote aye on 8446.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House she will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gonchar of the great state of Texas, Mr. Paul goes of the great state of Arizona, inform the House that we will vote no on 8446.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H446, and as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice will vote nay on H.R. 8446.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on H.R. 8446.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
For what purpose, gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi and Mr. Billaracas of Florida, inform the House that Mr. Palazzo and Mr. Billaracas will both vote yea on H.R. 8446. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on H.R. 8446. Thank you.
What purpose gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Frost McCormick, and Mr. Constantine-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. May, South Carolina, from the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, and Ruben Gallegos, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Rush, I inform the House that these five members will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote no on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, and Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8446.
What purpose gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 8446.
Any stragglers? Gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yea on H.R. 8446. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on H.R. 8446.
This vote, the yeas are 331, the nays are 95. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8463, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8463, a bill to modify the requirements under the Millennium Challenge Act of 2003 for candidate countries and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yea on H.R. 8463. Additionally, as a member designated by Mr. Greg Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on H463. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida and Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on H.R. 8463. Thank
What
you.
purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Ms. Shafros McCormick, and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House she will vote aye on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Sherman, Vargas, Spear, Hosford, I inform the House these members will vote aye on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentlelady from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar of Florida, inform the House Mr. Mast and Mrs. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts, seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. May, South Carolina, inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What lady from Michigan, seek recognition?
And Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentlelady from Florida, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentlelady from Missouri, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Garcia, Ms. Ming, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Speaker Person, as a member designated by Mr. John Carr of the great state of Texas, I inform the House he will vote yes on 8463. As a member designated by Mr. Paul Goes of Arizona, I inform the House he will vote no on 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Rice will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Rice of South Carolina will vote nay on H.R. 8463, and as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that she will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, and Ruben Gallego, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina will vote nay on H.R. 8463.
First gentlelady from North Carolina, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Idaho, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho 2nd District, pursuant House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Newman, Ms. Chu, Mr. Rush, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose, gentleman from South Carolina, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on H.R. 8463.
Purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8463.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on 8463 House Resolution.
vote. The yeas are 334. The nays are 87. Two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes, gentlemen from Maryland, seek recognition?
Pursuant to Section 10 of House Resolution 1396, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1638, H.R. 3304, H.R. 4081, H.R. 4821, H.R. 6889, H.R. 6967, H.R. 8163, H.R. 8510, H.R. 8681, H.R. 8875, H.R. 8956, and Senate 1198, and concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 5641.
The clerk will report the titles and designate the Senate amendments.
H.R. 1638, a bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to transfer certain National Forest System land to the state of South Dakota and for other purposes. H.R. 3304, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to provide or assist in providing an additional vehicle adapted for operation by disabled individuals to certain eligible persons and for other purposes. H.R. 4081, a bill to require the disclosure of a camera or recording capability in certain Internet-connected devices. H.R. 4821, a bill to hold accountable senior officials of the government of the People's Republic of China who are responsible for, complicit in, or have directly persecuted Christians in China and for other purposes. H.R. 6889, a bill to amend the Federal Credit Union Act to modify the frequency of Board of Directors meetings and for other purposes. H.R. 6967, a bill to implement merit-based reforms to the civil service hiring system that replace degree-based hiring with skills and competency-based hiring and for other purposes. Union Calendar number 385, H.R. 8183, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act with respect to trauma care. H.R. 8510, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to make certain improvements to the Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. H.R. 8681, a bill to establish the John Lewis Civil Rights Fellowship to fund international internships and research placements for early to mid-career professionals to study nonviolent movements to establish and protect civil rights around the world. H.R. 8875, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to expand eligibility of members of the National Guard for housing loans guaranteed by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. H.R. 8956, a bill to amend Chapter 36 of Title 44 United States Code to improve the cybersecurity of the federal government and for other purposes. Senate 1198. An act to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve and expand the Solid Start program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes. H.R. 5641, an act to amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to increase the threshold for eligibility for assistance under Sections 403, 406, 407, and 502 of such act and for other purposes. Senate amendments.
Pursuant to Section 10 of House Resolution 1396, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, in two-thirds being in the affirmative, the aye. For what purpose the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Beatty of Ohio, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Sewell of Alabama, and Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the suspension en bloc. Additionally, as the member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yea on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Washington Schultz of Florida, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, South Carolina, from the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Sherman Vargas Spear Hosford, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the suspension in bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar, I inform the House that Mr. Mast and Ms. Salazar will vote no on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Michigan, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chair Johnson and Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Michelle Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter DeFazio, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentlelady from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote aye on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Massachusetts, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote nay on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, Ms. Garcia, and Mr. Soto, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Paul Goes of Arizona, inform the House he will vote no on the suspensions en bloc. And then also John Carter, designated by him, he will vote yes on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote aye on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, and Mr. Billaracas of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on suspensions en bloc. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Murphy of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kathleen Rice of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Wright will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote nay on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
Does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote nay on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Maxine Waters, I inform the House that Chair Waters will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chavros McCormick, Ms. Porter, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Florida.
Florida.
Seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn will vote yea on suspensions and block.
For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Tim Ryan, Vicente Gonzalez, Richie Torres, and Ruben Gallego, I inform the House that these members vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Mr. Herrera Butler of Washington, inform the House Mr. Rice, Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. Rush, Mr. Evans, and Mr. McKeechin, I inform the House these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of Idaho's 2nd District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote no.
Yeah, seek recognition.
The member designated by Ms. Conway of California informed the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on the suspensions en bloc.
On this vote, the yeas are 296, the nays are 127. With recorded as present, two-thirds being of the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bills are passed, the Senate amendments are agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider laid on the table. Without objection, Title H.R. 4821 and H.R. 6889 are amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
By the direction of the Democratic Caucus, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1403, resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives: Committee on Education and Labor, Mrs. Pelatola, to rank immediately after Ms. Sherfilis McCormick.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The floor before the House the following enrolled bills.
Senate 4900, an act to reauthorize the SBIR and STTR programs and pilot programs and for other purposes.
Okay. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The gentleman from California seek recognition. Without objection.
I rise today to celebrate the House passage of bipartisan common sense legislation that will expand access to health care in underserved communities across the country. I grew up in a rural farm worker community in the Coachella Valley and later served that same community as a doctor. I know how crucial it is for people to have access to health care in their communities without barriers, and how the distance of a health center can be the difference between whether or not someone seeks treatment. That is why I joined Congresswoman Susie Lee in introducing the Mobile Health Care Act, which will help community health centers expand their services with mobile health units. This means taking health care to the people, often the hardest to reach and often left out, and the most medically underserved. So I urge President Biden to sign this bill into law without delay to improve health outcomes across the board and make a positive difference in people's lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a direct result of the Dobbs decision, which was recently handed down by the Supreme Court, the VA issued an interim final rule. The VA states that they are taking this action because it has determined that providing access to abortion-related medical services is needed to protect the lives and health of veterans. The VA expects to provide about 1,000 abortions per year at taxpayers' expense. The Veterans Health Care Act of 1992 prohibits the VA from providing abortion, and no law from Congress has ever changed that. So now we have two problems. The VA is providing abortions with taxpayer dollars, and medical professionals being forced to perform these procedures against their will. The VA states employees may request an accommodation to work requirement based on religious belief. However, almost no religious exemptions were honored for vaccinations, and 60,000 Army reservists were separated for refusing the vaccine. How many VA doctors will be released for refusing to perform abortions? Why are taxpayers being forced to pay for the VA to perform abortions in clear violation of the 1992 law?
Expired.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege to represent Augusta in the 12th District of Georgia, which is home to the Masters Golf Tournament. The Georgia Golf Hall of Fame was founded in Augusta, and among the very first inductees was Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts, founders of the Masters. I rise today to congratulate the newest inductee into the Georgia Golf Hall of Fame, PGA Master Professional Tommy Brennan. Tommy has served as our head pro at Augusta Country Club for the past 22 years. In that time, I have come to know Tommy and his family well, not only through golf, but through our church, club, and community projects. There's a quote which Tommy lives by: "Whatever you are, be a good one." Among his many accomplishments, Tommy has won the state title at Marietta High School. He was an All-American at Columbus State University. And in the decades since, he has qualified and played in multiple PGA professional competitions. Tommy has also raised nearly $100,000 through an annual golf tournament benefiting area veterans. Over the years, Tommy has been many things: a husband, father, friend, and mentor. And in all these things, he has endeavored always to be a good one. Congratulations, Tommy, on this momentous and well-deserved achievement. Well done, my friend. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, sir.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of my constituent, Mr. William Eckerson of Crozet, Virginia, who celebrated his 100th birthday on August 20th, 2022. Mr. Eckerson currently resides in Virginia's 5th District, but as a young man, he faithfully served the United States Marines during World War II, even serving in Iwo Jima. Following his time in the Marines, he worked in the private sector, but maintained his commitment to the Marines by participating in the Marine Band, various parades, and many World War II Marine reunions. Mr. Eckerson has further demonstrated his commitment to the Marines and this country by spending years of his life cleaning up veteran cemeteries. When he's not serving others, Mr. Eckerson is also an avid golfer and cheers for his beloved Boston Red Sox and New England Patriots. It's a great privilege to honor my constituent following his 100th birthday and thank him for his many years of service to the United States of America and his local community. Mr. Eckerson, I certainly hope that you and your loved ones enjoyed a great day in celebration. May God bless you, and happy 100th birthday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to President Biden's open border policies, human smuggling is now a $20 billion business for criminal cartels. In barely 2 years, the Biden administration and House Democrats squandered the progress that had made to secure our border and have enriched criminal cartels. What is the Biden administration doing to correct this? Nothing. Instead, when Republican governors DeSantis from Florida and Abbott from Texas bust and flew a few dozen illegal immigrants from their states to Democrat so-called sanctuary cities like Washington, D.C., Chicago, New York, and even Martha's Vineyard, Democrats are outraged. Some politicians earlier claimed they would welcome illegal immigrants with open arms, have threatened legal action against these governors, accusing them, laughingly, of human trafficking. Are they really trying to claim that a free ticket to Martha's Vineyard is human trafficking, but the criminal cartels smuggling people in our country is not? Democrats don't seem to care that their policies are enabling criminal cartels to abuse women and children who are seeking a better life. The humanitarian crisis we're seeing at the southern border is a direct result of President Biden's failed open border policies. The negligence of this crisis by the Biden administration and House and Senate Democrats is a refusal to fix is inconceivable.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise. Here, let's do this. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the life of Mr. Dennis Salz, who was a dear friend and leader in the Buena Park community in my 39th congressional district. Dennis had a passion for service as a member of Rotary International and president of the Buena Park Rotary Club. He was instrumental in founding both Interact and Rotaract clubs for high school and college students. He had a special passion for mentoring our youth to get involved in community services and was dedicated to making sure our students received the best education possible as a trustee on the Centralia School District. Dennis was recognized for his distinguished service as a Buena Park Citizen of the Year, Buena Park Rotarian of the Year, and Rotary District 5320 Business Rotarian of the Year. Dennis's kindness and passion will be missed, and I pray for God's peace for his wife, Christian, his daughter, Carrie, and anyone who knew him. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
I ask
ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden likes to brag about his handling of the economy, and I quote, "I am responsible for the strongest job creation economy in modern times. The stock market has hit record after record after record on my watch. Since I took office, families are carrying less debt. The average savings are up. Our economy had zero inflation in the month of July, 0%. We're not in a recession. Stop lying to the American people, Mr. President. Here's the reality of your economy. Americans are facing the highest inflation in 40 years, up 13.7% since President Biden took office, a recession. In fact, inflation has increased by 13.7% since Biden has become president. Year after year, prices are up more than 12%, the largest increase ever. Nearly 3 in 4 employees say the cost of living is outpacing their salary and wages. Gas prices have risen 55% since President Biden took office. The average mortgage payment is up 42% higher than a year ago. 1 in 6 households are behind in utility payments. Democrat-ruled Washington spent trillions of your hard-earned dollars for liberal priorities that Americans don't want and can't afford. House Republicans have a plan to get our country back on track and to put an end to the wasteful spending that has crippled our economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair and avoid personality against the president, personal attacks against the president. Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, on September 29, 2022, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session to consider one resolution, including in the General Services Administration's capital investment and leasing programs. I am enclosed in a copy of the resolution adopted. Signed sincerely, Peter DeFazio.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Is before the House the enrolled
68, an act to amend Title 49 United States Code to permit the use of incentive payments to expedite certain federally financed airport development projects.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2024, the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Evelyn Cortez Davis as a Valley Luchadora. Evelyn is a civil engineer with more than 25 years of experience in the water industry, water conservation, water quality, pipeline design and construction, environmental compliance, recycled water, water rights, groundwater remediation, and groundwater planning. She is the highest-ranking Latina at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which is the largest municipal water and power utility in the United States. She is also the first Latina and second woman to be appointed Director of Water Engineering and Technical Services. In her role, Evelyn leads a team of over 400 engineers and technical professionals to safely retreat, store, and transport water for the 4 million people of the city of Los Angeles and the thousands of businesses that they serve. At LADWP, Evelyn helped launch the Society of Women Engineers and the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers chapter to support its employees and inspire the next generation of engineers and STEM professionals. She immigrated to the U.S. from El Salvador when she was 12 years old and was placed in remedial English classes to become fluent in English. At a young age, she knew she wanted to help make the world a better place. She aspired to protect the environment and decided to focus on her studies on the water resources and environmental engineering. After she graduated high school as 10th in her class with a 4.3 GPA, she earned a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering at the University of California, Los Angeles. In 2015, she published her book, which chronicles her family's immigration story and journey to U.S. citizenship. Evelyn Cortez Davis, thank you for sharing your story and for your commitment to conservation and our environment and to all of the people of Los Angeles. It is my honor to recognize you as a distinguished community leader and luchadora in this Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Margaret Mar Diego as a Valley Luchadora. Mar is the co-owner and operator of Dough Girl, a small business pizzeria located in Sylmar. She grew up in the San Fernando Gardens, a low-income public housing project in my district. Her business, Dough Girl, is much more than a local Valley pizzeria. Mar is a proud employer of formerly homeless and incarcerated individuals, two demographics of people who traditionally struggle to find stable employment and who are often ignored and tossed aside. A formerly incarcerated person herself, Mar understands the obstacles people face as they work to rebuild their lives after serving their time in the system. Through her restaurant, she continues to pay it forward and makes a positive impact in her community. Mar can often be found on the street finding and hiring employees on the spot. She gives people a second chance and a job, training to help them succeed and be productive members of the community. Most importantly, she gives them the opportunity to rebuild their lives. She has made her restaurant a positive, rehabilitation-oriented space. Upon her own release from prison, Mar attended the prestigious Cordon Bleu Culinary Arts School and continued to blossom from there. She has a one-of-a-kind inspirational story and has traveled the world, visiting 16 countries on her culinary journey. She's received notable praise and appeared on television with well-known celebrity chefs such as Wolfgang Puck and Roy Choi. Her restaurant, Dough Girl, has given her the chance to elevate and formally showcase her culinary skills and to positively benefit her community. Mar is an inspirational chef and philanthropist who envisions her restaurant as a home for amazing food and a place where people develop vital life skills. She continues her work and is developing a curriculum centered around the teaching of essential life, culinary, and entrepreneurial skills. Thank you, Mar, for your commitment to paving the way forward, making a positive impact in our community, and uplifting others to give them a second chance. Thank you for being a caring and loving person. It is my honor to recognize you as a distinguished community leader and luchadora during this month of Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Veronica Padilla Campos, a Valley luchadora. Veronica continues to serve the community she grew up in and has been fighting for environmental justice for families in the San Fernando Valley for the past 25 years. She grew up in Sun Valley and is the daughter of hard-working parents. Her dad was a gardener and her mom worked at a local factory. A graduate of UCLA, she has experience from the private, public, and not-for-profit sectors, including environmental consulting, GIS mapping, and work for the Los Angeles Housing Department. Throughout the last decade, Veronica has played a crucial role at Pacoima Beautiful, a grassroots environmental justice organization in my district that provides education, impacts local policy, and supports local arts culture to promote a healthy and sustainable San Fernando Valley. She joined Pacoima Beautiful as Deputy Director in 2010 and has served as Executive Director since 2013. During her leadership, she has spearheaded environmental cleanup and safety campaigns in some of the poorest and hardest impacted areas of Los Angeles County. Previously, she helped lead ICON CDC, a community-based not-for-profit organization that serves small business owners and entrepreneurs, and served on the Northeast Valley Area Planning Commission for the City of Los Angeles. In 2020, Veronica joined the South Coast Air Quality Management District as a board member, after being appointed by the Speaker of the California State Assembly. In her role as board member, she continues for her commitment to building people power and improving the lives and voices of her community. She creates equitable, healthy, and safe neighborhoods every single day by her commitment to the community and the wonderful work that Veronica does. Thank you, Veronica, for your countless years of public service. It is my honor to recognize you as a distinguished community leader and luchadora during Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Valley luchadora Corinne Sanchez for her decades of service in our community. Corinne is the daughter of a World War II veteran of the Pacific Front in Burma and a mother who worked at the Santa Fe Railroad. Corinne attended Long Beach State University, where she became a student leader and was involved in the creation of the Chicano-Chicana Studies program and social justice organizations. There were only 3 Chicanas that started the United Mexican American Students, UMAS, in 1967 at Long Beach State University, and Corinne was one of them. Corinne is a lifelong trailblazer. Upon her graduation, she worked for the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, then went on to travel throughout the Midwestern and Southwestern U.S. to promote the creation of Chicano Studies departments in universities and colleges. She then began her work for Proyecto del Barrio, a non-for-profit community-based organization that provides health and human services to communities with underserved populations. As president and CEO, Corinne oversees expanded services in comprehensive primary health care employment, child care, and prenatal social services. After realizing her dream of becoming an attorney, she, alongside 8 other women, founded and served as president of the Latina Lawyers Bar Association to help advocate and educate for the advancement of Latinas in law. Corinne has always been a strong leader in the community. She has held numerous roles in various commissions and associations for many, many years. In more than 3 decades of service, Corinne has never forgotten her roots. She has worked to make the community a better place for thousands of underserved families and individuals. Her advancements are a testament to how hard work, inspiration, and perseverance can make a difference in helping people realize the power of their dreams. Thank you, Corinne. It is my honor to recognize you as a distinguished leader and luchadora this Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Christy Sandoval as a Valley luchadora. Christy is a Los Angeles-based self-taught artist from Pacoima, whose murals have put the city of LA's art on the map. She grew up in Pacoima and studied at the Academy of Art University in San Francisco, where her community and personal experiences influenced her work. In the last 15 years, she has painted more than 50 murals. Her art includes pieces titled Decolonized and A Woman's Place is in the Struggle. This brings awareness to social justice issues and focuses on female empowerment. Christy, along with other artists, helped kickstart the transformation of a corridor in the Northeast San Fernando Valley known as the Mural Mile, a 3-mile stretch of Van Nuys Boulevard that has nearly 3 dozen murals. These murals brought Christie international recognition, and she was the first female participant at the Mural Istanbul Festival in 2015. She received the Phenomenal Woman Award in 2016 from the Department of Gender and Women's Studies at California State University, Northridge, and has presented her work and spoken at various universities, museums, organizations, and events in the media. In 2017, she worked with Amnesty International through Art for Amnesty campaign, creating art pieces representing individual political prisoner cases from around the world. Christie believes in the healing power of art and continues to paint murals, direct and develop arts programming, and much, much more. Her contribution to the Mural Mile has changed the life and reputation of Pacoima from a place that people would avoid visiting to a neighborhood where sold-out mural tours stroll down the streets. Her art shows our neighborhood as the beautiful, unique place that it always has been and truly is. Thank you, Christie, for your transformative artwork. It is my honor to recognize you as a distinguished community leader and luchadora during this Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Danny Trejo as a Valley luchador. Danny is one of the best-known actors in film, a community leader, a champion of the arts, and a dear friend of mine. His prolific career in the entertainment industry came from hard work and an atypical road to success. Danny's path has led him on an incredible journey, rising from serving time in prison to a Hollywood star and to a real-life hero when he rescued a baby who was trapped in the child seat of an SUV that collided with another vehicle in Sylmar just a few years ago. Danny grew up in an environment where crime and drugs were common. He ended up involved in drug dealing and robbery. It's well known that Danny was sent to prison for these crimes. He survived prison riots, solitary confinement, and a terrifying brush as being on death row. Throughout the 1960s, Danny was a regular in the California prison system until he was released on parole in 1969. It was then that he decided to change his life for the better. After coming out of incarceration, he worked odd jobs in construction, gardening, sales, and labor while spending his evenings in recovery meetings and mentoring kids to keep them from making the same mistakes that Danny did. Danny was introduced to the acting world as an extra, but was exclusively cast as an imposing gang member for years before he grew into the leading actor we all know and love today. His very real background story has made him one of Hollywood's most recognizable character actors. He has grown into a professional actor working alongside and with the likes of Al Pacino and Nicolas Cage and the filmmaker Robert Rodriguez, all while inspiring young people with his story. Danny Trejo's transformation from juvenile delinquent to Hollywood star is an impressive example of personal growth and improvement that gives hope and inspiration to everyone. Danny's extraordinary success continues in his businesses. He founded a restaurant chain in honor of his mother and created his own brand. Danny has never forgotten who he is and the impact he makes in our neighborhood. He continues to be accessible in the community and frequently volunteers his time, and he is a regular at the annual Pacoima Christmas Parade. Thank you, Danny, for your contributions to the arts and continued commitment to community service. It is my honor to recognize you as a distinguished leader and luchador during this Hispanic Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I am so proud of what Democrats have accomplished and delivered for working families across our great country. Since the beginning of the 117th Congress, Since January of last year, Democrats have taken action on legislation that puts people over politics. We are lowering costs, creating better paying jobs, and making a real positive difference in the lives of every hardworking American. In the Northeast San Fernando Valley alone, we've created 30,000 new good-paying jobs and countless workforce training opportunities for our community. We know that additional jobs will come to our neighborhoods with the recent passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act. Soon we'll begin to see more of our family, friends, and neighbors become plumbers, pipe fitters, electrical workers, steel workers, laborers, electricians, and engineers, and so much more. These investments will help us fight the climate crisis, rebuild our roads and sidewalks, and grow our clean energy economy. But that's not all. In just 1 year, we've helped 13,000 entrepreneurs, many of them men and people of color, women and people of color in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, build their small businesses from the ground up. That means 13,000 new local mom and pop shops serving our community, employing our neighbors, and helping grow our economy. This is all thanks to our partnership with President Biden. Since he took office, we've created 10 million jobs across the country, dropping the unemployment rate to 3.7%, the lowest rate in 50 years. We're seeing the best economy for American workers in decades, and with people getting higher wages, better benefits, and better jobs across the country. And while we're seeing progress in the fight against inflation, we know that there is much more work to do. The good news is we're finally starting to see gas prices drop after Putin's price hike. Families across the country will soon start to get some additional relief with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, which lowers the cost of prescription drugs, makes health insurance more affordable, provides credits for electric vehicles, and more. From day one of the 117th Congress, we have successfully worked day in and day out to fulfill our promise to the American people. I am so proud of our work, and I look forward to continuing to help families in the Northeast San Fernando Valley prosper now and into the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the profound positive impact that the Inflation Reduction Act will have on all communities across the nation, including my district, the Northeast San Fernando Valley. Anyone can see that the climate crisis has already taken a huge toll on our communities and communities like mine. From poor air quality, droughts, and extreme heat to the constant threat of wildfires, our district has known the realities of climate change all too well and for far too long. But our experiences are not isolated. Over the past 5 years alone, the United States has experienced over 90 climate disasters. As we witness the destruction caused by Hurricane Fiona and Hurricane Ian, it's clear now, more than ever, that aggressive action to fight climate change is necessary. Last month, we delivered the single biggest climate investment in U.S. history by passing the Inflation Reduction Act. That's a big deal, especially for communities like mine. Growing up, I remember not having to be able to play outside because the air quality was so bad back then. For many of us, it was normal to have someone in our family or a friend have serious respiratory problems like asthma. The fact is that our children deserve to live in a community that is safe and free of toxic pollutants. Thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, we're going to be on track to reduce emissions by roughly 40% by 2030, a necessary step to clean our air and preventing the worst effects of climate change. One of the ways we're going to be able to do this is by electrifying our heavy-duty vehicles and school buses, an investment that I am so proud to have led with our United States Senator from California, Alex Padilla. We're also lowering costs for hardworking American families by making rebates and tax credits available to electrify home appliances, install rooftop solar, electrify air conditioning and heaters, and make electric vehicles more affordable. We're putting environmental justice communities first and investing $60 billion to reduce pollution, to make clean energy more accessible, and to provide better quality life in lower income neighborhoods across the United States of America. And the best part is we're making polluters pay so that communities like ours don't have to continue to bear the brunt of climate change. The Inflation Reduction Act is a transformative law and will do so much good for families in the San Fernando Valley. It ensures that all people, regardless of zip code, can access cost-saving solutions that will help fight the climate crisis together. It means that our friends, family, and neighbors will be able to breathe clean air and drink clean water. This is just the beginning of the work that we're going to continue to do. We'll continue to fight to make sure we keep climate action front and center in the job that we do for all the people of this great country. I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to say thank you to the community that I was born and raised in, to have the honor to be a United States Congressman. I'd like to also recognize that I'm so blessed to have been raised by my two parents, Andres and Maria Cardenas, who came here as immigrants from Mexico. They never dreamed that any one of their 11 children could have such an honor. They taught me and my brothers and sisters simple values that have served all of us well and that served me well to have the honor of being a United States Congressman and serve the Northeast San Fernando Valley. I also want to thank my constituents for having the confidence in me to represent them here in Washington. And I pray every day that I do the job that they've sent me to do, to make their lives better and to help them live a good and clean life. I also want to take a moment of personal privilege to say how blessed I feel to have such a beautiful, amazing family. My wife, Norma, who has been so supportive, our 4 children, Vanessa, Christian, Andres, and Alina, my son-in-law, Brian, and our amazing, beautiful grandchildren, Joaquin and Jimena. These are blessings that I've been so honored to have in my life. And I am so fortunate and blessed to be able to speak on this floor, to be a member of Congress is so humbling. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to express how much I care about the leaders of my community and how grateful we are for them, and for the honor to be a member of this prestigious and amazing body, the House of Representatives of the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are going to spend the next hour to raise to the attention of every American the large and looming crisis that hangs over the heads of our fellow Americans, but especially the next generation of Americans, on account of our ever-growing, massive, almost incalculable national debt at $31 trillion and counting, with a projection of $16 trillion over the next decade, by the way, half of which will be interest payments on the debt without a single dollar or dime going to something productive to help a soldier or a sailor or a senior with a safety net program. It will be servicing the debt of this country. And I believe this is the long-term greatest threat to America. I believe, as Admiral Mullins stated when asked by the defense community what the greatest national threat, security threat was, he replied, the national debt is the greatest national security threat. Why? Because a debt crisis in any form will undermine our ability to provide for the common defense and have a military and weapon systems that will be sufficient for the ever-evolving and growing threats, especially the great power threats like China. It will undermine economic security and prosperity and this land of opportunity, this American promise for our children and grandchildren. So this, I don't believe there's a more important issue. And the founding father, the father of America, our first president, George Washington, in his farewell address, warned us about three big threats. He mentioned foreign influence, factions that divide us and weaken the bonds of American unity and American oneness. But then he mentioned that we must avoid the accumulation of debt, not only by shunning occasions of expense, but by vigorous exertion in times of peace to discharge the debts which unavoidable wars may have occasioned. Translation, you may have to borrow money when you're in a world war, but just like the last time we were over 100% debt to GDP, our nation was willing to make the cuts to expenses and bring down the debt when we were in peacetime. We are now at 128% over the size of debt relative to our economy in World War II. We are carrying the largest debt in the history of the United States, and we're not at war. And the horizon and the trajectory, not only 10 years, but if you look at 100 or 30 years, it's over $120 trillion in additional debt. It's mind-boggling. It's unconscionable, and I think it's immoral to hand a country in such shambles fiscally and so bankrupt to the next generation and just literally wipe out their future and the blessings of liberty and opportunity that every generation of Americans have inherited to date. He says that. He says we should avoid these things. We should bend the expense curve. We should bring down debt and not ungenerously throw that debt upon posterity. The burden, he says, which we ourselves ought to bear. I see that every day in Congress. Instead of us bearing the burden by paying for the government that we believe the American people want, I'm not so sure they want this government, this ever-expanding government, but when we are giving that government to them, we ought to pay for it and not defer the taxes on the next generation. And that is not an American, that's not the American way. That's not been the American tradition of our lawmakers. And we are in a real bad spot. And it's going to take courage. It's going to take courage from everybody, regardless of party, to find a way not only to start paying for things through expense cuts, and in the case of my Democrat colleagues, raising revenue, we're way beyond just being able to offset and even grow the economy and get out of this debt hole. We're going to have to take extraordinary action, and it's going to require extraordinary courage. Quite frankly, I haven't seen that on either side. But we have a tremendous opportunity, I think, in the future as Republicans look to take over in the House as the majority party, and they get to demonstrate to the American people leadership on this issue. We've seen $5 trillion in new spending over the last 2 years under this administration. $5 trillion. And I hope and pray that my party and will live up to the confidence and trust that the American people will put into us to steward this great nation of ours and lead and take on the great challenge of the 21st century, which is this national debt. I've got more to say, but my dear friends and colleagues are here from all over the country to speak on this matter. And the first one is my dear friend from Kansas, the 1st District of Kansas. A man who's no stranger to public service, served his great state as lieutenant governor, now serving in the United States Congress. He asked me to remind folks that he represents the great state of Kansas and his alma mater, Kansas State, which upset the Oklahoma University Sooners. Now they've beat them 3 out of the last 4 times. So that's pretty darn impressive. So with that track record, please lend him your ears, my fellow Americans. Tracy Mann.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding me time. From West Texas, my good friend, Red Raider, I would say if K-State can beat OU 3 out of the last 4 years, certainly we can make massive progress on this debt that we've racked up. Nothing is impossible. I rise today to discuss the excessive government spending at a time when inflation is skyrocketing, the supply chain is still struggling to recover, and farmers are going out of business. I look forward to the month of August every year because it gives me an extended period of time back home to visit with folks in my district and hear about their needs. This year, however, on August the 12th, Speaker Pelosi called back the House to vote on the $700 billion tax and spend plan chock full of Green New Deal priorities. This so-called Inflation Reduction Act will do nothing to slow down inflation. It'll only make it worse. The bill contained countless reckless spending provisions, such as $80 billion to hire 87,000 IRS agents, increasing audits on the middle class and small businesses, spending more than $250 billion on Green New Deal spending and brand new $27 billion climate slush fund of EPA, $12 billion in new taxes on oil and gas producers, expanding the senseless war on producers of fossil fuels, $128 billion spent to expand Obamacare subsidies. As if this weren't enough, President Biden announced a plan just a few weeks ago to forgive student loans up to $20,000 per borrower without the approval of this Congress. Regardless of party, that's appalling. This plan is obviously just campaigning utilizing taxpayer dollars. It's ill-timed, short-sighted, and irresponsible. In light of the astronomically high inflation that our country is facing, the plan to cancel student loans will cost taxpayers more than $300 billion, transferring the debt burden to borrowers to low and middle-class taxpayers. The Biden plan unfairly punishes Americans who have already paid their student loans or never attended college. Government spending is set to expire tomorrow, September 30th, and Congress will consider a stopgap spending bill tomorrow morning to keep this government operating again. Included in the bill is $1 billion of spending to subsidize the home utility cost of low-income Americans, when Biden's war on fossil fuels caused the utility costs to skyrocket in the first place. There are better ways to solve the most problems than simply throwing money at them, but that's all this administration seems to know how to do. Oddly enough, the one place where House Democrats and this administration don't want to spend more money is on police, the brave men and women who protect us all. It's truly unbelievable. The picture here overall is one of wasteful spending, political pandering that endangers Americans, carelessness, and short-sightedness. This administration needs to wake up to the real problems facing America and start offering practical solutions to pay down our debt before it's too late. Thank you for having me. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Kansas. I think it's important to be honest with the American people, even if the truth hurts. When I'm asked who caused this disastrous level of debt, this deep hole that we've dug for our children and grandchildren, I say that while the Democrats have certainly done a whole lot of spending beyond our ability to pay and beyond what I think is the appropriate scope and scale of the federal government, which I think should be targeted and limited and focused on its mission, provide a common defense and secure the liberties of us and our posterity, I am quick to remind them that Republicans have their fair share of blame. And while I am celebrating the thought, the opportunity for Republicans to be in the majority and to fulfill this commitment to America, which includes curbing wasteful spending and ensuring that this government is accountable to we the people, let's be honest. I was here in the 115th Congress as a freshman, and I saw the contributions that my party contributed to this. I saw us blow past the spending caps that we voted for to constrain spending. I witnessed us put aside pay-for provisions to offset these programs that we think are so important and necessary for taxpayers. I even was part of the Budget Committee that in the second year wasn't able to pass the budget out of the committee, let alone this chamber. So when we talk about the Democrats failing for the last 2 years to even pass a budget out of committee, which I'm happy to say because it's the truth, and it's quite shameful for any party to not have a budget, let alone live by it like every American. We as Republicans have made our contributions to this, and we ought to own it, and we ought to feel the burn in our conscience until we actually unite as a party and reach across the aisle where we can to address this, what I would call a curse on the next generation of Americans. Ben Franklin, God bless him, said, when you run in debt, you give to another person power over your liberty. He said the second vice in public service is lying. The first is running up a debt. I've got a good friend who I've come to respect tremendously, not only for his service in the United States Congress, but his service to our country as a Foreign Service officer. He is wicked smart and a great patriot. And Peter Mayer hails from the 3rd District of Michigan, from the Great Lake State. Peter Mayer, would you please make some comments on this important issue?
Thank you to my good friend, Mr. Arrington, and I wish I had a witty sports rejoinder from Michigan to Texas, but I utterly lack that. But Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the deeply troubling state of our nation's finances. As Mr. Arrington has pointed out, at this moment, the U.S. public debt stands at nearly $31 trillion, or 122% of our gross domestic product. Total debt service on this as August of this year was $677 billion, which is more than we spent on national defense in the 2017 fiscal year. To put another way, this current administration, despite all of this, does not seem worried. In fact, they're enacting policies that will only grow and exacerbate this problem. This administration, with the assistance of its Senate and House counterparts, passed both the American Rescue Plan and the oxymoronically named Inflation Reduction Act through reconciliation with absolutely zero communication across the aisle. Still, not satisfied with what they've been able to spend on a strictly partisan basis in Congress, the administration has arrogated to itself sweeping fiscal powers under a national emergency which it continues to extend, not because the actual emergency persists, as the president has mentioned, that the pandemic's over, but because they need the money. And that is what the administration has chosen to do. Our question is, with these emergency powers, what is their goal? It's engineering one of the largest upward transfers of wealth in the nation's history, spending $400 billion, that's almost 2% of GDP, to pay down the loans of those who attended college. It's important to keep in mind that in the U.S., the median household income of a college graduate is over $100,000, significantly higher than the median income of the American taxpayer and nearly twice the median household income of the average family in my district. Why are they doing this? Have college graduates been disproportionately affected by this pandemic? No, quite the opposite. College grads have done relatively well compared to the rest of the country, many of whom could Zoom in to work. They had the option of working remotely. They were not laid off en masse. The reason the Biden administration is choosing to do this is because it's what the Democratic Party does. They use control of the ever-growing state to tax their enemies and pay their friends. President Biden, facing a historically unpopular moment, has a base that's apathetic because he has failed to deliver the unrealizable promises that he made. So the answer? A 2% of GDP gift to drive them to the polls. It's that simple. After all this, there will still be losses. But once again, we will achieve nothing. And once again, we will have a bill that we will foot for decades to come. We must put an end to this type of governing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan for his heartfelt comments and his deep concern for our country and our nation's future. Under this gigantic weight of $30+ trillion in debt and this dark cloud and the clouds that gather, got another dear friend and colleague who is very passionate about this issue. Certainly a patriot, served his country, served the Lone Star State in the House and Senate, and decided he would venture here out in Washington, D.C. To be another voice for the freedom-loving, God-fearing people of Texas. And so I'm honored and proud to serve alongside of Pat Fallon. Pat, take it over.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington, my dear friend from West Texas. You know, time and again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have put our country in a financial chokehold. Mr. Speaker, they believe that the only solution to fix any of our country's problems is to spend, and you know what? And spend even more. Well, I have to ask, where has that gotten us? And I'll tell you where, on the road to financial oblivion. Our federal debt is approaching $31 trillion. That's 31,000 billions. Our annual deficit was nearly $3 trillion in fiscal year 21, and I suspect a similar number at the end of FY22. We're experiencing a 40-year high in inflation precisely because of this runaway, reckless, and highly irresponsible government spending. We're seeing higher prices that are disproportionately harming the working poor and the middle class. And Americans are tired of spending over half their hard-earned paychecks just to pay for the basic necessities of life. This body never has had a revenue problem. This body has a spending problem. It's an important distinction. And why? You know, if a school district can't spend more than it takes in, a city can't, a county can't, a state can't. But the federal government does because they have a printing press down the street. So what can be done? Because to be frank, when you talk to people at home, they're starting to lose hope. Time is running out. And when you become addicted to deficit spending and essentially are enjoying $1 worth of goods or services and it's costing you 75 cents, hard to wean yourself off of that. So in effect, what Washington has done for far too long is mortgage our children's future for political expediency and benefit now, never considering what will become of our future generations. So what's the answer? Actually, pretty simple. We should only spend what we take in, period, end of story, full stop. 27 years ago, this very legislation, a balanced budget amendment, passed out of this chamber and exceeded the 2/3 threshold, believe it or not. And it only failed in the Senate by 1 vote, and it would have been then sent to the states. So we must tackle this issue, Mr. Speaker, here and now. And it shouldn't be partisan. This is math. This isn't a Democratic solution. This isn't a Republican solution. This is an American solution moving forward. And we can't tackle it tomorrow. We can't tackle it next year. We can't kick the can down the road. We need to tackle it now, today, this very second. $31 trillion. It's a staggering debt that will eventually, and with absolute certainty, lead to American financial catastrophe. But we can stop it. We just need to work together and inject fiscal sanity into this debate. We owe it to our children, we owe it to our country, and we owe it to our future. Thank you, Mr. Arrington, for letting me share some remarks. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself, and I thank the gentleman from Texas. We need to harness that passion, and we need to unify not only our conference to lead by example, but the entire United States Congress to take this on. We do have threats, existential, like our adversary China. We have a number of threats, and we have to address them responsibly and with urgency. But I don't see a bigger long-term threat that could just knock the shine plumb off of the shining city on a hill than this boulder that's rolling downhill, this snowball that is going to impact every aspect from national security to our economy to domestic tranquility. The whole shooting match, as we say in Texas, if we don't step up and have the courage to lead and to deliver for our children. Speaking of children, I've got a friend and colleague on Ways and Means who's raised a family and is expecting to have his children inherit this American promise and this exceptional nation and the future opportunities it affords our fellow countrymen. He's run a business, a family-owned construction company. He's served at the local and county level. He served in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's Senate, and I believe he was the leader of the Senate's Budget and Finance Committee, and so this guy knows what he's talking about. And I imagine when he was leading the charge for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in the Senate, they balanced their budgets and they paid their debts and they lived fiscally responsible and within their means, because that's what leaders do with other people's money. And with that, I'm proud to hand over the mic to Lloyd Smucker for his comments and thank him for his service.
I'd like to thank Mr. Arrington for leading this discussion tonight and for the kind comments. And, you know, it's interesting, you talk about Pennsylvania's budget, and I was proud to serve there and be part of the process. And I thought it was a difficult, a broken process there. We would pass a budget weeks beyond the deadline, or sometimes months. There'd be vigorous discussions with the governor on what that budget should look like. But at the end of the day, we did. You're exactly right. We passed a budget where expected revenues matched the appropriations that we put forward. And so it was a little unbelievable to come here and see that we haven't done that in about at least 20 years here. We certainly haven't balanced the budget in almost our lifetime. And so as broken as I thought the process was at the state level, at least at the end of the process, you had a product that balanced the budget. So I want to just express my appreciation and thanks to Mr. Arrington for leading this discussion. You know, I share, as he knows, we've had discussions about this, the deep concerns for the current state of our nation's finances. And, you know, we talk about this, and I think it's, you know, we serve on the Ways and Means Committee together, and I think Ways and Means Committee members understand the problems we're faced with if we don't address this. I also serve on the Budget Committee, and there we talk about the problems that we're faced with, but that has to extend beyond just those two committees, and it has to extend to our entire conference, and also to this entire body and our entire system of government. We need to be talking about how this impacts our constituents, how it impacts people at home, why they should care about this. Some people maybe don't even understand that the issues of federal debt and deficits even matter. And sometimes I like to put it in simple terms. And if you think of our national debt, say, like a balance on a credit card, we all do budgets in our homes and in our businesses. But think about the national debt. We can't even imagine the $30 trillion number, which, by the way, is about $245,000 people per $1,000 per American. But let's just talk about it as a credit card. Every one of us will have to shoulder this debt at some point, and we're going to have to make sacrifices. If you have credit card debt in your home, you have to make sacrifices to pay it down. The higher the balance, the higher the minimum payment, meaning less money at the end of each month for things that you'd rather spend on than paying down, than making that credit card payment, like health care, saving for retirement, whatever it may be. And if you don't pay down the balance, we haven't done that in a long time here, it'll affect your credit rating. You'll become credit unworthy or uncredit worthy, and it'll result in higher interest rates and more payments, and it's a snowball effect. And that credit rating will plummet. Not only will you pay more, then no one will trust you with a new loan. And as you know, the longer that you wait to pay down the credit card debt, the more it grows and grows and grows. We should all care that every dollar the government spends, it should be spent responsibly. It is the taxpayers' money. The taxpayers earned it. And we should be responsible with their dollars. But we certainly haven't seen the Biden administration doing that. Biden's government has accrued $4.8 trillion in new debt since taking office. We now owe over $30 trillion in debt, $245,000 per taxpayer. American Rescue Plan, Inflation Act, the student loan forgiveness, many other misguided policies, each drastically increase the role of government in everyday American lives. Biden's policies over the past year have incentivized people not to work, rewarded those who have accrued high school student loan debt on the backs of those who have worked hard to pay off their own debt or totally avoided debt, and have weakened America's goal to be a symbol of freedom in the world. If we are going to defend the American dream, we must fix this problem. We must fix, actually, the broken budget process here in Congress as well, as you talked about. This week, we're once again going to fund the government on a massive short-term continuing resolution loaded with irresponsible spending. Over the past 4 years of Speaker Pelosi's leadership in the House Democrats didn't pass a budget resolution by regular order except to push partisan reconciliation bills that have spent trillions of dollars. And I can tell you, as Republicans, we've made a commitment to Americans, our commitment to America. And certainly, all of us in this conference, certainly those of us on the Budget Committee, will ensure that we do the work, we pass a budget on time and through regular order, and stick to it. Republicans will commit to reducing our spending in order to preserve that American dream that we think is so important for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Arrington, for leading this, and appreciate the opportunity to be part of it.
Lloyd Smucker is my brother, and we came in together, served our first term in the 115th Congress, and I know he is committed to this. I am proud that and confident of his leadership on the Budget Committee, and I just, again, share the sentiment of my colleagues and the sense of urgency. The sense of urgency. You know, this crisis, a debt-related crisis, is very different than any other crisis we've experienced in that, for example, with the pandemic, COVID, and the government's response to COVID, which was sometimes the problem itself, but altogether, we were able to borrow and print enough money to bail out of it. But when the dominoes fall on a debt crisis, it doesn't matter how much China will lend us. It doesn't matter how much the Federal Reserve can print until their heart's desire. It won't fix it. And we will weaken this country and its global dominance and its global leadership and the values that America represents to the entire world. So I'm grateful to Mr. Smucker, and now I would like to have another colleague on the Committee on Ways and Means, and from the Keystone State, another proud citizen of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This guy's run a business, and I think I've heard him say, and I'll paraphrase, if he ran his business like the knuckleheads in Congress run this country, he would have been bankrupt before he could ever make payroll, let alone make a living. This is a man that is known for his Newt Rockney locker room speeches like they did there at Notre Dame. Let me tell you, he can fire you up, and he's got the fire in his belly, and I guarantee you, when we get the majority, and I don't want to be too presumptuous, but I should say God willing, if the people give us the majority, I know that this man is going to be riding herd on our conference and the entire Congress to do the right thing. He's got 4 children and 10 grandchildren. That's what we call skin in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend Mike Kelly.
I thank my colleague from Texas, and I think at some time in whatever it is you do in life, there's a saying, it's rug cutting time. And what does that mean? It means face the reality of what is in front of you right now. Don't try to paper over it. Don't try to dismiss it. And don't ever think that there's always going to be time, sometime in the future, to address a crisis that you face today. Now, I brought with me a picture of an iceberg. And this is the way our debt looks. You only see a very small portion above the surface. Most of the iceberg is below the surface. We talk about kitchen table economics. What do we mean by that? Well, we tell people, hey, you know what? We had really good revenues last year. It was $4.8 trillion. People say, that sounds like a lot of money. Yeah, but we went out and we spent $6.1 trillion. And they say, oh, well, that doesn't sound like that's not much of a difference. Kitchen table economics. You sit down with your wife, you look at what your earnings are, and you say, well, geez, honey, we had a pretty good year. We made $48,000. And she looks at it and says, that's a lot of money. They say, yeah, but we spent $61,000. It's like, oh my God, we couldn't have possibly done that. What allows you to borrow more money than you should have? It's irresponsible lending. It's irresponsible spending. When the United States of America makes a conscious decision to enter into overwhelming debt that will not only rest on the shoulders of our children and grandchildren, it will rest on us. We talk about spending, and we talk about the size of our debt, and we say, you know, it's in the last year and a half, it's gone up $9 trillion. So how much is that then? Well, we're up to about $31 trillion in the red. But then we said, yeah, but you know what? That covers a certain portion of our debt. What it doesn't take into consideration is our unfunded liabilities. And when you add in the unfunded liabilities, it's a whopping $123 or $124 trillion in debt. It is unimaginable. And if you could imagine it, you would never be able to lay your head on a pillow at night and say, things are pretty good. Because if we can't do this, we'll just print more money. If you printed more money in the private sector, irresponsible, Then it's called counterfeiting. Why were we always so worried about counterfeiting? Because the market would get flooded with paper that had no real value. What in the living hell has happened to our citizens? And more importantly, what has happened to their elected leaders who they have elected to come here and act in their best interest? We are at a titanic moment. Our country is steaming full speed ahead at an iceberg that will sink us. We live in the most dangerous times our country has ever seen. Budgets are the key to being able to sleep soundly at night. Budgets are the plan that you put together where you understand what your potential earnings could be, and more importantly, what do you want to spend? Nobody in the private sector would ever develop a plan like the government does. And I was told when I first got here, you know your problem, Kelly? You think that a government should be run like a private business. My answer was no. What I know for a fact is that no private business can be run the way a government is. Why? When we pass these huge spending bills, whose pocket does it come out of? Who pays every single penny of it? Who's looking at balances that we can't possibly meet and irresponsibly still decides to do that? Oftentimes, to gain the favor of our fellow citizens. I hear constantly, do you think we'll get another check? Do you think we'll get more help? I don't need the money, but I'll put it in a bank account. But do you think we'll get that? I said, I hope the heck you don't, because the money that you got from the government went on to your total tax bill. You do not ever receive anything from the United States government, your state government, or your local government that comes without a price tag attached to it, and that price tag is attached to your wallet, and that wallet is suffering greatly under an unbelievable burden. And we sleep through this. We doze off. We refuse to believe where it is we are going. And so when I say we are steaming full speed ahead and we're going to have a Titanic moment, anybody that understands what happened on the Titanic understands that the reason they had so many losses of life on the Titanic is they didn't have enough lifeboats to put passengers on. This government is bankrupting America. And somebody says, you know what, I'm worried about my grandchildren, and in some cases, even my children. And my answer to that is start worrying about yourself. This is in imminent danger that lies right in front of us, our inability to face it, our delusional belief that somehow everything is all right, and we're fuzzy, and we're warm, and we're comfortable, until the wolf comes to the door. What happened here? What happened to the greatest nation the world has ever known, with the most potential the world has ever known? Not a government that decides that a lot of the assets we have, we're not going to use them. We're going to go to a foreign source for energy. Why would you use domestic energy? Why would you use something that's right beneath your feet? And I hear all the time, well, we're going to work on all the above. I said, that's fine, but let's not forget everything that's below. Let's understand what our assets are and understand that we are drowning ourselves in debt. Now, I'm accused sometime of being too passionate, but I'll tell you what, I'll be damned if I'm going to sit at the Thanksgiving table this year and look at those 10 grandchildren and my 4 children and say, you know what, your mother and I really love you, but we just don't care about your future. We are co-signing your name to our debt. And hopefully we'll be gone before you face that. My friends, this is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democrat issue. This is not a red issue. This is not a blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue American issue. I would ask my colleagues on the other side, please don't accuse us of not wanting to work with you. For 2 years, we haven't been allowed to be at the table. We have not been allowed to be in the room. We have not been allowed to be in the building. We have not even allowed to be in the town. This false narrative that we will not reach across the aisle to work together, the one thing we will never do is to continue to damn our children and grandchildren in the future of this country with a debt that is so large, so over-encompassing, that there will no longer be a United States of America. Anybody that tells me it's okay to spend $61,000 a year because you make $48,000, I will say you are a fool. And we have been fools. Both sides of the aisle have spent unbelievable amounts of money that you can't justify, other than the fact that every 2 years there's an election. So we try to put features and benefits together that will add value to who we are, knowing that it's a false narrative. Our real challenge is not how much we spend. It's a matter that we refuse to address the bankruptcy that we are facing, and very soon. So, my friend from Texas, thank you so much. The great state of Texas is always a place where we look for leadership and talk about, how did Texas get to be Texas? Because of strong citizens. I would just say to all our colleagues, I don't care if you sit on the right side or the left side, I would say just be on a side that is a responsible side. Amen. If you can possibly say that what we're doing is fine, and it's the best interest in the future of this country, I would say you must be working out of some new math. You must be working out of some new program. Nobody who has any sense, common sense, would look at what's going on right now. Please look at this iceberg. We are at a Titanic moment. Turning your head away, refusing to listen, refusing to be responsible to our fellow citizens, will cause this country to sink. It's time to wake up, America. Forget about being woke. Wake up. We are facing an incredible, incredible challenge and a demise of the greatest nation the world has ever known. I want to thank my colleague from Texas. Thank you so much. I think the biggest part about being, in life as you're growing up, you always tell your kids, don't ever bring shame on this family, and don't do irresponsible things that hurt not only yourself but others. We have more of the oath of office is one thing. There's another oath, and we answer to a much higher power that someday we will face, and we will be held accountable for our irresponsible actions. Thank you so much. Amen. Thanks for doing this tonight, and I just hope our fellow citizens understand what exactly is happening. Thank you, sir.
I'm grateful to Mr. Kelly, proud to call him a friend and colleague. I must shake his hand as he leaves. And listen, this is what it's going to require. It's going to require that level of push and punch and clawing and scratching, yelling if necessary, kicking a chair over in the chamber and saying the house is on fire and it's going to burn down before our children ever taste the sweetness of the blessed life in this country. And I believe we're going to do it. I believe I believe in this country, and I believe that the American people, especially over the last couple of years of this spending frenzy, are waking up to this. And that's the sinister, one of the sinister elements of a debt crisis is you don't feel the pain until you feel the pain. But once you feel the pain, it's too late. It's too late. And the world cannot afford to have America in any position besides the pole position for the sake of stability and freedom and the fundamental rights of every human. And nobody knows that freedom is nothing without security than a Navy fighter pilot who hails from the 25th District of California. He's an Iraq War veteran, was a state assemblyman, and he flipped a seat that was Democrat for years, probably over 20 years, not because he was a great Republican, because he was a great man, and he's a great leader, and he loves this country, and he just wants a safer, stronger, freer nation for his two boys. I turn the mic over and proud to serve with my friend Mike Garcia from California.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the honor from my colleague from Texas for hosting this very important hour. I think what you have captured here in calling our nation's debt a curse is very important, very apropos. When you do the math with the $31 trillion worth of debt, that equates to roughly $94,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United States. So as a head of household of four and the father of two young boys, 15 and 6 years old, I echo your sentiment that we cannot put this curse on our children, our grandchildren. And Mr. Speaker, facts are cold, hard, and stubborn things. And in this world, it doesn't matter what you hope for. It doesn't matter what you wish for. It doesn't even matter what your intentions were, even if they were well-meaning intentions. What matters are the results. And the results stemming from this tax and spend policy brought on by this body, led by a very progressive majority with what I would submit are very regressive results, have resulted in a cold, hard reality for the average American family. And today's reality for the average middle-income, lower-class family is one defined by record-high inflation, mortgage rates that are skyrocketing, retirement accounts that are down nearly 20% since their highs established in early 2021, and record debt. These are regressive economic indicators. And this reality, it's not just bad luck, Mr. Speaker, or the product of anything or anyone else besides your agenda to overtax and to overspend, to overpromise and to underdeliver. And Mr. Speaker, economics is simply physics with dollar signs, and for every action there is a reaction. For every input there's an output. There are fundamental rules that don't bend to your desires, your hopes, or your wishes. These are cold, hard facts and cold, hard rules, just like physics. With over $10 trillion now in obligations and liquidity injected into the system by Congress in just the last 2 years, and a war on American energy and a war on small businesses, the result is 40-year record inflation. That is an action as the result, a reaction as the result of an action. And with record high inflation, the Fed is now forced to raise rates some 400 basis points just in the last 6 months. Again, action and reaction. And with Fed rates now going up so quickly that banks now have to likewise increase their mortgage lending rates accordingly. And just 12 months ago, a home buyer could get a 30-year loan for just 3% interest rates, and today that same loan is now close to 7%. It prices half of the new buyers out of the market. Again, action and reaction. And because people are suffering on a daily basis and can't afford to make ends meet, much less purchase homes, especially first-time home buyers, the housing market and the stock market are now pulling back significantly. Action and reaction. And Mr. Speaker, you and your White House policies over the last 2 years have tried to defy physics, and now gravity is taking over. My constituents, especially in California, we see $6 to $7 a gallon gas, and even if you have an electric vehicle, they pay close to $1,000 a month for their electricity bills. Groceries, school supplies, clothes, everything is about 15 to 20% higher than it was just 2 years ago. They're actually afraid to look at their 401ks or their retirement accounts because they've lost so much. And Californians are getting especially crushed. Now, to pull out of this nosedive, we need to cut spending, like my colleague from Texas has stated several times, and Congress needs to balance its budget. We need to stop adding to the debt and stop adding more risk to our children's economic futures. We need to actually be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and be responsible with it. We need to shrink federal agencies and hold them accountable to higher efficiencies. We need to cut taxes so Americans can keep more of their money and so small businesses can afford to hire and to grow. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we need to listen to our constituents and those in our communities who create jobs instead of punishing them for your hopes and your wishes that defy physics. The poorer families are the ones getting hammered the worst because of it. And Congress can do and has done better, and we will again when we get the majority back. The United States can do and has done better, and we will again. And the best times and the greatest prosperity are ahead of us as a nation, but only as long as we as legislators respect the laws and fundamentals of the economy. Like I said, it's just physics with dollar signs, Mr. Speaker. And to fight those physics is folly. And to add to our debt is reckless. And our debt now has become an existential threat to the nation. And Mr. Speaker, Democrats have failed middle-class families with these policies. But now a new majority will come in, elected by those hurt the most, the middle class, the lower income families, and we will fix this problem. Again, that's an action and a reaction. I want to thank my colleague from Texas for hosting this and educating Congress, and I think most Americans realize the fundamental physics of all of this, and we just got to teach our colleagues to implement them and save our country from this very crushing debt. I thank you, sir.
Well said, my friend, Representative Garcia, and thank you for your service to our country in the Navy and in the United States Congress. I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by my colleagues who are ready to fight by taking on the tough issues, making the tough decisions, and exercising the courage that every leader in this country that ever did anything meaningful for this great nation and for their posterity, we're ready for this. And I know one man has got a lot of fight in him. He is a warrior from Wisconsin and a man that is no stranger to the budget process, and to the broken and dysfunctional dynamics and elements of the budget process in this place. So I'm thankful for Glenn Grothman from the great state of Wisconsin representing the 6th District.
Thank you. There are so many things we can talk about, so many challenges for the American people over the next few months as they try to restore America to its place as the envy of the world, the great country. We could be talking about immigration and 150,000 people a month crossing the border. We could talk about the divisive rhetoric from way too many Democrats finding racism here, there, and everywhere and blaming all of America's problems on racism. We could be talking about other problems, but tonight we're going to be talking about the ridiculous amount of overspending, which is debasing the value of the dollar and resulting in the inflation that is hurting and harming American families so much, be it the cost of cars, be it the cost of food, being the cost of energy. America must not forget where this inflation came from. It came from the American Rescue Plan, one of the first bills passed under President Biden. It was continued by the infrastructure bill, another over $1 trillion of spending. And finally, the Reduce Inflation Act, another $700 billion. This in addition to the large increases in the regular budgets Congress always passes. So we've been out of control on the regular budgets, and now you hear these 3 additional bills which are causing the huge increases in prices that you see at the gas pump, but even more at the grocery store, at the restaurants, when you're looking to buy a house or the rent. Where did this come from? It's not a natural thing to happen. It came because of out-of-control spending on all 3 of these bills. And worse, in addition to the out-of-control spending leading to the inflation, we have where the money went, and we are spending more and more money on programs conditioned upon not working very hard, programs conditioned to take the benefit on not getting married. So in addition to, I assume, intentional desire to debase the currency, we continue down the path of moral decline as we encourage money to be spent in the wrong place. So I encourage the American people in the future, when you decide how you want your country governed, when you go to the office hours back home, when you call your congressman, ask them, where do you stand on these big spending programs? And now we have another one coming down the pike, another $400 billion in student loan debt forgiveness. Where's that money going to come from? I'll tell you where the money's going to come from. To a certain extent, it's going to be paid by future generations, but more immediately, it's going to be paid for the American public again. The $400 billion will result in higher gas prices, higher food prices, higher automobile prices. That's where the money's going to come from. Wake up, America. These things are not free, and the politicians who have passed these programs in the past are responsible for the additional amount of money we're spending. So there are a variety of things we could look at. We could look at, as we worry so much about this great America that was built by our ancestors, all the people who died in the wars, that we may have this great free country, and we see it slipping away as we have out-of-control politicians, as people frequently say happens in democracies, out-of-control politicians buying votes by spending more money on everybody under the sun. That is where this inflation comes from. Please, America, wake up. Like I said, we could talk about what's going on at the border. We could talk about screaming about inflation. We could talk about the attacks on the police, and with the attacks on the police, the inevitable rise in crime as police are afraid to do what they want. But tonight we talk about the out-of-control spending as way too many Americans, including a lot of businesses, by the way, again and again come to their congressman and ask for more free money. And it wasn't free. I hope the next time you go to the grocery store, the next time you look to buy a new car, and you see the huge sticker shock, you remember the politicians who are bragging about all the new money they're spending. Thank you very much.
I thank my friend from Wisconsin, and I'm grateful for his courage. He speaks truth, and he's not up here to win friends and influence people. He's up here to make sure the outcomes of our decisions are in the best interest of our country, and certainly bending the curve on spending, reining in our debt, and restoring fiscal responsibility is at the top of his list. And America is counting on him, and I am too, as a senior member of this body, when we get the majority, to remind every single Republican and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle what's at stake. If we don't, what's at stake? So thank you, Mr. Grothman. Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have remaining? I just have a few closing comments.
The gentleman has 1 1/4 minute remaining.
1 1/4. Boy, we timed it perfectly. I'll just wind down, and then I'll wind up the next speaker and dear friend and fellow Texan. James Madison, I think, summarized it in his statement. A public debt is a public curse, and in a Republican form of government, the worst of its kind. That cloud hanging over the heads of our children, that snowball coming down the mountain, that's the 21st century challenge. And that is the bankrupting of our children's future by spending our country into oblivion. And it is our great challenge. And we enter it with sober minds and with prayerful hearts that God would give us the courage to take on the forces in our own party and in this building and outside this building and anything that stands in our way until we reverse the curse and we can look into our children's eyes and we can tell them, we've handed this country better than we found it, like every generation of great leaders for this country. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And now I get to sit and listen to a great fighter for freedom, my fellow Texan, Chip Roy. And God bless America.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Well, I want to thank my friend from Texas, Mr. Arrington. He's a good friend. He represents, I'll tell him, the second best part of the state.
given that I represent the Hill Country in Central Texas, and my dad grew up in West Texas, went to Texas Tech University. I have a soft spot in my heart for my friend, and he is consistent in bringing to this floor, on the House floor, the need for all of us to work together to deal with the spending problem, and it is a problem, that we face in this country. And I was just thinking, when I started running for office 5 years ago this fall, the national debt of the United States was $21 trillion. Today, 5 years later, our national debt is $31 trillion. Now, just think for a minute. We never know how big that number is. Nobody understands. $31 trillion. Well, let me just tell you this. If you set out to count to 31 trillion, we just said, all right, let's go. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. It would take you almost 1 million years, do the math, 1 million years to get to 31 trillion. That is absurd. We are spending money we don't have. This body believes itself to be the United States House of free stuff. We just write blank checks. We dole it out. Spending money we don't have, obliterating our children's future, devastating the future financial security and stability of the United States, all for what? So that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can walk outside and give a fancy speech about free stuff they're doling out. And with all due respect, colleagues on my side of the aisle can go say, well, I wrote a bunch of checks to fund our defense, so I got to vote for another big spending bill. Every day. Just today, we had a whole bunch of votes on suspensions. There's $10 billion in there for global food security. We have men and women in uniform on food stamps. And this body writes another blank check to dole it out to global food security. When are we going to stop? But here's the problem. These blank checks, this spending that we engage in, it isn't just about debt. It isn't just about weakening our dollar. It isn't just about deficit spending. It's that we're funding the very government that is at war with its own people every day. A Department of Homeland Security that refuses to secure the homeland, with wide open borders and fentanyl pouring in, killing Americans and empowering cartels, with migrants dying in the meantime. An FBI that is targeting parents for domestic terrorism. An FBI that's targeting a father of 7 in Pennsylvania for daring to have gone to speak out and exercise his free speech rights to defend the unborn. An IRS targeting Americans, 85,000 new IRS agents and personnel. We're funding an entire energy, I should say anti-energy agenda that's destroying our energy independence, driving up the price of goods, driving up the price of gas, driving up the price of electricity, weakening the grid of the United States, decreasing the reliability of our energy sector, decreasing the freedom of the American people. All of that for what? So that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the president and the climate czar, or whatever the heck his title is, John Kerry, can go fly around the world in jets, spewing out all sorts of garbage out of their jets, to go hang out in Davos and pat themselves on the back that they're doing some sort of benefit for the world with respect to carbon dioxide, while China has 1,100 coal-fired plants and they're adding 1 new coal-fired plant a day, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just walk around with like butterflies and hummingbirds saying, aren't we great for the world? Oh, isn't this great? devastating the American economy and devastating the American way of life, devastating our national security for fake hummingbirds and fake unicorns because they want to say they're doing something for the environment when they're not doing crap for the environment. Literally. You could ban every single combustion engine in America and you're not going to dent CO2 production while we destroy our way of life and destroy our economy. So America, welcome to the world of the Democratic Party. Plug your car in, use up your entire electricity bill that you use for your air conditioning unit to run your battery-powered car. Oh, $60,000, $70,000. Why can't you just go buy a Tesla, the Secretary of Energy says. Completely out of touch with the average hardworking American. Be right back. But that's what we're dealing with. But that's not all. Today, my colleagues on my side of the aisle, 22 of them in the United States Senate, voted for the continuing resolution. They voted for it, they will say, because, oh no, the government funding will expire tomorrow and we might have a government shutdown. You can hear all of the people in America crying big crocodile tears over the possibility that the federal government might not have its lights on Saturday morning. But let's actually talk about what's really going on. That CR that 22 Republican members of the Senate voted for contains $17 billion in emergency funding, unpaid for, another blank check. That same CR will expire in December, on December 16th, in a lame duck Congress, which my colleagues on this side of the aisle know full well means it empowers my colleagues on that side of the aisle to continue to stick it to the American people with their radical leftist policies, undermining their way of life. That continuing resolution has nothing in it to secure the border of the United States when our border is wide open and fentanyl is pouring in, killing Americans. 72,000 dead Americans last year from opioid, fentanyl-related poisonings directly coming in at the hands of cartels coming from China. That is more than every American who died in the Vietnam War. Are we going to put a great big memorial out there for all of those 72,000? What about the year before? What about this year? What about the 4 people in Hays County that I represent in Texas, the 4 kids who died from fentanyl poisoning? Because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to turn a blind eye to cartels exploiting our border for the endangerment of Americans. And that's the truth. Americans are dead because of the policies of this administration failing to secure the border of the United States, and they know it. And migrants are dead. Migrants' bodies are piling up in South Texas by the hundreds. 53 cooked in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, which I represent. 53 human beings cooked in the false name of compassion, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle walk around going, look at me. I love brown people. I love immigrants. Bull. It's a lie. And my colleagues need to wake up, because I can promise you that the brown people, not my terminology by the way, in South Texas are fed up of being exploited, abused, and used for political purposes. While my colleagues like to say, oh, well, Governor DeSantis and Governor Abbott sent some people to D.C., to Martha's Vineyard. Well, welcome to the party. The country is now alerted. These were volunteers who said, yeah, I'll take a ride to D.C. 50 people in Martha's Vineyard, 53 dead migrants in a tractor trailer in San Antonio. Just last night, the mayor of Uvalde, Texas, yes, that Uvalde, Texas, called up, there was a pickup truck with 10 immigrants in the truck that T-boned into a tractor trailer intersection, 2 of them dead, 2 in the hospital. Every stinking day this is happening. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle turn a blind eye. That's the reality of our border.
But this continuing resolution that my Republican colleagues in the United States Senate, 22 of them, were all too happy to support, continues to fund that Department of Homeland Security of an annual budget of $57.5 billion, $8 billion for ICE, even though it was a 70% reduction in removals last year for ICE. Millions in grants each year in that same continuing resolution to non-governmental organizations who are the ones actually transporting people around the United States, effectively subsidizing illegal immigration. This CR empowers the authoritarian bureaucrats targeting Americans. It's not just the Department of Homeland Security leaving our border wide open and exposed, but the FBI to the tune of $10.8 billion to go after former President Trump, to go after parents concerned about schools, to go after a pro-lifer father, an IRS of $12.6 billion. We just gave them another $80 billion. But no, we just funded a CR that an annual appropriation of $12 billion. Oh, you think that's good enough? How about NIH, $45 billion, after NIH has been basically screwing the American people for the last 2.5 years with their nonsense spewing out about COVID, resulting in our children being set back a generation, shoved to the corner of classrooms, forced to wear masks, unable to have proper speech. Also, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can run around wearing masks and scaring the bejesus out of the American people. $45 billion. My Republican colleagues in the Senate said, sure, let's keep giving them more money. What will my colleagues on my side of the aisle do tomorrow? I hope they'll oppose it. How about Pfizer and Moderna, who face no liability, made $93 billion in 2022. $93 billion. Pfizer and Moderna, because the government was cramming shots into people's arms and then forcing our men and women in uniform to lose their job and get fired if they dare not take a shot, which the current CDC says, you know what, doesn't even help with transmission. What the hell kind of a country are we living in? This isn't freedom. And we're funding it. And Republicans are complicit. NIAID, $6.3 billion, run by the COVID tyrant-in-chief, Dr. Fauci. CDC, $8.5 billion, colluded with the teachers' unions to impose the lockdowns. The World Health Organization, $122 million in this annual funding just approved. Already got $280 million under the Democrats' COVID relief bill. They pushed a completely unfounded COVID narrative and partnered with the Chinese communists to cover up the role in the COVID origins. This we know. The Department of Defense and all of their glory, and don't say that over here on my side of the aisle, because we got to rush in and we got to give the money for the Department of Defense without any accountability, by the way, for how about forcing troops out with their tyrannical COVID-19 vaccine mandates, set to discharge over 75,000 active service members for daring to say no to a vaccine that doesn't even help with transmissibility. How about a woke military and foreign policy? The DOD won't admit China is a greater threat than climate change, according to the leadership. They're preoccupied with diversity training, constructing training centers with mixed-sex restrooms and locker rooms and showers. The Air Force is going to spend $66 million for one in San Antonio, which I represent. $56 billion for the Department of State and Foreign Operations budget, for U.S. embassies to fly Pride and BLM flags, add unspecified X-gender designations to passports. $15 million for the State Department's Global Equality Fund, sending tax dollars to LGBTQI whatever persons around the world. Empowers Biden's administration's anti-American, anti-biology ideology. $39 million for HHS Office of Civil Rights promoting gender transition surgeries for kids. $76 billion obviously goes to the Department of Education, where we subsidize schools failing our kids, shoving them into the corners of classrooms, making them wear masks, and rewarding teachers filling their minds with anti-American teachings under critical race theory. Even in my own school, a city that I represent in San Antonio, Northside ISD, forced a radical equity exercise dividing people by their hair color. $2 billion for the Student Aid Administration, carrying out the Biden's $400 billion student loan giveaway. $525 million for the public broadcasting, HHS, $94 million for diversity training, $64 million for the Office of Minority Health, $1.1 million for the Office of Climate Change and Health Equity in HHS. Energy, $100 million for environmental justice, quote unquote. The EPA used this to create a new Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights in the Department of the EPA. $20 million for the Department of Energy's Office of Impact and Diversity. $885 million for the Department of Education programs that fund colleges based solely on students' race and ethnicity. $235 million for federal apprenticeship program that includes grants to equity intermediaries to hire CRT indoctrination consultants. How about the United Nations Population Fund, praising China's abusive population control programs? How about UN Women, which can't even define women? What's a woman? Promotes trans and intersex athletes. Climate, $15 million for the UN climate agencies, $149 million for the Global Environment Facility, $125 million for the World Bank's Clean Technology Fund. And my Republican colleagues in the Senate, the 22 who voted for it, and of course all the Democrats for the most part, passed this through to get it to a lame duck in December to then allow for even more. That's what we're funding. And at some point you would think that we'd wake up on a bipartisan basis, or Lord willing, at least my side of the aisle, that we actually have the power of the purse. And we're actually supposed to use it. Instead of giving massive blank checks to an administration that is at war with the American people on a daily basis. When the founders gave us this government, they knew that they didn't want to empower an executive with unfettered power. Yet that's what we do every day in this chamber. That's what the so-called People's House of the United States does every single day. Federalist 58, James Madison. The House of Representatives can not only refuse, but they alone can propose the supplies requisite for the support of the government. They, in a word, hold the purse. This power over the purse may in fact be regarded as the most complete and effectual weapon with which any constitution can arm the immediate representatives of the people for obtaining a redress of every grievance and for carrying into effect every just and salutary measure. In other words, we are supposed to have the power. We're supposed to be the ones who can stop the funding of the tyranny against the people. People say, oh, Chip, it's not tyranny. I'm sure my friend from Pennsylvania has thoughts on that. Of course it's tyranny. An FBI targeting parents for being domestic terrorists? An FBI targeting a father of 7 showing up with 25 to 30 armed SWAT team members to arrest him in front of his family? All true. How's that freedom? How's that not tyranny? How is it not tyranny to steal money from a plumber who worked his whole life, didn't borrow money to go to some fancy university, and go give it to somebody else to pay off their loan? How is it not tyranny to steal money from a person who worked their whole life to do it right and pay their loans back after going to college and give it to someone else who got a ridiculous degree from some ridiculous college and is sitting in their parents' basement on social media trying to be a social media influencer? That's what's happening. We're just going to take money from somebody else and go give it to another person. That is tyranny. It is theft. And we're doing it through executive fiat. We didn't vote on it here. None of these people are going to go answer to their constituents for stealing money from them to go give it to someone else. The president just decided it by decree. That is tyranny. It is tyranny to stick a needle in somebody's arm or tell them that you're going to get fired from your career in the military. Well, I've had it. But I've not just had it with the tyrannical policies of a president. I've had it with a United States House of Representatives that does not represent the people. And I've had it with a Republican Party who refuses to stop funding the very things they campaign against every single day. And I'd like to yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Well, I thank the good gentleman from Texas, and he's spot on. It is tyranny. I don't know what other, we call it we use euphemisms around this town, and of course the media does do, loan forgiveness. Loan forgiveness. So you took out the loan, and we're going to forgive you of paying it back using someone else's money. That's not loan forgiveness, that's socialism. And socialism is tyranny. Taking it, just like you said, some hardworking individual, maybe they wanted to go to college, didn't have the opportunity, maybe they didn't have the opportunity because they didn't have the money, maybe their family situation, regardless, doesn't matter. Maybe they chose not to go to college, they chose not to buy something they didn't want to pay for. And now the president says, well, we're going to use the HEROES Act. This is a fascinating example. I've told my colleagues around here that want to keep on helping, you know, we got to establish comedy here, and comedy, not comedy. It is a comedy, unfortunately, but you know, we got to work together. We got to work together. Don't they understand? What will it take for them to understand that every step in good faith that we take is abused by the folks that hate this country and hate us? I hate to use that terminology, but that's where it is. So they used the HEROES Act, enacted after 9/11, for those who were sent, you know, who went to fight, who had to give up some of their time to pay for their student loans, pay for their education. Use that to forgive these loans for other people that made the decision but apparently didn't intend to pay. That is the definition of tyranny. The good gentleman from Texas, my friend, Mr. Roy, mentioned the arrest in Bucks County. I'll just remind everybody today, this place voted on sending hundreds of millions of dollars to the Department of Justice, like they don't have enough, right? So the Department of Justice raided this pastor's house, not just a father of 7, but a pastor, at 7 o'clock in the morning, beating on the door when you don't answer fast enough because maybe you're upstairs in bed and it takes you a while to figure out what's going on and get your clothes on and get down the stairs because you don't want to be standing out in the front lawn in your skivvies in front of the neighborhood because that's what the FBI does, and you don't get there fast enough, they're going to break down your door. These agents all rush in, arms drawn, pointed at this poor individual. Kids are up on the stairs crying. I don't know how many. Mr. Roy says 25, 24, something. Maybe it was that. Whatever it was, here's what I know it wasn't. It wasn't a phone call to the magistrate. Understand that the court, the state court, already threw this thing out. This gentleman, this individual is exercising his First Amendment rights. Somebody made a claim. The state court said, and this police said, there's nothing here. But the federal government said, well, look, you people are all domestic terrorists who disagree. You disagree with us, so now you're domestic terrorists. So instead of calling the guy up and saying, look, federal government wants to arrest you for this, you've never had a record, you're nonviolent, you're going to have to show up at the magistrate's office to be arrested, or we can do it the other way. Which way would you like? And offer the opportunity. This guy's he's not a convicted drug felon, he's not a murderer, has nothing violent in his record. But they break into the house as a show of force, as a show, to make sure everybody else in the country knows, if you got a differing opinion, don't you dare say it. Don't you dare. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the definition of tyranny. That's exactly the definition of tyranny. What else can it be? I yield to the good gentleman.
Well, and I would just add, look, we're talking about, again, decisions we make with the money that we are taking from taxpayers and printing and borrowing, right? To the tune of $1 trillion plus deficits every year. And I started this by saying when I ran for office 5 years ago, for the first time, our national debt was $21 trillion. Today, it is $31 trillion. $10 trillion in the mere 5 years since I've been here. $2 trillion a year, my friend from Pennsylvania. But we keep funding this stuff. So this is the nexus I want the American people to understand. The deficit spending isn't just about the deficits. The deficit spending is why our nation is being torn apart. We are supposed to be able to agree to disagree. We are supposed to be able to have 50 laboratories of democracy sewn together under a commonality, defending ourselves and having an economy that functions. And instead, we are funding the bureaucrats that are ripping us apart, thread by thread. IRS agent after IRS agent, FBI agent after FBI agent. And I say that as someone who worked in the U.S. Attorney's Office with great men and women in the FBI, whose father was an IRS agent. My father worked for the Internal Revenue Service as an auditor. I have no problem with how we try to set these things up to work, but hiring 85,000 new IRS personnel on the back of what we knew happened, targeting certain individuals with the power of the IRS, the FBI targeting a father, targeting Scott Smith in Loudoun County and saying you're a domestic terrorist, in coordination with the National School Boards Association, which now 26 states have, state school board associations have removed themselves from. That's what the American people need to understand. We're funding that. $10 billion, $10.8 billion for the FBI, $12.6 billion for that IRS, $1.5 billion for ATF. For our public health, $8.5 billion for CDC, $6.3 billion for the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, $45 billion for NIH generally, $3.3 billion for the FDA, $122 million for the WHO, $612 million for OSHA. And remember, it was OSHA that tried to force a vax mandate on private businesses. How do you get any more tyrannical than the president says, you, private entity, through OSHA, you're going to require your employees to take a needle in the arm of a vaccine, by the way, that was unproven, untested, had liability protection, and enriched two pharma companies to the tune of $93 billion in 2 years. Somebody tell me that that's not tyranny.
I can't tell you that it's not tyranny. It certainly is. I mean, this is the same OSHA that at some point required reporting of adverse reactions to the so-called vaccine, the jab. And in the dark of night, in the middle of the week, when no one was paying attention, that requirement went away. They still tried to make private employers force their employees to take this jab, but they didn't want to know. They didn't want to know. Like, you got to report everything else, right? You got to report every single slip fall, every industrial accident. We want people to be safe. But we never gave them a license. Never gave them a license to tell us what to do with our own bodies and make those decisions. And for goodness sake, if they have the temerity, to force us to do it, the least they can do is keep records on the adverse effects. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? They didn't want to know, did they? They didn't want to know. They don't want you to know the effect of their tyranny. They are not for medical freedom. They're not for education freedom. They're not for economic freedom. They're not for any of our freedoms. And that is where we are today. That's why Chip, the good gentleman from Texas, and I are here this evening to talk about the tyranny that this place, this room, the body that we serve in, the body that we fought to serve in, the institution that we revered growing up, we are so upset with, because this institution, this body, is aiding and abetting this tyranny. This is the body that's supposed to be ending the tyranny, that's supposed to be fighting the tyranny. Yet here we are. If
I might inquire of the Speaker, how much time is remaining on my time, and if the gentleman from Pennsylvania controls the next block?
The gentleman from Texas has 1 minute remaining. The gentleman is correct.
All right. Well, then I will use another minute, and then we'll transition and just continue going. In fact, tell you what, I'm just going to yield back the balance of my time and defer to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, I thank the gentleman for Texas.
Well, I think he has to.
Oh.
Gentleman yields back. Members, you're reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president, for the record. Now, under the Speaker's announced policy January 4th, 2021, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the good gentleman for Texas for being here and making this plain to all of us. We're going to talk about the CR some more. Continues the highly inflated funding levels. We just saw the Fed, which I got issues with the Fed. That's a whole separate issue. Raise interest rates to try and cool down. It's like pouring water on the fire, right? Cool down this economy because prices are out of control. People can't afford their daily lives. They can't afford their electricity, their food, their rent, their mortgage. Can't afford to send their kids to school. So the Fed does its part. And what do we do over here? Well, the Fed's trying to pour water on the fire. We want to cool it off. Let's throw some gas on it. Right, Mr. Roy? Let's throw some gas on it. $1.5 trillion for this fiscal year. Continues to fund the things that we've been talking about. Another $12.3 billion in Ukraine funding. We all want to help, ladies and gentlemen. What Russia did, it's bullying, right? A country can bully just like an individual can bully. They're bullying their neighbors. Nobody agrees with that. We all want to help. But this is American taxpayers' money. And while Russia's invading the border of Ukraine, we've got an invasion on our southern border. How much are we spending on that? Well, look, we're spending a pile of money, but you know what we're not doing? We're not stopping the invasion. We're saying, here, let's spend a bunch of money down where Chip lives, and we put a welcome mat out.
Yeah, if the gentleman would yield for 1 second.
Be happy to.
Yeah. We spend approximately, I think, $58 billion, I don't have it right in front of me, a year for the Department of Homeland Security. Like $55 billion, $56 billion. We just approved earlier this year $58 billion for Ukraine, and now there's an additional $12 billion in the continuing resolution that passed out of the Senate today and is now sitting in the House. That puts it at almost $70 billion, which is well more than the entire annual budget of the Department of Homeland Security for the United States.
Well, you know what it's more than? And thank gentlemen for making the contrast. Here's what else it's more than. It's actually almost more than Russia's annual military spending. The United States alone, the United States taxpayer alone, is spending more in Ukraine to fight the Russians than Russia's total military budget. Not just in Ukraine, their entire military budget. Yet the budget that we're spending money on our border isn't meant to keep our country safe, our national security interest. And it's not just national security. My good friend, the gentleman from Texas, lives right down there. He could tell you horror story after horror story about the unsafe conditions that his constituents, his bosses, have to live under every day. Because this little book, the Constitution of the United States, says that immigration and the border is the job of the federal government. But what do you do? What do you do when they don't do the job? What do you do when 53 humans are cooked in a truck in your town? I'll tell you, I had lunch at a little diner on my way to Washington, D.C. this week. Good people, hardworking people. You can see the same people probably every day in that diner. Sat down, talking about the world's problems, talking about their own problems, and they looked at me, they're complaining, and they say, "What's it matter? We can't do anything about it." I said, "What do you mean you can't do anything about it?" They said, "What are you asking me for? You're in Congress and you can't do anything about it." We stand here in this body today knowing all these problems exist. Every single one of them. We can all outline the problems. We all know the challenges our country faces. And yet, in this body and in the body across the other side of the building, we just want to keep the clocks wound. We just want the trains to run on time, and we don't care about all this other stuff that's happening out there as long as everything works here in Washington, D.C. Some of the richest counties in the country right here. Everything's fine in Washington, D.C., but go 100 miles or go 3,000 miles away and see how it feels. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, well, look, I appreciate what the gentleman just said, and I would say for our constituents back home, I feel them. I feel the frustration of being in a chamber where I can offer no amendment, where I have no power to have an input on what bill we're going to be debating on the floor. Where literally for 6.5 years, no amendment has been offered on the floor of this body in open debate, meaning it wasn't pre-cooked up in the Rules Committee. Think about that. The People's House, that should infuriate both sides of the aisle. That is no way for the People's House to operate. It is being operated by dictate. That is a bipartisan statement I want to say over time. It is. And I think for the American people, they want to see us do something. Well, I think we can. When they said, well, the fine folks in Pennsylvania that you ran into who said, well, what can we do? We can't do anything about it. Well, you know what? We can.
We can.
One, we could freeze spending to stop the complete disregard of the economic well-being of this country and the driving up of inflation by spending money we don't have. We could do that. We could agree as a body that we have to have tough decisions like families and businesses do. Freeze spending. Let's just stop the bleeding. We could take a second step, and we could actually demand that when we have debates about the spending of taxpayer money and the borrowing and printing of money, that we actually deal with these crises in real terms. And I'm really talking to my colleagues on my side of the aisle on this one. We should demand that we get changes at the border. We should demand that we turn away or detain fully at the border. We should demand that we stop the forced jabs in people's arms in the military or they get fired. We should demand changes in our energy policy so that we can free up American energy to increase our power on the world stage, make our grids reliable, make us more dependent on reliable energy instead of unreliable energy, while making the environment better, by the way. And we should demand that we neutralize the power of the authoritarian state by pulling back on the reins of the FBI and the IRS. There are things we can do. It's right here. We have the power of the purse. We should use it. And I tell you, I'm speaking to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. We have an obligation. Look, I have run into the buzzsaw of challenging the administration when it was a Republican because I believe so much in Article I primacy. Introduced the Article I Act with my friend Mike Lee to say we should take away emergency powers from the president. I did that when the president was using emergency powers to build a wall when there was an emergency and we needed to build it because my colleagues refused to. But I wanted there to be a limit into how much power the executive branch can use. I subpoenaed records about unaccompanied alien children because I knew that when my colleague on the other side of the aisle was wearing a white pantsuit staring through a fence, that it was all theater. There weren't kids in cages. Those were set up by the previous administration under Jay Johnson and President Obama, and they know it. They know it. So you know what? I subpoenaed information from HHS under a Republican administration because I wanted to know the truth. We should care about Article I here. And if we do, we can take power back and we can represent the people again. We can use the power of the purse to check the executive. We can stand up and defend the people of the United States. We can secure the border. We can rein in the tyranny of the IRS and the FBI. We can get American energy going again by opening it up so our people don't have to have inflation and the inability to have a reliable grid. And we can stop forcing our men and women in uniform to get fired if they refuse to take an experimental jab. I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
He's absolutely right. You know, I'm looking at what else is in the CR. $3 billion for Operation Allies Welcome. You know what that is? That's Afghan settlement. For 20 years, this country has bled its treasure of humanity, sending our best and brightest to the front, and of course, your tax dollars. And what did we do at the end? We just walked away and gave all that away. We dishonored those who lost their lives, who came home irreparably damaged, and gave that country and $85 billion of premier military hardware to hardened terrorists and gave them a country to operate out of. And you know what you get for that? You know what thanks you get? Here's what you get. You get $3 billion for Operation Allies Welcome because we still got to bring people from Afghanistan because the people that we brought initially weren't vetted. We don't know who they were. They just got on the airplane and now they're living in your community. And we pray to God that you're going to be safe. We pray to God that not one of them is a terrorist. But we already know the answer to that, right? We're living on borrowed time. We already know because we've seen it. This is what my friend is talking about with Article I. The founders gave us the power. You know what they didn't give us in this body? It comes from within. A little bit of courage. A little bit of courage. Right now, we all go out and we say, we should stop spending money on this and this and this. 87,000 IRS agents. The Department of Justice that is reigning tyranny over our citizens. You know what we did today? We just continue to fund them. Hundreds of millions of dollars. How does that, you know what? To my good friend from Texas, and we're here joined by another great friend from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, not one person in my district. When I walk around the district, I see people that agree with me, that support me. I see people that don't like me and would never support me. And I have conversations with each one of them. And you know what? Not one of them has said, you know what? I can't afford my groceries. My electric bill is sitting on the table because I don't have the money to pay for it yet this month. Here's what we need. Here's how you fix that, Mr. Perry. Hire 87,000 more IRS agents. Give $250 million to the Department of Justice. That's going to fix my problems. Not one of my constituents has said that to me. How about you, Mr. Roy?
Not one. And I will tell you that across the board, regardless of ideology, the people that come to me and are talking to me are concerned about the border. They're concerned about fentanyl. They're concerned about energy prices, their inability to pay their bills. They're concerned about the extent to which they are in danger in their communities with crime and their relationship to the border. They are concerned about the things that are impacting their lives, their inability to pay for their kids' school, and their inability to afford health care, because we have regulated it to death and we have funded it and subsidized it to death, that we are in a position where they can't afford to live the American dream for their kids and their grandkids. Our job in this body is to address that, not by spending more money and not by continuing to fund the very things that are undermining it.
That's exactly right. I yield time to my good friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, Representative Higgins.
I thank the gentleman, I thank my colleagues, and I hope America is paying attention, because we cannot continue to fund a government that appears to be determined to destroy our country from within. We have millions of illegal aliens crossing our southern border. We've lost all operational control, the sovereignty of our nation at the southern border. They're asking for more money for COVID. Since March of 2020, we've spent $8 trillion just on COVID. That's $8,000 billion. You cannot convince me or any American across the country that our nation has actually spent that money. We should have a full accounting of this money. They want more money for Ukraine. We've already sent them about $70 billion. Do you know how much Russia spends, my colleagues, every year on their military, their entire budget? I'll answer the question. It's about $70 billion. We've given to Ukraine the entire budget for Russia, for their military expenditures. We have no control over this money. We're not sending them any more money, not without a fight. They want a CR, pass a continuing resolution, a short-term budget to keep the federal government operating until December. That's after the elections have ejected our colleagues across the aisle, but before Republicans will be sworn into the majority on January the 3rd. That's wrong on every level. It's like identifying an arsonist, banishing them from your neighborhood, and giving them gasoline and matches on the way out. We cannot allow it. We stand strongly against it, but we don't have the votes. There's not enough Republicans in the House of Representatives to stop this CR in the formula that the Democrats intend. We need Americans to communicate and stand strong. Align yourselves with the conservatives in the House of Representatives, like my colleagues here tonight, and help us fight the good fight to preserve our republic. And I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. You know, one of the other things that's in this continuing resolution, $1 billion for increased home heating and cooling cost subsidies. $100 billion, think about that, for subsidies. At the very same moment, the administration, through its policies, is driving your energy cost, electricity, gasoline, diesel, through the roof. They're doing it, and so they're making you pay more, and then they're taking more of your tax dollars to give it out to people that can't afford to pay for it. This, and people in this body support this? That somehow you, with a straight face, you think that this is right? I'll give you a statistic. The U.S. imports about 20.5 million barrels a day. A tanker ship takes about 190,000 barrels. That's about 50 ships a day. The trip from Saudi to New York is about 6,500 miles. Looking at the burn rate, we're burning about 1 million gallons one way. 1 million gallons one way. And this administration would rather do that. Tankers from Saudi Arabia, tankers from Venezuela, my goodness, probably tankers from Iran. But heaven forbid, we open the pipeline. Any pipeline. They'll close as many as they can because somehow they feel good about that. Sure.
The gentleman would
I'm
yield, and then
happy to
we'll yield to our friend from Texas. I just wanted to add to what the gentleman said because it's on point. We are funding $5 million for the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry. We're funding $15 million for the UN Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change and UN Framework Convention. $2 billion to the SEC, which they use to help advance the very ESG constraints on the flow of capital that is constraining our ability to produce energy. $3.2 billion to the Department of Energy's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, which funnels taxpayer dollars to unreliable green energy. $825 million for DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, which gives credit handouts to massive oil companies. $450 million for DOE's ARPA, $29 million to administer a DOE loan program responsible for the Solyndra debacle. I could go on and on. I got a list here. All of that money to go to the Department of Energy to keep spending taxpayer money to screw up American energy and drive up their energy bills.
Well, you're absolutely right, Chip. Before I turn it over to the gentleman from Texas, I want to prime the pump here a little bit. The Department of Energy created for one sole purpose and one purpose only, to make the United States energy independent. My good colleague, my good friend from the state of Texas just went through the list. We were energy independent about 1 year and 3/4 ago.
Yeah.
It took that long to not only make us energy dependent, your bills are going through the roof. If you look, I know that people will say, well, gas prices are actually coming down now. Ladies and gentlemen, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, right? The president has been unloading that, set aside for natural disasters. What's happening right now, today? What's been happening over the last 48 hours in our country with our friends from Florida, right? They might be able to use some of that, but of course it's at the lowest level it's been in the history of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It wasn't meant for political disasters,
right?
National security and natural disasters, but yet this is what's happening. So if you don't like the look of your electricity bill now, when the weather's pretty tempered in the United States, just give it about 3 months and see how you're going to like it. And you can blame it on one thing and one thing alone: the left, the Democratic left, the Democrat Party, and those in it that are forcing and imposing this on you. And I yield my other friend, good gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Well, and it is a bit of a segue here between things you were talking about earlier, last half hour, and all three of you have been mentioning, and that is when you talk about the $70 billion that's been provided to Ukraine for the war with Russia. If you look at the amount of increase in fuel costs that this administration caused, it drove up the price of oil, the price of natural gas, so much that Russia made, last I saw, over $60 billion more than they had before. So this administration is really responsible for funding both sides of the war between Russia and Ukraine. The 60+ billion that Russia got because Biden's actions increased the cost of fuel, and then the 70 billion that we appropriated to Ukraine. And you go, this is nuts that they would be doing that. And then you look at who's getting hurt, and you mentioned the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's down to its lowest point in decades because this president was trying to cover for his disastrous energy policy. And so the millions of barrels that the Trump administration put in there so we would have it for an emergency like a hurricane and other things, that's all gone, trying to cover for Biden's own disastrous policies. So the American public, they see the price of gasoline coming down some, but people need to understand what this is all about. It's what it's always been about. Power in the hands of a small group of elitists and everybody else, like in the Middle Ages, for many ages. The wealthy ride, the poor walk. And that's what this energy policy of theirs is really all about.
it's going to leave. I saw a picture just before I came over, John Kerry on his private plane, flying, using that energy because he's important, because he's the elite. But everybody else is going to need to give up their cars. And as our friend Thomas Massey has pointed out, plugging in a car at night is like plugging in 17 refrigerators. And everybody won't be able to do it. But if everybody will go to an electric car, then people aren't going to have power. And then they'll have to rely on their buddy, the big brother government, to say, okay, some of you can plug in these times. What about when we were independent and we didn't need the government to tell us when we could move about? And this is where it's headed. The green is really a brown policy, and it's going to be really unpleasant. I yield back.
If the gentleman would yield, we're talking about the drop-off of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. You can see this there on C-SPAN. This top level is 750 million barrels. And you see up here in 2020, this just sharp drop-off, that drops down to 350 million barrels. That is the defense being exercised by a president trying to save his party. That is not being used specifically for the national security interest of the United States, and that is absolutely horrific. Dumping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, dumping it in order to drive gas prices down. Well, you know what? Those chickens are going to come home to roost.
They absolutely are. And like I said, if you're worried about the climate, if you're worried about fossil fuel use, the most important thing to do, the most responsible thing to do, is to do it efficiently. America does it more cleanly and more efficiently than everybody else, and we have pipelines, but we can't use them. Like I said, one trip, one way, from one tanker, 50 a day come into the United States, 1 million gallons burned one way for each tanker. So that's 50 million a day. Everybody's worried about their cars. Nobody gives a hoot about this, and none of it's necessary. Absolutely zero of it is necessary. Before I turn it over to the good gentleman from Louisiana, I'll just remind you, in this CR, in this continuing resolution that we're going to vote on in this House tomorrow, I think, even though we say we want to save our country and our citizens, our bosses, from this tyranny, people are going to vote for it anyhow. $2 billion for unaccompanied minors flooding the border while doing nothing to solve the border crisis, because, as the good gentleman from Texas said, how much did we spend from the Department of Homeland Security to secure our border annually?
Close to $60 billion.
Close to 60, but yet we need another 2 for unaccompanied minors that are coming. We don't need the extra 2. You just stop the unaccompanied minors, right, and you don't need the extra 2. With that, I'll turn it over to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my colleague. I would like to bring our focus onto our total national debt for a moment. We're discussing, as concerned American patriots, as conservative constitutionalist men that love our country, we're discussing this continuing resolution of temporary funding of the federal government that we stand against because of the process and the lack of appropriate regular order that reflects the failure of this body to perform regarding our budget responsibilities that were laid out clearly by our founders. So let's talk about our debt, $31 trillion in debt. It was 1980 in America before we had accumulated $1 trillion in debt. So in the first 200 years of our existence, America accumulated $1 trillion in debt. In the following 40 years, we've accumulated 30. So we have $31 trillion in debt. If this body were to balance the budget and run a $1 billion surplus, it would require 31,000 years to address a $31 trillion debt. Because, my friends and colleagues, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, a trillion is 1,000 billion. No one here, nor across the nation that we love and serve, believes we have 31,000 years to fix this thing. We must restore fiscal sanity to to this body, and I yield to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman. Can I inquire as to the time remaining, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 4 minutes remaining.
4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I would only add, I mentioned before, but I just think it merits repeating, that we are at roughly $31 trillion in debt, as the gentleman said. If you set out to count to $31 trillion at one Mississippi, it would take you 1 million years to count to that. Just to put in perspective what that is. When I began running for office in December 2017, our debt was $21 trillion. $10 trillion in 5 years since I began running for office.
Yeah, it's my understanding. I think that the last year and 3/4 of the Biden administration has racked up more debt than the entire 8 years of the Obama administration. And we found that unacceptable. But yet here we are, and yet in this body, on this week, at this time, we're going to vote to just continue like nothing's happening, like that's not happening, like we don't care. We're going to go home and say, if you elect us, all this stuff's going to end, yet when you have an opportunity to stop it, when we have an opportunity in this body, all the things that the gentleman from Texas outlined, the things that I outlined, the Ukraine funding, the $3 billion for Operation Allies Welcome, the COVID funding. Oh, by the way, the administration, the President of the United States said the pandemic is over, but we're going to add more COVID funding in here, right? Can't do without that crisis. All that included, but hardly a whimper out of this town, because it's more important that this town keeps going than the American people get what they asked for, what they elected us for. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, this is completely unacceptable. If we're not going to fight now, like I would agree with my colleague from Texas, if Republicans aren't going to fight now, understand, not one of us is a Democrat. We don't have any authority or majority in this House of Representatives. There's no majority by Republicans in the Senate. That's the complete legislature. There's no majority of Republicans in the executive branch. That's President Biden. Those are Democrats. How, for the love of the Lord, can Republicans be blamed for voting no on this tyranny? If Democrats want to continue tyranny, God bless them. They can go explain that to their constituents, their bosses. But why would Republicans help them? And more importantly, why would Republicans help them when reinforcements are coming right over the horizon? We got an election in 40 days. And as Mr. Higgins said, to pass a continuing resolution, to pass a bill that continues this tyranny into December, after there's no accountability. People have lost their elections. There's no accountability to offer them yet another opportunity to continue the tyranny.
It's dangerous.
How do you explain that to your constituents? How do you explain, well, I voted for that because it was important that Washington, D.C. and all these programs needed your money, needed the money that you wake up every day and go to work for. They needed it, and you didn't. Mr. Roy, people in my district pack their lunch at night. They get up early while it's still dark. They kiss their little children that are in their beds asleep while it's still dark, and they leave for work. And they count on us here to make sure that we're faithfully spending adequately, appropriately, responsibly their hard-earned dollars. Mr. Higgins, you talked about this the other day in conference. Your paycheck. Your paycheck. People work hard for it, and they depend on us. And what do we do with it? Mr. Roy, give us another example. You got like 1,000 of them there. How do we blow it?
Well, I think we got about 20 seconds left.
Go ahead.
All I would say is, if we want to do this, if we want an economy that's strong, stop spending money we don't have. Stop spending money to fund a bureaucracy that's going after the American people. If you want a nation that's safe, stop talking down your cops. Stand with your cops. If you want a military that's strong, stop being woke. End the woke destruction of our military. If you want a border that's secure, secure it. Turn people away, accept the people that need help, but turn people away and actually detain them and stop the control of our borders by cartels that are endangering the American people.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, the other gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, my good friend, gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.